What you calls it, Slay the Princess. So this is it for Scarlet Hollow. Is today.
Yeah, yes, my early stream, and yeah, it'll be kind of. I'm sad. I very much like this the story that we got going on.
Yeah.
We know when you start streaming.
Saba apparently has liked the game so much that she bought her own copy. You're welcome, Black
You're
Tabby
welcome.
Games.
Well, I will say Black Tabby Games that I very much liked Slay the Princess too. So I'm very happy to support this studio.
I was like, I bought Slay the Princess and then never played it.
No, Mike, this is not the last stream. This is the last stream for Scarlet Hollow, because there's no more chapters.
This is the last stream ever, Mike.
This is the last stream ever. No, this is also the last stream. Last official stream before Halloween, unless we do something on Halloween, which may be.
I don't know, maybe. I do have Halloween off.
Ooh, so maybe we will do something on Halloween. We'll see.
I mean, I took it off specifically, so yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll do something. Maybe we won't. I actually downloaded. Let me double check. I downloaded because I just went through. Oh yeah, so we could do. I guess we could talk about this now a little bit. I went back through my
on a
library
technical
on
note,
Steam,
even though the game's not actually finished.
Just filtered out like horror games.
It's midday
right?
for
just
Scarlet Hollow.
What is horror, psychological horror, survival horror, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And two games kind of popped out as like, oh, that would be kind of fun to play. Was Mouth Washing. I told you about that. The game has an overwhelmingly positive review right now. And then Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. I never actually played that.
Spooky what mansion?
You don't know Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion?
Oh, Spooky. No, I don't think so.
Well, you're going to love it then. So one of these games I would like to play on the 31st, and then one of these games will play on the Sunday afterwards.
Seems reasonable.
Yeah.
It seems like our mystery puzzle fest isn't over yet. Heck
yeah. Neither of them are puzzles.
It's okay. Spooky mystery or mystery. Spooky. It still fits. Spooky.
All right.
Let me know when you start streaming.
So you wanted to tell me a little bit about your Luna Lovegood playthrough?
Yes. So it's been quite interesting, right? Since I unironically called my character Luna. For obvious reasons.
I think that's fair.
She's also from
because of Luna Autumn Bright, your character.
Oh, that's 100% where that's from. And she's also, I looked up, she's also from Rose Lake. That's like her town. So in the vibe. So I chose mystical, right, and speak to animals.
Fair.
Which even from the get-go, mystical's like the phrase in point is I'm coming home. Like Scarlet Hollow is some kind of weird, like she's like bad things are gonna happen, but I know in my heart of hearts that I'm coming home. And so it's just kind of
like your character says that in like your internal monologue.
Yeah. Like even to Wayne showed up and he's like, welcome back, and your mystical option is I'm home. It's like
what the fuck?
It's like intense, man. But it's super interesting because when you first meet and when you first go out with Stella, she like your mystical's like, I get a bad feeling at the start about it, and then after we talk to Duke, your like mystical's like, oh, 100% someone's gonna die tonight. Like, you know that.
Fair. I'm about to say, because that's what they said, right? Was that mystical would essentially give you like premonitions.
Yeah. So, I want to ask you, when you saw the ditchlings, what exactly did you hear when you had speak to animals?
When it's like the whispering, like
Yeah.
when you're, it was gibberish. It was words. It was definitely words.
Can you
instead
like
of
give me an
murmuring.
example? Just like.
No, that was fucking 2 weeks ago.
No, you don't remember? Okay.
No, like I said, it was like singular words that were just kind of like grunted out nonsense.
Okay. I just needed to know if it was different enough. So having mystical and speak to animals, I heard what they're saying. They're essentially saying,
what?
yeah, they're essentially saying like, get out of here. This place is cursed. Like, bad things will happen. You just understand it fully. Yeah. Which I was like, I 100% think that's different than what you saw.
No, that is like if they have unique, because once again, it's like without speak to animals, they just sound like whispers, like like you can hear them
very loud, very clear. Like, get out of here. Like it's night and day. Yeah.
You're in danger, dude. That's kind of sick.
So I definitely think they've the mystical and speak to animals is very much something that like, just like yours was. What was, I don't remember what your thing was called when you put book smarts and street smarts together, but
it was Smarty Pants.
Yeah, Smarty Pants. So I definitely think this has something. I don't know what the name is, but because I got a fusion option.
How many chapters did you get in on Luna Lovegood?
Only one so far. I wanted to kind of like digest and.
Because once again, Smarty Pants, for me, the option didn't show up until chapter 2 at the library.
And it said Smarty Pants, right?
It was like parenthesis. It was like the same thing. It was like there was like there was a thing where it was like explore parentheses street smarts, explore parentheses book smart, explore parentheses on a different one. It was my only option, parentheses Smarty Pants, and I had to.
Okay, so that wasn't exactly what I saw for this one. It just said explore, talk to animals, and mystical. They may have adjusted it.
Interesting.
I'm not sure, but
there have been updates since then, so maybe. But that is interesting.
And definitely Sybil, like, because
I definitely and talk to animals is fucking crazy.
I mean it like she does like how I imagine like Luna Lovegood, right, in terms of like the cadence, like how she talks and how she's kind of just like weird. It definitely does feel like that when you like like make offhanded comments about like, oh, there's like a sense of foreboding in this town, or the air feels heavy, and
like Kaneko looks at you like, what the fuck?
yeah. So it's been. Ooh,
do you see what I was talking about, by the way, of like how immediately talk to animals starts paying dividends as like a trait?
Yeah, Frou bit me, but I don't care. I will pet that cat, Frou.
Well, why? Well, don't try to pet.
I didn't try to pet Frou. I just asked her questions.
Oh, and then she was like, got frustrated and bit you.
I didn't try to pet her. I knew that. I was like, but I will pet her by the end of it. That was a vow.
I'm about to say, apparently, if you just are like considerate to Frou, because obviously Frou is like really standoffish. If you're just considerate to Frou, eventually she's gonna let you pet her once.
That's amazing. I wanted to ask, because do you remember when when you're first with Stella and you do the first like vlog thing, right? Can you tell me what she calls you when you were first playing? Because we got gorgeous for hot, right?
You're talking about when she's doing like her intro. She's like, "Oh, I'm here with the blank," and then your character's name.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Fantastic.
It wasn't anything special.
I don't know if it was I don't know if it's the default, because obviously I know we got gorgeous last time, but this time I got mysterious, and I was like, ooh, is that like?
Interesting.
Is that what's happening
I'm about to
here?
say, I definitely want to say it was something along the lines of like the intrepid blah blah blah, right? The intrepid oboe.
So that's pretty good. And yeah. Sybil, when we started talking to Sybil, and like, you know, we're clearly like,
and Sybil's like, okay, I get who you are.
Yeah, she's like, yeah. Apparently, the first time we saw Sybil, we were like, this is like a crazy person that's way more powerful than us, and it's like kind of frightening. But then she just like snap, and then she's back to like being an old lady again, old age.
Okay, that's very interesting, because it's like I'm definitely picking up on the idea that some of the less ubiquitously useful, right? Like powerful build and keen eyes and talk to animals. These are immediately useful because you obviously get to use them mechanically. I'm starting to pick up on like some of the more passive benefits. They seem to just give you entirely new scenes, which I think is very interesting. Like you'll get there eventually, but I will tell you that part of now that you're like got your toe in on chapter 1, we're gonna start chapter 4 today, and you're gonna see like several instances of like, oh shit, imagine if we could talk to animals here, right?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. At the end of this, I will tell you how my Gentle Giant playthrough and my Smarty Pants playthrough differed. Because I think I told you this. I might have told you this. The main difference between the stream playthrough and my Gentle Giant playthrough is that in my Gentle Giant playthrough, my character was the one who sacrificed years of his life, not Tabitha.
Oh, your Gentle
Which is
Giant.
very, very different.
Oh yeah, because with Smarty Pants you got out of paying any price.
Correct, because I was able to renegotiate the law and stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I feel like it'd be interesting. I think if we were to do, I would do another one. I think doing book smarts with Keen Eye, or maybe street smarts with Keen Eye, I think would be interesting.
Well, once again, if you do, like, it's tough, right? Because what you want is you want to have the best of all worlds, right? Which means that, like, you want to have the best ending of every chapter. But if you choose hardcore mode with your 3 traits, you get the negative of every chapter, which is tough, right?
Yeah.
So once again, I think I'll reiterate that like the community consensus appears to be, I'm trying to remember what it was, but it was like book smarts and it was powerful build and either Keen Eye or book smarts that were considered to be like the most beneficial, because the least amount of people die and the least amount of like injuries happen, right? Because it's up to you.
That sounds like it'd be so
Saba,
far.
do you personally think which one is worse to you personally? A young girl getting her foot crushed and then amputated later, or either you or your cousin having to sacrifice over a decade of your life to a ghost?
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know if I could choose between that. That's a really sucky option.
Like, I mean, genuinely, for me, I think I would pick, like, Rosalina made a bad choice. She went into the mine, and obviously I would prefer her not to get injured, but at least she and her friends don't get crushed to death.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas, like, once again, we'll get to the end of chapter 4 and I'll tell you, but like, let me tell you, when your main character is the one who sacrificed years of their life, it fucking changes the entire game.
Yeah, because crazy. Of how people like react to you and stuff, because you're not
even. No, like,
okay, there's more.
Turns out, Sabo, when you skyrocket over the course of a single night from like late 20s to late 30s,
people have questions.
No, you're fucking tired all the time. Everything hurts. You can't do anything. it's crazy. Like, you'll see in chapter 4, there's like a segment where it's a big long list of explorer options. And when I first did this, I did every single explorer because why not, right?
Oh, you can't.
When I did it in my Gentle Giant playthrough last night, I was only able to do like 4 before my character was like, dude, I'm so fucking tired. And the only reason I was able to do 1 more after that was because I had powerful build. Like, my person was a fit 40. Which is like crazy. So, anywho, let's get started. We'll
make sure to stream to me so
15 minutes. You should get started.
Yeah, make sure you stream to me because I don't have it yet.
Oh, right, sorry. I forgot that it's not parsec. There you go.
Okay, let me...
Alright, we do not need a recap, I think. I think we're all set. Word to the wise before we get into this.
Here we go.
Hypothetically, as far as I am aware, this chapter should be a lot faster. Like, there should be a lot less, like, big, long,
yes, I've been told.
Scenes. Yes, I know. I'm just saying it for posterity. However, there are several scenes that you could just entirely miss just by picking the wrong dialogue at the wrong time. Don't lament that fact. And since you're doing your own playthrough, I'll give you like a little hint as to what the scene that you missed was. But like, once again, last night in my Gentle Giant playthrough, I missed like 2 or 3 really big scenes that I was just like, wow, I didn't even realize that was optional. So, anywho.
Open your eyes. It's a new day. Last night seems so far away. You can almost pretend the horrors you witnessed in the annex were nothing but a nightmare, chased away by the harsh morning light. An involuntary shudder runs down your spine, but your thoughts are interrupted by the buzz of your phone on the nightstand. Hey, hope you're feeling okay. Tabitha 2, still trying to wrap my head around what she did last night. I haven't been able to get a hold of Stella today. How about you? You check your messages. There's nothing from Stella.
All right. What do you want to do?
Hopefully try to call and text her. Call first. You dial Stella.
Hey, what's up? Just kidding. I'm not able to come to the phone right now. This is actually a recording of my voice. It's not really me. Technology, huh? Anyways, leave a message or don't. I never check this thing. The mailbox is full and can't accept messages at this time because she never checks it.
Oh. Okay, so let's text her too, yeah. More awesome. Hey, I'm kind of worried after you ran off last night. Text me as soon as you get the chance. That Wayne guy didn't come after you, did he? And I are pretty worried about you. That's my favorite cryptid hunter. Hey, send Stella a photo of a nervous puppet. Go up. So I like Kanika and I are worried, and hey, I'm kind of worried after you ran off last night. I hope you're... Text me. I guess Kanika and I are pretty worried. Yeah. Okay, well, message sits undelivered.
So that is specifically very interesting because that means that she like didn't even like. It's not even like she looked at it and then ignored you. It's like she literally didn't even see the text. So whatever that means. So this is you responding to Kanika.
Yeah, haven't heard from her. I'm sure she's fine. Oh God, what if she's in trouble? What if she's hurt or dead? Maybe she's just sleeping in. Never mind. How's Stella doing? How are you doing? Everyone had a rough night. She's probably still shaken up. But if Wayne got her, does Stella disappear like this sometime? I think the top one. Heard from her. That's not good. I think we should try looking for her. Let's meet up in town. Looks like you have your morning plans in order. We should take a shower. I think because I was thinking, I was like, wait a minute. Was the shower gross and disgusting before? But I was like, no, I think I remember we took a shower and we were fine. It feels good to wash away the grime of last night's haunting, but eventually you'll have to leave this place and confront the rest of the day. In the meantime, you... Think about the door to the clinic. You're still drawn to it. Even now, you'll be going back there today. You're sure of it. Ooh, that's pretty good. Think about your cousin and the burdens, both physical and metaphysical, she took upon herself last night. That's also reasonable. Think about the afterlife. It's undeniably real at this point, and what you've seen is terrifying. That is true. We did see Ghost. Think about Sybil running off last night. Hopefully she's just sleeping in. Think about Duke and imagine him lying... Wow, the Duke is still here, huh? We're still haunted by that. Slumped against the tree with half his...
Canonically, that was 3 days ago.
You're right. It has been weeks in my life, not this life. Scrub feverishly trying to scrape the memories from your skin as if they're part of the dirt that coats you. Think about Sybil's warning. The worst is yet to come. Think about Wayne and whether you're ever truly alone. Think of someone special. Think about finally being out of the hellhole and safe in your own bed. Well, Tabitha just happened. So, let's do the Tabitha one.
This one?
Yeah. Visit the possum. Oh my god, they got toast! Possums stare up at you. They both have bread now. That's nice. Wave at them. Wave at both of them. They continue to stare up blankly. Close the drawers.
I wait for you to...
I did talk to these guys. Or one of them.
And what was his name?
Frick, I don't... Rafe?
Clearly
Dustin? I don't remember the specific name, but he was very chill. Like, he was like, I'm afraid, and then he just started speaking normally, which I was like, that's pretty funny.
I'm afraid.
Oh, and then I gave him a little nest of clothing.
Yes, there you go. I did the same thing. That ingratiates you with him immediately. My favorite part is the possums opening up their mouths real wide and just going, K.
K. You close the drawers. This is their home now, and there's nothing you can do to change that. No closet. Still don't want to do that. Not as this person. I did pick up the doll on my other one. Definitely seemed way more normal once you pick it up. Though in this playthrough, I am scared of that doll. So we're heading downstairs.
I genuinely wonder if, as the episodes go on, if your Mystic playthrough is going to have more interactions with that doll.
Maybe. Luna is definitely not afraid of the doll. So, yeah, she'll definitely talk to it.
So we're heading downstairs?
Yeah. Face your cousin. In the light of day, she looks even more physically worn than she did last night. Her blonde hair is streaked with white and fresh creases line her features, accentuating her frown.
Shit, sorry. They're striking. This week of all weeks, as if I didn't have enough on my plate already. Holy shit, Tabitha, you look like ass.
She probably feels very similar.
I know. It's like, well, okay, so I'll tell you that when you're the one who took on the burden of like lost years, they tell you straight up, like, hey, you can turn this off whenever you want, but here is a permanent reminder of your advanced age. The outside of the screen has a permanent blood vignette.
Like blood vignette? Oh,
yeah, like bloodshot eyes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. I was like, whoa.
And so it's like, I'm just because like that's it. That's all you see, right? You never see your own character. Now I'm looking at Tabitha and I'm like, dude, does I fucking look like that?
Man, now, I am thinking that potentially.
Is that I feel if your character in the stream playthrough, in the Hot Girl Halloween playthrough, if you were the one to take on the years, I'm pretty sure you would just be like a Sandra Bullock type, right? Where it's like, oh, you're clearly older, but you still got it.
Yeah. Mina, your cousin's posture is unsurprisingly much tenser than usual. It's possible the strike is even worse than she thought it would be. Probably won't be long before she bolts out of here. About the strike, talk about what happened. I don't think. Have you heard anything on Stella I can't get a hold of? If mine's in trouble, you should just sell it and sell the estate, get out while you still can. Probably should get going. Silent. Maybe I can ask about Stella, because she does care about Stella.
True.
Let's explore that. Have you heard anything from her? I can't get a hold of her.
No, but that's not exactly newsworthy. I'm sure she's just processing what happened last night. We weren't the only ones who were traumatized. Jesus. Oh, technically new sprite, right?
Technically, yeah.
God damn. You know what I think one of the things that like really shocks me about both this and Slay the Princess is like it's very similar to the types of stuff that surprised me about Baldur's Gate 3 when I first played it, which was like when you make an edge case, you still have to make it, right? And it's like this series of Tabitha sprites, clearly they're just edits of the regular Tabitha sprites, right? Which is fine. But at the same time, it's like, what percentage of playthroughs even encounter these sprites? You know?
Yeah. Let's talk about the strike as well. Oh, wait. You want me to help smooth things over? I'm pretty good at negotiating. That's pretty good. People always help me out with stuff.
Hey, Saba, that's the first time you're actually using hot for the thing that I've been saying this entire fucking playthrough.
I think this is maybe the second time, but I don't remember where the first time happened. But this is what I like.
I'm just here to say, this is in my memory, this is the first time you have finally been like, all right, I'm gonna bat my eyelashes and say pretty please.
Kenai, how are you feeling about the strike? You can be honest with me. Kenai, you seem tense about this. That's why the Dishlings are here. They were predicting the strike. That's stupid. Usually I'm pro-union, but do you know what the strikers even want? You probably should have seen this coming. Just give them what they want, Tabitha. It's the right thing to do. Give them what they want, Tabitha. It's no use fighting the inevitable. Just fire all of them. It'll be easy to pick up the pieces. Can't believe the gall of these people after everything you've done for this town. Some people just never understand the burdens of leaving. You're in a really difficult spot right now with everything else going on. It's hard to care about something mundane as a strike. I want to see. Let's do this. How are you feeling about the strike? To be honest with you. I feel like after she saved my life, I'm here for her.
Saba, I'm here to tell you, you were keenly on Tabitha's side, like, since fucking chapter 2, so...
I'm hoping this... Yeah.
You have been actively, like, avoiding other content just to hang out with your fucking shitty cousin.
Hey, man. Familia.
Conflicted. It's going to be tough, and despite what a lot of people would have you believe, I'm not relishing the opportunity to pick a fight with my men. I don't think many people take pleasure in breaking strikes. Pearl Ann would have, but that's not me. I don't know. It's complicated. Everything's so fucking complicated.
Reasonable. Okay, now let's do the hot one, yeah.
Yes!
Yeah, we gotta, if we have the assets to help,
Saba,
right?
We have to put this fine ass to work.
Exactly. So, do you want me to help?
Wait, do you think that's because you're good at negotiating?
Hey, I never... Not only am I hot, but I'm, like, empathetic, too. Okay, don't forget, I am the hot therapist.
Like, it is funny that in the Hot Girl Halloween playthrough, you are just sexy therapist.
I do have the, emotional capacity to back myself up, okay?
Yeah, you better back that ass up. Yeah!
Oh, my God.
Has nobody told you that it's because...
Oh, apparently we're just oblivious. Never mind.
Look, I appreciate the offer, but I'm not sure that's the sort of thing you'd be able to pull off. Even if they didn't already know you're my cousin, you getting involved would be a great way to throw gasoline on the fire. This is my problem to fix. Your only job is to stay safe until the funeral is over.
No. Do you know what the strikers want?
I haven't seen a list of demands. I'm sure it's just the usual. I promise you that if any one of them were in my shoes for a month, they'd be singing a different tune.
Okay, no. I know she would like that, but I don't want to say that one. Yes. Yeah.
It's the same one. I highlight that one because that's what I ended up choosing too.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I was just quickly reading the one below it too to make sure. Fine.
Yeah, I am. Hopefully it'll all be over soon.
I think we're pretty good.
So return?
Yeah. We want to talk about what happened last night. I don't think she wants to.
I'm here to tell you that as the person who did take the sacrifice, it is absolutely 1,000,000% all over her thoughts. So I think you're right in not talking about it.
Yeah, you should probably
straight up in chapter 4, in my playthrough last night that I did with the gentle giant, it was tough getting out of bed. Like my character lost time in the morning because it took so long for him to like get his joints moving, which is crazy.
Oh man. Okay, so yeah, you should probably get going.
Yeah. I've dawdled long enough. Stay safe. No more hijinks. But let me know if you get in trouble, okay?
It's nice. Tabitha slips past you, her heavy boots thudding down the hall as she marches away to face her employees. Time to figure out the rest of your day. Let's explore what that does with the people.
Well, it's just you make a PB&J.
That was good. If Stella's MIA, who knows when you'll be able to eat, so I just made myself a PB&J and let's go to town! You head to the front door and begin your trek to the town below.
We're going to encounter a character who I believe you were
Ditchlings already?
in chapter 3. Oh, absolutely, dude. Get ready. It's gonna be fucking crazy. I believe you were voicing this character yesterday. I will take over for this character since you're going to be encountering a second character who you would also be voicing, and so I want to.
Yeah, I don't think just let me. You can let me know. The sun shines down through the thin layer of clouds, illuminating the path in a watery gray. Keen-eyed, glimpses of pale figures dot your periphery. You haven't seen ditchlings in the middle of the day before. They're getting bolder. I don't think they're getting bolder. It just means something bad's happening. You're surprised you find a familiar face making its way up the path towards you.
Hey, I was just coming up to see you. I hope you were able to get some sleep after everything that happened last night. And I hope Tabitha got some rest too. How is she?
Back to work already with the strike and all. I wish she hadn't stopped me. I feel so bad for her.
Gosh, sorry.
Yeah. We can scroll. You paid a long overdue debt. She deserves the consequences. Ouch, no. If I didn't step forward, she wouldn't have intervened. We both could have made it out of there in one piece. Can't believe how unfair the whole thing was. Neither of us should have taken out and remained silent. Let's just say the strike.
I guess the cat's out of the bag then, huh? Isn't it? Yeah, it's not a great time for her to take a break. I passed the diner on my way here, and it's full of miners. I guess that's their base of operations or something.
Okay, hot flirt. Are you still really feeling chill after everything that happened last night? That's pretty good. Another flirt, except not. Wait, what's the difference with the flirt? Okay, so good to see your lovely face.
No, so this is you being hot and flirty. This one's you just being flirty.
Oh. That is really funny. There's ditchlings everywhere now, even though it's daytime. How are you doing today? Have you heard anything from Stella? Okay, okay, let's go look at the top one, because the first one, or the second one was Explore, right? Keen Eye? Yeah, let's do that one. Are you really okay?
I'd be lying if I said last night didn't have an impact. I kind of feel bruised all over, physically and spiritually. But hey, that's part of life.
What? I don't know if C'est la vie works for when you were possessed by a ghost.
like it should, like, straight up, Avery should be saying, like, such is unlife. Nobody makes it to the end completely unscathed. And I'm kind of thrilled that my new emotional baggage comes
Avery,
from
I think there's
instead of some boring normal drama.
There may be something wrong here, Avery. I think.
Well, once again, you skipped the dialogue with Avery in this playthrough, but like that was one of the things that Avery said, was that Avery was like, I wish I had more interesting stories like you guys do. But when Avery said it, they were talking about like Stella like being a YouTuber or like you being
not
whatever,
this kind
like
of stuff.
member of the Scarlets. Yeah. And it's like, I don't know, it's crazy to think that somebody who's like this fucking styling is like boring, I guess. or at least they feel like they're boring.
Mm-hmm. So let's go down the ditchling one. Yeah. Ditchlings everywhere now, even though it's daytime.
God, sorry. I can feel the phlegm like in my fucking trachea. It feels terrible. It's only ever when we're doing voice acting. Because like we will like you know this, like when you and I hop into a call and I'm just ranting about whatever fucking nonsense for like 3 hours, no problem whatsoever. The second we do any voice acting whatsoever, immediately I'm like, oh, I got cough.
It, yeah. Avery turns to survey the tree line.
I haven't seen any. No. I'm like actively 5 in the scene right now. I noticed a few on my way up. They're kind of funny now that I get a good look at them with their scrunched up little Shar-Pei faces. So, should I be worried about these things? I know they're a bad omen or something, but like, are they dangerous? They're not going to eat me if I make a wrong turn, right?
No, but you might get some eggs laid in your skin. I don't know if I want to. Pretty small, you might be safe. They might eat them first. I'd rather not find out. I'd rather. Does anybody tell how a flamethrower? Oh, yikes. Because none of these were like. Weird. Yeah, none of them are like Sybil. Like Sybil said they're not, so I think we should be okay.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna be straight with you though. I don't fully trust Sybil personally.
I would just say maybe I don't know. They might. They're just giving us like I don't know. I'm not sure. IDK.
I figured. I guess I should either make sure I'm always with a buddy or ask around about learning some self-defense. That first one sounds easier though. This body was made for loving, not fighting.
Okay.
Fuck yeah, Avery, let's go.
Scroll down. How are you? Didn't we ask that with Keen Eye already? How are you doing today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you heard anything from Stella? Yeah, I want to ask that.
I haven't heard from her, though we don't text much, and I haven't checked with Winnie to see if she came in for early breakfast or anything. But if you haven't heard from her, that doesn't sound great. Seeing her like that last night was awful. She's usually so unflappable.
Is it because of Tabitha?
I'm going to tell you that is a very keen observation and might be the case, but I'm not sure in this playthrough. I think it's a very keen observation, though.
I'm wondering, like...
You're wondering
like getting possessed
away from your mic?
Sorry, I was wondering if like, obviously being possessed is one thing, right? But I feel like... Yeah, I don't know if that would have broken her versus
seeing your crush suddenly age like 15 years is probably not pretty great, tough.
Yeah. Oh, maybe we can ask Avery to help us find Stella, maybe, question mark.
You want to do that?
Yeah. I mean, if Avery doesn't want to, that's fine.
Absolutely. I told Winnie I'd be coming in late today, so I got time.
Oh, nice.
Congratulations, you got a +1.
Nice, let's head back. Let's go to town then.
Yeah, good idea.
Oh, you and Avery start back down the path to town. Mika, it isn't long until you find yourself once again on the main street of Scarlet Hall. Scarlet, Dawn, you made it, and you picked up an Avery along the way. Hope you're both doing okay, like, emotionally.
Yeah, I'm not too bad.
That's good. I feel like I got crushed by a steamroller or something. Joints all out of whack, totally exhausted and super foggy. Mom has been insisting I caught a cold and I wasn't buying it. Well, she was saying she had caught a cold before? Like, last night?
I think over the course of this episode, I want you to pay closer attention, I guess, to how Sybil treats her kids. Because I found it very interesting last night. Now, obviously, I'm already suspicious of her. But at the same time, you know, just saying.
But as of this morning, I've come around. I mean, maybe it's something where if Sybil is the witch, and, like, maybe she cares about people, like, to a certain extent, but she's also, like, this ditchling thing is, like, a destiny that should happen. Like, you know, it's like, this is just karma. I think that's what it is. And she's not really gonna do much to stop it.
We should continue.
Yeah.
No comment. Oh God, if only we had an actual viewership, that would be a killer emote for my channel. Like it would just be a picture of like it would be a picture of my face like looking off to the side, and it would just be like, oh, but no comment.
Oh, but no comment. Yeah. It's definitely something beyond exhaustion, even considering the ridiculously stressful week we've all had. But I'm not gonna let that stop me looking for Stella. I think, like, that's, like, it's like, you know, ghost stuff is pretty bad. Man, it's hot. You're stylish as always, even in the morning after being trapped in a nightmare. Like, I would say that, but not even as, like, a flirt thing, though. That's unfortunate. Like, that's only the flirt
I'm not saying,
option.
like, I wish you could just be like, damn, that's a
this looks
great
good
outfit, by the way.
Yeah.
like straight up, and you'll notice like no overt anime bullshit on it this time. I did see, because like I said, I finished chapter 4 at like fucking 1:30 a.m. last night, and so I was just checking up on comments from the community again, and I saw somebody who kind of, I don't know, it's not the same, but Potionomics just did their like big new update or whatever, right? And part of that big new update was this like polyamory, like free love mode. So you're not corralled into only dating one person. You can date as many characters as you want. And so it's funny because somebody was like clearly in their mind, they were thinking about that, and they were like, man, I really wish you could like date like everybody. Scarlet Hollow. And it's like, I don't know. Because it's like I think we talked about this, but like in Baldur's Gate 3, the characters have preferences, right? Like the only two characters that are willing to be in a polyamorous relationship are Karlach and Halsin. Right? If you're in a relationship with anyone else and you try to get into a relationship with anyone else, you break up with the first one and they try to fucking kill you.
Oh my God.
Well, it depends on who it is. Like if it's Minthara or Lizelle, absolutely, they will murder your ass. And if it's Gale, like I think he just gets depressed and leaves.
Oh my God.
But I don't know.
Sorry, dude. Do you think there could be a rational explanation for all this? I mean, that's kind of like poking at her, which I don't really want to do. Is someone manning the general store while we're going looking for Stella? Supposed to see your mom at some point today. Maybe she'll finally shed some light on things. That's pretty good. I think last night might have just pushed her over the edge. I know I've only known her a couple. This is long. Woo! But I feel like she has a tendency to run from difficult emotions. Usually she just changes the subject, but I'm guessing this time she wound up literally running.
I mean, obviously that's a very... Now, that is not explore, though.
Oh, okay, thank you, because...
Yeah, I was saying, warning.
Let's not dawdle. I'm worried about Stella, and it doesn't feel right to do anything that isn't actively looking for her. Are y'all sure? Dawdle?
Well, this is the second time we've seen Dawdle so far. Because remember, that's what what's-her-face, Tabitha said this morning.
We're becoming similar. Are you sure we need to look for her? She's a grown woman. She's allowed to do whatever. She's probably okay just dealing with complicated emotions. Let's not forget that Wayne threatened her last night. You don't think he actually followed through? Remains out. Let's go back up. Let's ask about manning the store first.
This one?
Yeah. Yo, Kanika, are you okay? Like, is this fine? You're the general store. Mom can deal. Okay.
Whoa, did I miss something? You good, Kanika?
Some family drama. Sure, I was gonna take a sick day anyway. I don't want to infect the entire town with whatever cold this is. Instead, we're gonna go searching around town. Instead, I'll just
Stella's
infect both
missing.
you.
That's a pretty big fucking deal.
No, I know. Instead, I'll just infect both you and whoever else we come across. Oh, that's exactly what I just said.
Thank you, Kanika.
I'm supposed to see your mom. Yeah. Your mom?
Your mom.
Maybe she'll finally shed some light. I'm not sure what she's planning to tell you today that she couldn't have told us all last night. She's going to read your fortune.
After last night, I wouldn't doubt that she actually could. Your mom's always had a bit of that Glinda vibe going for her.
Yeah, maybe I should stop making fun of her whole new age mystic thing. A lot's happened in the past couple of days.
It is really funny that Kanika's supposed to be like the second love interest, right? Because literally, like in the chronology in which third love interest. Because in the chronology of when you're introduced to them, it's Stella, Avery, and then Kanika very quickly in a row, right? So those are clearly supposed to be your three options. And it's just funny that like you move forward through this, and it's like Kanika's whole like character basis was supposed to be like, oh, she's a skeptic. Right, so like she's always trying to find rational explanations, but like chapter 2 immediately shuts that shit down. You know?
Yeah, it's like changing.
It's a weird characterization, I guess. Like I almost wish that like. I appreciate her being a skeptic, but I do wish that instead of her being quote skeptical, I wish that she was just logical, where it's like, oh well, this isn't. Like, clearly this is something otherworldly and, like, cryptid, but, like, let's analyze the facts to, like,
there must be a physical explanation for this, yeah.
Right, like, on the second night, she sees ditchlings for the first time, so she knows that this shit is real, or at least the ditchlings are real. And I'm not saying, like, Kanika should be like, oh, well, let's go investigate the ditchlings, like she's some sort of researcher, but I would think that it would be cool if Kanika had some sort of angle of, like, okay, well, let's just like try to theorize what these things could be instead, right? Because Stella's whole thing is just that she's just like fucking puppy dog energy, right? She's like, oh my god, let's go, you know. So, anywho,
I need to take a page out of Stella's book and just block this stuff out. I need to be focused. I can't be having all these existential crises. There'll be plenty of time for tea after we found Stella. Yeah, the key knife.
Do the long one?
Yeah. I will not be reciting this again. She's run away. That's what you get. You're absolutely right, and as her friend, we can't let her be alone at a time like this. I've made that mistake before.
Plus, she could get mobbed by those weird little creatures, or worse.
Exactly. This is no time for anyone to be off on their own. Who knows what kind of weird stuff is out there?
Did you let Duke die in your Luna Lovegood playthrough?
Yeah, I had to choose Gretchen. I couldn't do anything else. Because apparently, since I do have Speak with Animals too, right? I feel like...
You would be throwing that entire resource into the trash. Because Gretchen is smart. Like, Gretchen knows her shit.
But also, what the frick, Gretchen? What do you mean? Oh, this burning rage is overcoming me once again. It's like, really? Right now?
She's a dog. She's a dog.
Life and death situation. Okay.
That's how dogs work.
After the past couple of nights, I wouldn't be surprised if there were actual Bigfoots in the woods, just waiting to eat any human who wanders too far from civilization.
Do Bigfoots thirst for human flesh? Is that some kind of common knowledge I wasn't keyed in on?
I wouldn't be surprised. That's all I'm saying. Okay, let's get started. I don't want to waste another minute. Where to first?
All right, so this is it. This is the big list of explorers. As far as I know, because we are not otherwise ailed, we can do all of this.
So I don't think we should go to the cops. I don't think that'd be useful.
Absolutely not.
They're
like, I mean, what would be the, like, if anything, going to the cops and saying, hey, there's a missing person, they're like, weren't you spending a lot of time with Stella?
Yeah, it's just like, yeah. So there's Stella's house.
Did you let me eat her whole like the snake you are? Says the old man while smiling.
There's Stella's house. There's Oscar. Diner. The mines. The church. I don't think she would go to the church. Let Avery know that you and Kenny continue. No, why would we say that?
And this just like ended.
Yeah. Okay, well let's first start with her house, right?
That makes logical sense, right? Check to see if she's there.
Yeah,
check to see if she's just like depressed, slumped on the couch.
Yeah, sick or something like that, yeah. Go to Stella's house.
Good place to start.
Because also Avery, I think, came from the... unless Avery didn't even go to the diner. Maybe.
Well, Avery, Winnie is like his mom or his aunt, I think. I think it's his aunt. He called and said, "Hey, I'm gonna be late."
Didn't Avery also say there was a bunch of minors in the diner? So clearly,
they walked past the diner and saw minors in there.
Yeah, so I feel like if Avery saw Stella, like they would say
right, but there's been time, right? Since
it's true
between now and then. And also didn't stop into the diner because I'm gonna reiterate that like that is our objective right now is try to find Stella if we can. So like that should be probably one of your first questions everywhere we go is like, hey, have you seen Stella?
Yeah, that's what I'm hoping. I would have gone already, but
all right.
Thank you. You can do the speech bubble if you. Make our way towards Stella's house. The door is as pristine as any old wooden door. No bloody handprints in sight. Any telltale signs of Wayne absent. Okay. If something happened here, it didn't involve him, at least not the front door. Nika knocks anxiously on the door. It creaks open. That's not good. The house is quiet. The world outside muffled as you take a cautious step over the threshold in the muted air of the living room. No excitable pug rushes to greet you at the door, and you have a feeling that no Stella is going to emerge from the shadows to sleep. Stella, she's dead. Stella died and it's all my fault. We haven't seen that yet, okay? I'm not around here. Is it normal for people to leave their doors open? Okay, enter Stella's house. Is there a point going in? Maybe. But that's also freaky.
What?
That's way too freaky.
Saba, what the fuck is wrong with you? Is there any point in going into the unlocked house of the person who is missing?
Well, I don't know. If we have a premonition that no Stella's going to show
I swear
her.
to God, if I ever go missing and die, I'm gonna haunt your ass.
Hey, there's a difference between, like, if you turn to just die out of nowhere.
The place where he spends all of his time to see if any, like, clues could be derived. Nah, that doesn't make any sense. Let's go just wander around.
Okay, well, let's go in. There may be no point in asking the question.
You don't want to say anything? You just want to go in?
Well, none of it says explore.
You can.
So I don't. Yeah, I just want to make sure I don't lose the option of that.
No, I mean, I think it'll just be dialogue. But if you want to just go in, that's totally fine.
Because I would have wanted to say, is it normal for doors to be open here? Yeah, as long as I still get this, I can go in. That's fine.
I left my patio door open on occasion, usually when I'm home, but I've had squirrels take this as an invitation one too many times to bust in and take a few bites of my plants, so I keep my doors closed. It's bad enough that they go after everything in the community garden, but to come into my house and help themselves to my precious leafy babies, the squirrels of Scarlet Hollow, are my only true enemies.
And Stella would definitely know better than to leave her door wide open like this, especially considering the ditchling situation. We don't see any ditchlings
Might as well
here,
invite
right?
ourselves in, right?
Like, we don't see any ditchlings either around. So, I think you should, yeah. I think...
Cool. I'll be brave and go first.
Oh, there's another little house behind where Avery was. You know, aside from the corner of the room dedicated to Gretchen, Stella's house almost feels like a museum. Everything organized with a sort of tidiness you wouldn't expect from someone as rough and tumble as Stella, and only a handful of objects feel like they belong. Probably like her family stuff, yeah. That's why, like, the shoes have cobwebs except for hers, because she hasn't moved them. Whatever happened to Stella, it doesn't look like it happened here.
Doesn't look like there was a struggle or anything. Unless it happened in another room, or maybe someone or something caught her off guard.
You didn't have to add that last part. I'm going to forget that you said that and just be thankful that this doesn't look like a crime scene. Investigate the kitchen. Investigate Stella's room. I don't think we're gonna find... Probably Stella's room. Anything?
Makes sense.
Yeah. Like, hopefully this is one of that World of Horror situation where it's like the kitchen is actually where we needed to go. You make your way down the hall to what you assume to be Stella's room. I like the Mothman plushie.
It's so funny, like just the little, because it's funny the little things that you notice when you actually take a moment to like look around. So it's like obviously shit tons of cryptid stuff, right? And then like this is her like planning board, but then it's like she has a little plushie of Gretchen,
a plug plushie.
A pug plushie, right? Obviously the whole place is just kind of a mess in general. It's clearly some old like childhood little stuffed animal thing, which is just adorable. Like the most expensive thing in her room is clearly this fucking pre-built PC tower with like the glass the glass wall, like the glass side.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I wonder what Stella's preferences are. Anyway.
I like the Lassie dog tree. Old Lassie. She's not here. Though it's a little untidy. It's the usual sort of untidiness that accumulates when someone who doesn't often have guests in their bedroom. There aren't any signs of violence. You know, no streaks of blood and pus that might belong to a certain phantom miner. He hasn't been here. You do notice that her jacket is nowhere in sight. It isn't in her closet, and it wasn't on the coat rack in the other room. So
wow,
she is out.
Keen Eye is a fucking cheat code, dude. What the hell?
Keen Eye, Stella's jacket is gone.
Woo! Dude, Keen Eye is a fucking superpower. What the fuck?
Let's do that. Check your computer. I love seeing someone's room before they had a chance to clean up. Well, isn't like a little snapshot? This sure looks like a room. Any thoughts? It's a mess. Do you think there was a struggle in here? I don't think there's any clues here. Remain silent. Yeah, let's do Keen Eye. The Letterman one. It wasn't on the rack in the other room. It's not in here, and she didn't have it yesterday.
Keen Eye is so crazy because it's not even just like, oh, you notice things. It's like, it's also your character has a crazy memory. Like I never even thought to think of that, I guess. I don't know. I think because it's like a video game, I kind of assumed that maybe it would just be off screen somewhere, but like that's crazy that your character is just telling you this. Okay, so she definitely came home last night.
So there's a chance she left it somewhere else and we just missed it. But yeah, she probably came home last night.
Assuming she was here, where'd she go? Why'd she leave?
I want to know why we haven't been able to reach her.
So you can do this if you want. It's entirely your prerogative. The computer is presently on.
But isn't that like an invasion of privacy?
And that's the thing. So you don't have to, but it depends on whether or not you think that you're going to get clues as to Stella's whereabouts from her computer.
That's also not unreasonable, but I don't think we would get anything.
I need you to tell me right now, are you going to do this or not? Because if you're not, I can just kind of give you a little ditty about what would happen if you did.
I don't think I want to do that.
Okay, I am locking you out of this. You are no longer allowed to click this. I'm going to tell you a little bit. When you try to log into her, when you try to access her computer, you need a password, and you have 3 guesses out of a list of, I think, like 11 options for what the password might be. And if you successfully pick the password, I won't tell you what it is, just in case you ever decide to do it on your own. But if you end up picking the correct password, you gain access to her computer. And unless you have book smarts, all you really do is you just kind of browse around her desktop and don't find anything super useful.
Okay, so it wouldn't have been useful to me anyway, at least in this.
Correct. However, if you do have book smarts, apparently book smarts also translates to like computer smarts, because what you do is you retrieve deleted files from, like, you know how like you delete files, they go into your recycling bin, and then you delete stuff from your recycling bin, and it's supposed to be like gone forever. your character goes into like the computer's registry and recovers the files from the fucking the thing, and you get clues about like what's been on Stella's mind over the course of the last like month, which is a huge invasion of privacy, but it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like I said, Keen Eye is like a superpower because your character is essentially just telling you all this like really cool shit. Book smarts on rare occasions is like you turn into Hacker Man. You know. But anyway.
Okay, go down. I don't think there are any clues here. I think my keen eye makes me smarter.
I think your keen eye picked up the most important clue. I agree.
I don't think there's anything happening. I don't think so either. This is what her room's been like for pretty much the entire time I've known her. The only thing that's changed is the computer getting a lot fancier.
It could use a few more houseplants. I'll put together some drawings after we found her.
Okay, Avery.
Thank you, Avery.
Aw, she still does those cork board with string things. She loves putting the strings on there. I don't think they actually mean anything, but they're more for decoration anyway.
I love all the like tacks that just go off the corkboard into the fucking wall.
Yep.
I will give you a little ditty about one of the things that you can find on the computer. You find a very long email to Tabitha that she deleted, that like Stella decided not to send and deleted instead.
Aww.
And it's like, it's really sad. It's like, I mean, once again, just in case you ever do it on your own, I won't tell you what the exact contents of the letter are, but let me tell you, it's clear that Stella is really, really lonely.
I would imagine, yeah, living by yourself as well. I mean, why not do the kitchen real fast?
Sure.
Peanut butter. Stella's kitchen is slightly messy. A couple cabinets are hanging open, and a loaf of bread sits on the countertop by a used butter knife. So this is another thing to show that maybe she was here.
Most of the bread is gone. The bread has gone somewhat stale. Dude, Keen Eye is crazy!
About as much as you'd expect after being left out overnight. Whoever left it here many hours ago. Okay, so it's not from this morning, but last night at least.
So it seems like she came home last night, made something quick to eat, and then left in a hurry with her jacket. Dude, no wonder all of the achievements for Keen Eye are like
sleuthing
famous detectives and stuff. That's crazy, dude.
We got a lot of information. It's a little messier, but it doesn't look like anything violent happened. Yeah, let's just do the Keen Eye. Looks normal. Possible she came home, grabbed food, and left in a hurry.
Did she have somewhere she needed to be?
She didn't say she had something she had to rush off to. Maybe she just had a panic after being possessed. But that was over 12 hours ago. I hope she would be home by now if that was...
Is Stella the sort of person to stop back home to make a snack in the middle of a mental health crisis?
Yes. And it's comforting to think that this might be all that happened. A panic attack is much more manageable than rotting ghouls or parasitic doughboy. Parasitic doughboy.
Oh, okay. Wayne and then ditchlings. Got it.
Okay, yeah, I don't think we're gonna... Let's move.
Okay, so she probably came home last night, but she's not here now, and we don't have any idea where she might have gone.
I thought I was overreacting this morning. I thought she would just be sleeping in. I can't believe she's actually missing. I mean, we don't know yet, but like...
We'll find her. Well, no, by definition, she is missing. This is what the definition of missing is.
So where to next? Don't know if Oscar is gonna go.
I have a personal ranking in my mind of where I would find Stella, or where I would find information on Stella. But
I would
it's up
say
to your interpretation.
Let's go to the diner next, because that should have people, right?
Exactly. With the miners there and everything, I think that makes a ton of sense. Before we do this, I want to ask you, are you planning on doing this one at all?
I don't think so, just because everything Stella's told me is that, like, she doesn't like.
It doesn't seem like she's very religious, right?
Yeah, and that, like, it's not even just the building, but the people in there.
Well, once again, they established you were privy to this conversation, but they established that despite being in like rural North Carolina, this entire town is not very religious. Yeah. So it's unlikely that you will find anybody there beyond the pastor and his wife, most likely. But I would like to just kind of, once again, because these are the types of thoughts that, you know, kind of elude you on occasion. I'm not a religious person. I think that religion is kind of silly overall. But if I encountered a fucking ghost, I would probably be like, yo, what the fuck? You know?
Were those books all right? Yeah, just, you know.
I would be like, So anyway, diner, of course. The diner was my number 2 as well. So.
Go to the diner. Good idea. Folks tend to congregate there. Maybe we'll run into someone who's seen Stella.
Here's hoping Quiddy doesn't try to rope me into clocking in early. Whoa! What?
The diner is busier than you've ever seen it. The small booths packed with... I wonder if it's... Well, I don't think it would all have to do with Wayne. Because you seem surprised.
Yeah, so literally last night when I did this, it was just these 4 people. Yeah, the rest of these people were not part of the strike.
This seems like a bigger deal. What's going on?
But I wonder why. Because I don't think... Because, like...
Maybe they're freaked out by Tabitha getting old?
Yeah, but why would that affect their job, I guess? And also, that happened last night. I don't know how many of these people are actually aware of Tabitha being, like, cursed by a ghost. In my playthrough, and they're probably going to talk about this in a second, but in my playthrough, if Tabitha goes with you into the mines to save the kids, the town has a better opinion of Tabitha because she was willing to risk her life to save a bunch of kids.
I wonder what's up then. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know what this is. There's a strike up at the mines. They've made the diner their base of operations.
Good for them. What time something like this happens? Okay, Panika, thank you. When you ask for the morning off, I didn't think you'd be showing up with friends.
Sorry, Aunt Winnie. Stella's gone missing, and I've been helping these 2 track her down. You haven't seen her, have you?
Don't you apologize, and I can't say I have. I've been a little preoccupied. This is great for business. These fellas can have as much free coffee as they can drink if they keep piling in like this.
Do you need any help?
No, Sal and I can handle this. One of your friends going missing more important than a busy shift. The miners don't even notice you enter the diner, and instead of speaking in hushed voices, argue with each other loudly enough for you to overhear easily.
I guess the shift schedules are pretty bad, and I'd like more vacation days. I'd love to be able to see my family around the holidays, and have better health benefits would be amazing. But what if she decides to fire all of us? Well, I guess I should do this too.
Okay, I was going to be like, let's switch off, but maybe you do Zack's.
Maybe I should do Zack's. I don't know. You're only a year or so into the work, and trust me, the longer it goes on, the more it sucks the life out of you. At first, you're just unhappy, but you figure you can weather it out till you find something better. A paycheck's a paycheck. Next thing you know, you lost the years of your life to a company that doesn't give a solitary shit about you, and that uses up every free second it can suck out of its workers and pays us just enough to survive, but not so much that we can ever save enough to get the hell out.
Zack, are you sure this isn't you speaking in the character?
Listen.
Okay, this...
Who's Harrison again?
I think this is the girl, so I can do it. But we could get fired for this. I really need the paycheck. I can't get fired. And the company housing, that makes a big difference for me.
Right, the company housing. How generous of Tabitha to put up in a company-owned shack that ain't had maintenance done in decades, taking a big chunk right out of your paycheck that sure as shit ain't going towards property tax and upkeep alone. The company housing that means almost nobody in this whole damn town owns the place they live.
We
have the number. Oh, very interesting. Straight up, this dialogue was, "We don't have the numbers, though." Zack's. That's very interesting. "We have the numbers on our side, Harrison. After what happened up there the other day, damn near everyone is joining the picket line." Oh, do you think that this is... Oh, this must be different because you saved everybody. And what's her face? Remember that shithead girl, the one who was like the bully in the mines?
Oh yeah, with like demoting
I think
dad.
her mom and her dad are rallying the miners because you got them out of there before the mine started collapsing. Interesting. Okay. "She can't afford to lose us all. We have the power here, so as long as we're united."
Have you seen Stella weigh in on Harrison? Yeah. So about the strike, I guess we should get going. Okay, let's ask about Stella. Have you seen her?
All of them turn towards you at the same time.
Yeah, well, you know, I'm here for 2 reasons now, but first reason, Stella. Miners turn toward the doorway, all eyes glaring at you in unison. The YouTuber?
"No, ain't seen her. As you can see, we've got a lot going on today. We'd appreciate it if you didn't butt in."
Harrison's voice drops to a barely audible mumble. Hope she's okay. Harrison seems nice. Let's ask about, like, the strike, because I don't want to butt in on Harrison's situation specifically. About the strike.
"We all know who you're related to, kid. Word travels fast, and I'll be damned if we talk business in front of you."
Mine feels none of you are even going to have jobs left to strike over. Look, I support you guys, but maybe you can save this until next week. Tabitha's mom just died. This whole strike thing is hardly fair. So
obviously, I am fully in support of them unionizing. I know that Tabitha's job is really tough, and I know that the mine doesn't make as much money as you would think, I guess. Or as much as like it would imply, considering that it is the lifeblood of the whole town. But like, this is the point that I'm kind of making, which is like, listen, guys, like, you know, like, it's a little brutal to be like, hey, we're gonna go on a strike during the week of your mom's death or your mom's funeral. Oh, by the way, you just aged 15 years, so you're like groggy and achy and irritable all the time. Like, I think maybe just like give it a week, you know?
Yeah. I may be the boss's cousin, but I support the strike. Do you think I like Tabitha? You met her, right? Let me promise you our blood relationship means nothing. That sucks. I don't actually have a horse in this raid. I didn't even know Scarlet Hollow existed until 2 days ago. Maybe I can convince Tabitha. I'm not a snitch! Drop it. I would probably agree with you. I'm like, hey, like, it's fine. Like, this is up to you guys. But, like, this is a really bad week to do this.
It's a really bad week to do this, and obviously I don't know the actual economics of all this. Like, do you think, based on what we've seen over the last 3 days, keeping in mind, we didn't know that Tabitha even existed 4 days ago, right? Well, that's not true, because she sent us the bus ticket. But anywho, over the course of the last 3 days, does Tabitha really feel like the kind of person who would be screwing over her workers?
I don't think so, especially with how she, like, talks about Perlan. Like, she definitely does not want to be how Perlan is.
She has like a very caustic sense of like duty and obligation in everything that she does. But like, she fucking hated Perlan, and she fully recognizes that it's like, yeah, this is all shit. But I think she like sits down, looks at the numbers, and is like, fuck. Yeah. This company is like careening towards the ground. You know? It's tough, man.
Yeah.
One of the things I was thinking that would be kind of interesting if they introduced it in episodes like 5, 6, and 7 was like you do have an actual conversation with Tabitha about like how is the business going, right? Not saying like I can do it better, but just like curious. And Tabitha is like, dude, we overhire so many people because we're the only like main business in town. We have like 3 times the people that we actually need to operate this mine, but I can't fucking tell anybody that because then the feds will come in and audit the shit out of our business.
Yeah.
You know, like, I think that'd be really interesting.
Okay.
Oh, she's having a difficult week. Is that why she's forcing her workers to go back into the mines just 2 days after a collapse? We don't care if it's the worst week of her life. She's been overworking us for as long as anyone can remember, just like her mother before her. It's time somebody stood up and stopped it.
Let's weigh in on... I feel like if we weigh out, maybe we can get Harrison to maybe try to, like, this out. I mean, the strike Harrison. Don't let them pressure you. What do you want to do, Harrison? Oh, wait. Oh, but... Is she, like... So she seems a little, like...
Harrison is the new blood compared to everybody else.
I want to... But maybe we can ask her just so we can learn more about, like, what she thinks as, like, a new person. I think that's...
like number 1.
Yeah, so what do you think? What do you want to do? Oh.
Fuck. Well, you stopped someone from joining the union.
Well, I didn't expect that to happen. I was just gonna be like, well, how do you feel about, like, working
Well, thank
here?
you for the achievement.
You're welcome.
The workers now hate you.
Oh, I don't know.
This ain't your business, and those sorts of questions are exactly what someone trying to break a strike would be asking. Who the fuck is Avery? Oh, Avery. Sorry, I thought it was one of the miners. Yeah. And I was like, what the fuck? Come on now, I don't think Dawn was trying to break your strike. And how would you know that? This person's a stranger and a Scarlet.
Hold your horses there, Zax. I don't care if y'all stand for a good cause. I don't even care how much bacon and eggs you bought. If you started fighting my establishment, you're out. Let's handle this like civil adults.
I'll kill you. You heard the lady. Don't get involved, or we'll all have to take this outside.
You know what bothers me? We can't bring up the fact that, like, I don't know what the kid's name is. Frick. The mom of the kid who almost died, right? Yeah. Threatened Tabitha. Becky? Like, we can't bring that up. And just say, like, we've had, like, this may... Like, you may be... Like, you guys are all potentially being used as revenge against Tabitha.
Sure, but the problem is that, like, they do need to unionize.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I just wanted to be aware.
Tough. No, right. But it is just tough, because if we talk about this from, like, a real-world standpoint, I think this is exactly the type of thing that does lead to ghost towns, right? Where it's like, if you were a moral person, you would recognize that, like, yeah, these miners are not in a situation that allows them to live, like, decent lives, right? Yeah. But at the same time, I firmly believe that the business literally just can't support them, like, more than it already does right now. Because, like, sure, we live in, like, a big fancy smancy mansion, but at the same time, it's super fucking obvious that the mansion is... Right, it's like a piece of shit, right? It's the House of Usher. So it's like, I'm sure in Zach's mind, not speaking from experience, he assumes, like, oh, the business owner, Tabitha, has all this money because she's a Scarlet. The town is named after her, yada, yada, right?
Yeah, I think it's way better than it is.
You know, because once again, it's like, I do firmly believe that Tabitha and the Scarlet family have enough money to, like, not have to worry about bills. Right? But, like, if the business isn't going to get any better, then you should kind of just shutter it. You should just liquidate it. But that would obviously ruin the entire town, which is why Tabitha is so fucking stressed all the time.
Yeah.
You know, because Tabitha does care about these people. And what Zack said is absolutely true, by the way. Like, the vast majority of people that live in Scarlet Hollow are living in corporate housing working for the mines. Because there's nothing else to do here.
Yeah.
Very night in the woods in that sort of way, right? Of people being like, well, I can't fucking leave.
Alright, fellas, we won't bother you. We'll make ourselves scarce. I guess we should get going, yeah. Turn to leave the diner. Avery and Kanika tree behind you. Still no sign of Stella. Maybe we could go to the mines first, because that's where Tabitha is.
I guess there's a decent chance Stella went to find your cousin.
That's me, but
I can't say I get it, but it's definitely something she would do.
You don't see it. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm just going to switch with you right this for just his lines.
Hold up. I'll just read it again. I'm sorry. I thought that was... Well, because once again, her mouth wasn't open and Avery moved, so I thought it was Avery.
Reasonable.
You don't see it? Oh, come on. The two of them have such a dynamic, you know? Classic dog and cat situation. That is very interesting wording that I'm going to bring up later. That is very interesting.
Come on, I'll drive us.
Mouth was open that time, Kanika.
You follow Kanika to her van, and it isn't long before you find yourselves outside the Scarlet Mines.
Oh my god, there's so many more people. That's crazy. Scarlet more like toilet.
What? A wall of bodies.
I am unhappy with the treatment I am receiving as a worker in the Scarlet Mines.
That's her reason.
That's a shitty
megaphones
sign.
in hand forms a human barricade around the entrance to the Scarlet Mines. I hope it's not weird to talk to them while they're in the middle of all this.
Don't worry, I know these guys. Most of them are in the diner at least a couple days a week. They'll be chill.
Will they be chill talking to Tabitha's cousin, though?
Look out, fellas! Wait, this is just Zack's again. This is the same fucking voice. Look out, fellas. That's the boss's cousin. And Zack says these kids were just down at the diner acting suspicious. Do not engage.
Have any of you seen Stella? Let's just see that first. Wait,
That's extremely reasonable.
Yeah, I was gonna say see the other options because I wasn't an explorer, but it's okay. The miners collectively ignore you. Okay, I asked about Stella.
But the explorer is always at the top of the list, Saba.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's why I was like, since it's not an explorer, I should see the rest, but that's fine. I think they may give us another. Look, I know you have a well-deserved bone to pick with Scarlet, but Stella doesn't have anything to do with this strike. Have you seen her or not? The YouTuber?
She's the one on all the ban from the property posters, right? We haven't seen her, and we've been out here all day, so we'd know if she'd come by.
Oh no, this isn't looking good.
It's okay. Just because she hasn't been seen today doesn't mean something bad happened to her.
We'll make sure to keep an eye out.
Oh, it's this guy. Oh, hello! I am, this is the voice of this guy. Fuck you, Summer.
Okay.
Can't say we'll be much help, though. We'll just be standing here for the foreseeable future.
Why are the cops here?
You want to do that?
Yeah. I mean, we can maybe ask them if the cops are here rather than going to the cops. Miss Scarlet requested we supervise the situation. The mine's the source of a lot of the jobs in town, and she wanted to make sure nobody did anything hasty while expressing their concerns. That's a polite way of saying that they're here to intimidate us. A little reminder from the boss that she owns more than just the I genuinely think Tabitha... It may be in the middle. Like, she's like, I also don't want anyone to do anything that, like, could get them hurt. But, eh.
I mean, I would argue that I think it's less about them getting themselves hurt and them damaging property.
Yeah, that's why I said in the middle. That's why I was like, she probably cares to a degree, but it's also, like you said. You be Deckerson.
Nobody's here to intimidate anyone.
Erickson.
But the Scarlet Mines are private property. Miss Scarlet has every right to request some oversight during a tense situation. there's a lot more of us than there are you. That's a good thing to say. That'll work great against cops. All right. So it's up to you. Do you want to try to negotiate past the picket line to talk to Tabitha or no?
I don't think it would be smart, because that would just seem like we're on... not to say we're not on her side, but it's like... I don't know how much we can help.
This is a big deal, right? The strike is a big deal.
Yeah, so... I know, but I just don't know how I could help these people out.
No, I'm
my hot thing isn't putting up any fight here. It's not helping me at all.
Bullshit!
I know.
It's so... Like, I can't believe that hot option from earlier was a joke!
Yeah.
It was like, oh, you actually think you're good at negotiating? It's like, no, guess what, motherfucker? We should be good at negotiating. Just like fucking wave your hips around and be like, hey, boys. And then they're like, okay, yes, ma'am. What the fuck?
It's kind of like you're incredible. We should have done in the diner where it's like we're passionately speaking and a tear rolls down our cheek and it's just
like we're an actress.
Yeah,
so that's a great idea, actually.
Yeah, but they didn't do that
because like, if you're hot, then yeah, just make it so that way you're really used to like using drama to like get your way.
Yeah, I would just say they haven't seen Stella. Let's go. If that means we don't have to talk to Tabitha, that's fine by me. Yeah, also, I don't think walking in there with Kanika would be, like, the best thing.
Kanika could just stay behind.
She could, but clearly her statement right there just indicated she would have gone in with us, which, I guess that's it for the mines. Come on, I'll drive us back to town. We can figure out our next move from there. Okay, if anything, I would want Church to be the last option. Like, we could try Oscar.
You want to do Oscar?
Yeah.
So I'm here to tell you that in my playthrough yesterday, this is where my screen went blurry and the game straight up said, man, you didn't expect your age to affect you so much, but thank God you have powerful build, because if you didn't, you're pretty sure you would pass out right now. And I was able to do one more.
Okay, well, we're young.
Because you have picked exactly the same options that I picked.
Wow, look at that.
So you want to do Oscar?
Yeah, let's do Oscar. Luckily, we're youthful, so we will not pass out. We should check in with Oscar.
That would be actually kind of interesting if you went in to visit Tabitha and you saw her passed out on her desk because she's just fucking old.
Oh, well, we won't know now, I guess. Hope nothing else happened after we went home last night. Because Oscar's also just library, right? So
correct.
We'll go into library.
Oscar is library, and Oscar was the what we were doing last night, so that makes sense. You know what? I just thought of something. Do you think? Because I mean, even if Tabitha and you are both like after the aging process, you're pushing 40, right? Or like just past 40. I mean, 40 is like old-ish, but like I don't know. Do you really hurt that much?
No, see, this is the thing where I'm like, it's on one part and they could just be accidentally following into this like weird trope of like, how and sometimes animes, as soon as you reach 30, suddenly like the characters look like they're 45 and like above.
That is true.
Yeah, so it could be that, but it also could be like this ghost stuff actually like messes with you way worse than you think.
Well, so the thing I was thinking of was like, I wonder if it's actually that we're that physically disabled, or if it's because of the juxtaposition of how we felt 2 days ago.
Yeah, because I'm like, I don't think it's. I mean, I hope it's not that.
Like if I went to bed last night and then woke up tomorrow suddenly a decade and a half older than I was the night before, the juxtaposition of like my joints and my back and like my general stamina, yeah, that would fuck me up a lot. Whereas like I think it's like a frog boiling in water situation, right? Where it's like if you had actually experienced that over the course of 10, 15 years, I think you wouldn't have noticed it that much.
I don't think it would feel that bad, and I don't know if it would be that bad. Yeah. So it's just there's a couple of factors. I don't know.
There was that very interesting experiment that they did in India, which I thought was like an interesting like location for this. They did an experiment where essentially they had this like little controlled community of people who were just kind of doing their own thing over the course of I think 4 months,
And the thing was that they all had to wear what if they were not sleeping or eating, they had to wear this special helmet that had like this flat top on the top of it, and they would check in every morning and receive a little weight. It was like a plate of metal, not super heavy, but like a little plate of weight, and they would just place it on top of their head. And it was like this really weird experiment of like a community of like 10, 15 people that had to walk around like doing their regular business in this controlled community with like just ever increasing weight on their head every day. And the interesting part of the experiment was that like for the older people, obviously they had to like tap out early because like their fucking necks literally couldn't handle it. But then it was like the one of the factors that was really interesting was that there was a surprising number of people, like of the 10 or 15, it was like 6 or 7, were like, yeah, I barely even noticed. Like the thing I noticed by far the most was the helmet that I had to wear, not the weight that it was putting on my neck and head. And that was just like an experiment to show of just like, if you do it slowly enough, like the human body can adapt to almost anything. So, anywho.
So brave for sleeping in that house after everything we went through. I'd rather sleep in the woods with the ditchlings than someplace that was haunted. That was that haunted. Sorry, I needed to add that.
Your mom said it's safe, and I'm inclined to believe her. Why would she lie?
But how would she know that?
Magic, probably, but there's only one way to find out. Let's go.
Morning light streams in through the library's large windows. In the bright daylight, it's once again a place of comfort. All menace have fled in the wake of Charles Shaw Jr.'s departure. No ghost, thank God. Not up for an encore.
Yeah, it's gone, just like your mom said it would be.
I guess Oscar must be in the back. I know that's where I'd be if I finally got my house back.
I've always been surprised at how much, how unsupervised this place is. Sometimes it feels like anyone could just walk in and do whatever they wanted.
Like, what? Steal books?
I mean, they could, right? I'm not saying anyone would. I'm just saying that people in this town trust each other. A lot. It's nice. Remember, Avery came from fucking Charlotte, North Carolina, the big city.
Let's go find Oscar. You make your way back towards the annex. It feels strange to be back here in the light of day, as if the events of the previous evening were all just a terrible dream.
This hallway really takes me back. It feels like it was only yesterday that we were last year. Blissfully unaware that our lives are about to change forever.
It was only yesterday.
I know.
Nika knocks on the door. Oh, good morning. It's so good to see all of you. Please come in. You have no idea how good it felt to sleep in our house last night. Though I suppose I didn't do too much sleeping. I mostly sat and stared at the hatch all night. Nothing happened, though, but the idea that something could happen was more than enough to keep me wide awake. Are you sure you're not insane right now? Are you sure you're not just delusional? How's Tabitha this morning?
What the fuck are you talking about?
No, like, are you sure, like, he actually didn't stay awake and he's, like, in a loopy thing because he's, like, sleep deprived? There's a strike at the mine. She's a little busy. She's grouchy. I'm worried about her. She's going to work herself to death. She seems tired. I'll tell you, but that woman is like a cage of suppressed emotions. I don't even really think she knows what she's doing. Who even cares what Tabitha's doing? We didn't come here to talk about Tabitha. The first one! Strike.
The strike?
Yeah. Yeah, she's a bit busy. A strike? That can't have been pleasant for her to wake up to today of all days. On the other hand, I feel like she had this coming, and I'm glad the workers are demanding to be treated better. But at the same time, I'm kind of feel bad for her. I never thought I'd say that, but it's true.
What she did last night was very brave. Or, I guess last night was brave. There's no very. And I wonder how much of the way she's been running that place was really Pearl Ann's doing. There may be more to Tabitha than we all thought.
Let's not get too optimistic. Okay.
Once again, I firmly believe that she did not do that out of, like, heroism. I believe she did that out of guilt.
right? Taking on the burden.
Sure, but it's still technically a heroic act. Intention's not included, right? She did sacrifice herself for something.
Sure, but I don't know. I do feel like that is actually a really interesting statement that I've never really considered before. Because like, if you do something heroic, but for like selfish or coerced reasons, is it still heroic? I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, devoiding like intention, the act itself is. Yeah.
Right. Like if you accidentally set an orphanage on fire when you were younger, and then years later you run into a burning orphanage to save as many kids as possible, that's still heroic, despite the fact that you're clearly doing it because you feel guilty. Yeah, okay.
So, what brings you here? Stella's been missing since last night, and we're trying to figure out if anyone's seen her. She hasn't gotten in touch with any of you? I'm trying to freak out a little. I really care about her, and she's just gone. So I'm guessing that's a no. Nope. We have no clue where she's gone with that. Asking if would be asking. I do want to say she's important to us after and that's not flirting, right? So that's like, I want to say
I'm gonna say I think it's a soft affection increase, but I don't think it implies that you're going to be romancing.
That's good, because I would say after all we've been through together, there is like, what is it, like trauma bonding. So to a certain degree, I'm like, Stella's been through a lot with
trauma bond. All 3 of the crazy whacked out things that happened over the last 3 days have been with her. So yeah, you're super right.
So I would be like, I definitely care about how she's doing, you know. So.
Sweet. Okay, so we're gonna do this.
Yeah. So clicked on. It's okay, Dawn. We're going to find her. That's not good. I haven't seen her since she ran off last night. God, I feel like this is all my fault. I should have done a better job warning her. Stella was practically banging down your door trying to get evidence of ghosts. I don't think you were going to be able to stop her. There's no way you could have known she would react when she found it.
I don't even think she knew how she would react. And besides, you don't know how bad it was going to get. You can't blame yourself for everything, man. I know you probably feel like it's your responsibility to make sure everyone around you is okay, but sometimes it's just not going to be possible. You're only one guy.
Sorry that I can't be more helpful, especially after everything you all have done for us. I know time is of the essence right now, but while you're here, I wanted to let you know that I am determined to do whatever I can to help investigate what's happening to our town. Another person! I was hoping we could compare notes. It might help me narrow down where I should start my research. As far as I'm aware, there was nothing paranormal in Scarlet Hollow before very recently. Now here we are, suddenly surrounded by weird little goblin creatures in the woods and plagued by angry ghosts. Presumably the death of Pearl Ann.
I would assume that the death of Pearl Ann is the thing that started the wheels in motion, correct? That's my assumption as well.
You think there was an inciting event, right? I do. That's my thought too. I was never like this in the Holler before. Something must have happened that kicked off all this magic stuff.
Avery stares at you.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, it's obvious, right? The only things only started happening once Dawn got here.
Kanika shoots Avery a glare. No, we are not throwing Dawn under the bus.
What? There's nothing wrong with being a magical catalyst.
Sure, there's probably nothing wrong with someone being a magical catalyst, but there's definitely something wrong with saying someone is a magical catalyst. People get the wrong idea. We're only a couple of steps away from the whole town deciding to shaw her. Nobody's going to drag Dawn into a witch hunt on my watch. I like to think we've outgrown the days of running people out of the town on rails. I'd rather play it safe.
Don't worry. It's not like I'm going to run around town telling everyone that Dawn magicked a bunch of terrible disasters into existence. But if there's a catalyst for all of this, why wouldn't it be a lost Scarlet finally coming home to Scarlet Hollow?
If I may, Dawn getting into town isn't the only major event that happened lately. Thank you. Pearl Ann died over a week ago, and those creatures in the woods were already reproducing by the time she arrived. Yes. I think that's a more correct conclusion. Thank you, Oscar. Not to mention, I started seeing things in our house before Pearl Ann passed. I never thought to make a note of exactly when the spirit made itself known.
So it's entirely possible that it was just Pearl Ann's death.
It could be something to do with Wayne as well. Maybe Pearl Ann did something to Wayne.
Well, because remember, as far as anyone knew, Wayne was dead and gone, right?
No, I know.
The only person who has not been surprised by the appearance of Wayne was Sybil.
Yes. But I'm saying perhaps, like, there was a magic cast on Wayne before Pearl Ann died. That may be another thing, but...
Maybe. It's hard. It's really hard to make, like, a timeline since it's literally not done yet, right?
Yeah. If there's a root cause for all of this, hopefully there's a way to put the genie back in the bottle. I'm going to do my best to find out if there have ever been any similar events and whether there's anything special about Scarlet Hollow that might explain what's going on. We'll fill you in on what we know, so you at least have a place to start. Are we sure the ghost is really gone? I think that's...
Oh, that's important.
And we've been finding these weird stone seals. I wonder if it could be the work of some sort of cult. I'd rather do the seals first. Make sure Pixel stays inside or he might get grabbed by ditchlings. That's also a good thing to say. I think there's something in the... That's also... I want to bring that up! But let's do...
I want to... Like, if I don't remember this conversation,
and clinic.
I would definitely say Pixel first, then carvings, then there's something in the clinic, because it's probably another carving, right?
Just true. We can say Pixel first, yeah. If you want. These are options I want to say. The ditchlings are those things from the woods, right? With those faces?
Yeah, the anguished doughboys. I kind of like them. It's like a hidden object game out there today, with all the weird little faces peering out of the bushes.
Like them? Are we talking about the same creature that have been laying eggs in the local wildlife?
I don't want to get friendly with them or anything. I just think they're kind of interesting.
Each their own, yes. Will do. I can't imagine how devastated Rosalina would be if something were to happen to him, especially after everything she's been through. Okay, seals, yeah. R, please.
I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I thought you were telling me to press the letter R twice, not seal as in or.
or.
Oh, God. That's really funny.
We've been finding these weird stone seals. There was one in the mines and another in your basement. There might be more. Those are those carvings you mentioned last night, right? To think there was something like that under my house all this time? And to think someone must have put it there. But who? Gives me quite a few threads to follow. Thank you, Dawn. Okay, well, it's okay. I'd rather say that first, because I think that's something that Oscar can actually look up versus
that's something that you can actually look up, right? Now, It is tough because we don't have, like, a picture for Oscar. I'm pretty sure that if we were to try to go take a picture of one of them, our presence would re-trigger the stone and then, like, a meteor would come down and kill us all.
I think we could potentially, like, give a vague sketch, but I don't think they think
probably. Do you even remember what they look like?
Yeah, one of the circle. The first one I don't really know. That was like a really weird shape. It was like a weird flower bud looking thing. The second one was like rabbits being chased by like a wolf or something like that. So or lamb. Okay.
So maybe. All of them have a similar vibe in that it's like it's a simple design that is then repeated as it spins around a center point.
Yeah.
So I don't remember what the first one was, but I remember it was like a bunch of snakes or something. So that's kind of interesting that you remember the second one being like a wolf being chased by a rabbit. Or sorry, other way around.
It was either a rabbit or a lamb or whatever, but yeah.
I mean, like sacrificial lamb, especially considering that it was fucking Edwardine that just clobbered what's his face in the skull. Yeah, that makes sense, I think.
Dawn, didn't you say you felt something similar to the mine seal outside the clinic? Oh, she brought it up. Thank God. Yesterday, I hope that doesn't mean something weird is about to happen there, too. We need to go there. We need to save them.
Uh-oh. Losing the only doctor's office in town feels like it would be bad.
Here's hoping we sort things out before that becomes an issue. Nope. It's already an issue. You know, I was thinking about filling that basement with cement and pretending it was never part of this house, but if we're all here, maybe we should go down and... Oscar sighs. Take a closer look at that carving seal, whatever it is. I think it would be best if you did it without me. Could you imagine
if we pop open the hatch, look at the seal again, and then it just cuts to us just going... It's like we're like on fire. Oh, God. Oh, heck yeah! It'll be like checking out the behind the scenes of a haunted house in the morning after.
Okay, Avery. I mean, I know you're joking, but that's literally what we'd be doing, right?
Now that you mention it, yeah, I guess that wouldn't be the best, or wasn't the best analogy.
It's been bad enough going into haunted houses and abandoned coal mines at night, but there's something that feels so much worse about going down there in the middle of the day. I don't know, Kanika. I feel like... I can't say I'm thrilled at the thought of it either, but we need to do whatever we can to start getting ahead of things. I really don't think this is a good idea. I get it, I don't want to go down there, but we have to check it out. I mean, that's reasonable. Going down there is worth the risk. We've been seeing ditchlings in broad daylight. I don't think we have the luxury. That seems pretty good. Let's go, Oscar. Conquer your fears! Oh no, ghost or not, there's still a 100-year-old corpse down there that was murdered by Mina. Never open that hatch again. I think the ghost is gone. Even if the ghost is gone, the carving might still be able to do something to us. We should leave it. I don't think we have the time to dig around in your basement right now. We're still on Stella's quest. I think the second one, yeah. I mean, if something bad starts happening, we could be like, okay, I think it's us, and I think
yeah, about to say, it's like, okay, clearly it is in fact us.
Yeah.
Saba, I'm sorry to say, I didn't even know this scene fucking existed.
Oh, well, I guess you and I both don't know what's gonna happen. I couldn't agree more. For everything you've done to keep my family safe the past few days, I'm not going to risk losing our home because I was too scared of an old stone carving. Oscar, I feel like this is a bad idea.
What? You don't want to put yourselves in another potentially life-threatening situation?
Not if I can help it. I'm not really a hands-on kind of investigator. That's Stella's thing. You don't have to go down there with us. You can wait upstairs. Oscar leads you back down the familiar hallway to Rosalina's room. Do we see any ditchlings? I don't think so.
Right there.
That's a bat! Don't say that about a bat! Oh, hey, Dad. What are you all doing here? I'm going back into the basement, Rosa. I'm afraid there's something down there that might help us figure out what's going on in town. It's probably best you go to the library while we... No way. If you're going down there, I'm going too. Remember what you said last night? No more secrets. We're in this together. Okay, Rosa. You're right, Rosa. You can come with us. No more secrets. It's not a secret. Am I the only person in town who doesn't have a death wish?
Sybil said that the ghost is gone. I really don't think there's anything to be afraid of down there anymore.
Just give me a moment to move all this stuff out of the way. Oscar gets to work moving the furniture from the trapdoor. His broad shoulders making quick work of it. Before you and your companions know it, you find yourselves transfixed to the trapdoor.
I don't want to go back down there.
It's okay, Alexis. You don't have to come with us.
Teen interests.
Nice.
Nice. And then your favorite, many boys.
It was good.
God, I can't even begin to describe how fucking funny it would be if there was like a K-pop band that was literally just called Many Boys, and it was just like 60 members that none of which can sing.
Oh my god. We can stay up here together while everyone else goes down there. Oscar opens the hatch with a menacing crack. Everyone's heart skips a beat. Avery's might have skipped a beat out of excitement rather than fear.
Yo!
But none of you are swept up into a ghost nightmare puppet show. The sun continues to shine. The birds continue to sing outside Rosalina's window. See? Nothing to be worried about. I mean, you could probably just shine a light down there.
It's like a tentacle comes out. And
yeah. Slight tremor in his voice tells you he's mostly saying that to himself. Shall we? You're sure you want to do this? I won't stop you, but I do not like the vibes I'm getting from that pit.
Descend.
Descend.
Return to the basement. Nice.
You descend the basement stairs and find yourself in the same cold, unfinished place you were in last night.
Hold on, you two. Why are you glowing?
You know, just to make sure we can see them. I mean, Avery's hair is the same shade of black.
That is true. That is true.
You can't shake an oppressive feeling, but whether the feeling is driven more by the trauma of the past or by something more tangible, you're unsure. Well, I guess whatever we're looking for is in that pit. Guess we should take a look. Oscar walks up to the burial site, eyes widening as he peers inside. I don't think we should look in there. But, you know what? We might as well.
You know what? Hold on.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
Okay, we could stare into the pit then.
And if, like, we turn into some sort of, like, horned devil and kill Avery, then, yeah, we'll reload.
The eternally screaming remains of Charles Shaw Jr. are exactly where you left them last night, staring back up. Yeah, you see, it's a wolf. I don't think it's just wolves chasing.
It's like a goat. It's like a goat
in the middle, yeah. The carving lies beneath him.
This might be our opportunity to move the body and actually see what it looks like.
Last night, staring back up at you from empty socks, the carving lies beneath him, the heavy, cold stone acting as his coffin. Its style is more than just similar to the carving in the mines. Both stones were carved by the same art. I don't realize that keen eye could tell us it's carved by the same person. Whoa. Charlie. Whoa, cool.
Dang, Charlie. Dawn's grandma really did a number on you.
Nobody touch it! I'll have to call Dr. Kelly about this. We should put his body to rest, right? And that's what Sybil said she would do, but, that's how these things usually go.
I mean, it's been a day.
Yeah, so, maybe not enough time. No.
Oh, you see this?
Photo?
That might be important later.
That's you.
Sorry, I was reading it in my head.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Good job.
I read it in my mind,
job, man.
And I was like, wait, that's not right. Sorry. At least in the movies, and hey, we disturbed his body and he hasn't come back for a sequel. Confirmation that he's gone for good, right?
I think so. Gonna make it a lot easier to sleep tonight. Does that mean you'll let me sleep in my actual bed? Just like a teen to just quickly, we're over this now. We finished, and it's not important to me anymore. Whoa. Let's give it one more night. I still don't know how I feel about you sleeping on top of that rock. What do we think? We should destroy this thing? Well, I've seen I don't know if we should do that. I'm gonna go. You can look at the carving on your own later. I'm done with this place. We could do maybe the explore. What do we think? Wolves encircling a goat. It's a start. What was the carving in the mines? Oh. Okay, we got a circle of arms bound up in chains. Fantastic.
Oh, okay. Wait. So hold on. Wolves surrounding a goat. Arms bound up in chains. The arms bound up in chains feel like that would be referencing the miners, right? Because the miners were forced to work there, essentially. And this one, wolves... Well, how many wolves was it? I think it was 3?
3, I think, yeah.
So, I mean, Edwardine and Enoch, that's 2. So who's the 3rd? If we assume that the goat was
Grandpa?
Charles Shaw Jr.
The father of Enoch? Or did you mention
No, he's already dead. He was dead long before. Not to be too keen. You know who I think the 3rd one might be?
What, Pearl Ann?
Well, no. Pearl Ann wouldn't have been alive. She wouldn't be alive for fucking 100 years.
Okay,
no, the witch. Remember the one who gave him the map to find the stone in the first place?
Mm-hmm. I wonder, yeah.
Oh, Stella did take a photo of it.
Stella took a photo of it. Not that that's helpful right now, but maybe once we find her, she can send it to you. That's good. Interesting. I'm sure the description will be more than enough to get started. Can Alexis and I help? I want to know why someone put this creepy stuff under my room. Sure, you can help. I've seen enough. It's time to go. Yeah, let's go back upstairs now that we know it's safe down here. I'll come back on my own time to do more thorough examination. You and the others make your way back up to Rosalina's room.
We come up and Alexis and Kanika are just gone.
Oh. As soon as you're all in one place, Oscar closes the trapdoor and moves the pile of furniture back in place. So, did y'all get possessed or cursed or something?
No, but we did see a dead body.
Hold on a second. Do you consider a skeleton having seen a dead body, or would you just say we saw the skeleton?
Obviously.
No. So in terms of just speaking, like, would you say we saw like a skeleton? Because when I think of a dead body, right, I think my mind instantly goes to like someone with all of their flesh still.
You're thinking like a corpse, which I think would be more accurate. But if somebody like that wasn't just a skeleton, it still had some sort of like viscera on it, as you clearly saw, or at least it was dirty. I would like if somebody this is
I feel like I would say a corpse
Adrian,
then over
this
dead
is Adrian's
body.
our machete swords situation.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm kind of asking. I'm like, I feel like I would say corpse.
If you told me I saw a dead body and then you actually saw a skeleton, I would not be mad at you.
Yeah, but I definitely think corpse.
Now, if you just saw like a skull, then no, that's not a dead body, right? But just similarly, if you found like a disembodied arm, I wouldn't say that you saw a body either, right?
Yeah. Okay. Close enough. I'm glad I stayed put. Alexis, you want to see a picture of it?
Ew. Okay.
I'm not sure that's appropriate. Alexis's parents might not approve of you showing their daughter pictures of dead people. And they already showed her. They let her watch all kinds of scary movies, Dad. It's fine. And maybe she can help with the investigation, too.
Yeah, it's totally okay, Mr. Gutierrez. I don't want to see it in person, but I do want to see it.
Before Oscar had a chance to get in another word, Rosalina's already pulled up the picture on her phone.
Whoa, I can't believe you're gonna sleep in here. You're so brave.
Oh, I'll be back to check in on you two in a minute. Got a couple of things to finish up with these fine folks. Yes, we are fine. You, Kanika, and Avery follow Oscar back into the main foyer, I'm assuming. So, I have more than enough to get started on my research now, but is there anything else I should know about? Oh, we can still say there's something in the clinic! Let's go! I think there's something in the clinic. There was this door yesterday, and it kind of sucks. Right? I'd almost forgotten about everything that happened yesterday. You said there was something that reminded you of the mines, right? I kind of said that. I see. I'll dig up what I can on the clinic. There's a lot of history there. I wouldn't be surprised if there's something haunting that place, too. Oh, yeah, because it was. Yeah, it does have history. Actually, that's very helpful. Thank you. True.
You have a friend that lives there, right? Should we tell him that something bad might happen to his house? He might want to stay someplace else for now, if at least the few nights are any indication, or the last few nights are any indication.
Ooh, this is good. Yeah, I can shoot Reese a warning text, but I don't know if his mom will let him leave.
So I'm going to be straight with you. I think in every of my other playthroughs, both of them, I think I skipped talking to Oscar because I was like, he's not going to help find Stella. And technically, I was right. He's not helping find Stella. However, this feels very important considering that we are 2 hours into stream. Saba, I'm here to tell you, we are way more than an hour away from the end of this chapter. You have once again stumbled into way more content than I knew existed.
I guess I'm happy to defy your expectations.
I'm going to say it's your fault.
Thank you. Yeah, we said that. She's got an iron grip on the poor dude, and she's probably even more skeptical than I am or was. We need to get Reese out of there before something bad happens to him. That is true. Reese and her movie night is the perfect cover. That's good. We should investigate the clinic. I'm sure Reese will be fine. I'm gonna break into the clinic and see what I can find. Remain silent. Yeah, we could say, I do want to get him out as fast as possible. This is good. It's perfect cover to investigate.
I'm gonna tell you straight up. For me, what happened was, so don't forget, and you don't have to do this, but I'm just reminding you that you were still invited to talk to Sybil because she said that she had something important to tell you, right?
Yeah.
If you do that, Avery leaves and Kanika never leaves the house afterwards. So you end up going to the clinic alone.
Oh. Well, I do
I
kind of want to
have
go
never been able to find how to get more people to come with you until this, I think.
Well, we'll see if we're even going to be able to, avoid that scenario. But let's bring this up, yeah. We just mentioned a movie night. It's the perfect cover for an investigation. Who knows if that would fly with Dr. Kelly, though? After last night, I'm pretty sure she's not going to let any of us near her house.
She's the only doctor in town. She can't just ban people from the clinic, right?
I don't think so, but hopefully nobody gets sick or hurt enough to justify a visit over the next couple of days. If we're going to investigate the clinic, I think we're going to have to break in.
Whoa, that is unexpected coming from you.
It's what Stella would do, and she's been 3 for 3 this week when it comes to finding spooky stuff. She's also been 3 for 3 when it comes to finding her way into mortal peril. This is why we have to find her as soon as possible. It shouldn't fall on me to suggest we do something dangerous. I'm terrible at selling it. It's not that I don't think we should figure out what's going on in there. We just need to be cautious about what we do next. You don't want anyone to get attacked or possessed by any more ghosts, even if it is to help a friend. I don't know if we have time to play it safe. Just give me a day or two to do some research before you do anything rash, okay? Nope! Not enough time, Oscar, I'm sorry.
If you want to say the cult, you can, but it's your prerogative.
I don't think it has to do with the cult. I mean, I think maybe friggin' Enoch did some black magic, but like...
I definitely think Enoch did some black magic at the expense of his family for gains within his lifetime.
I think the top one, but let me just quickly scroll down. Sounds like you got something to work. It's fine. We could say we're missing part of the team. Gotta go find her.
This one?
Yeah. I agree. We need her brazen energy if we're going to do any serious sleuthing. See you around. Well,
see you around, Oscar.
Let us know what you find. I will. So that's Oscar. Any other ideas? I mean, I guess the church, right? There's not really much else to...
I'm gonna say, for the sake of time, we can definitely do this. We will probably go long if we do the church, because the church is a whole other scene. It'll be a lot shorter since we don't have some of the traits that I think we need in order to fully appreciate this scene. But the reason why I would suggest, beyond just like logic, the reason I would suggest going to the church is that I think the church is giving us clues as to episode 5.
Okay. That could be interesting.
Because like you've noticed that in every episode, like 2 gave clues about 3, gave clues about 4. I think 4 is giving clues about 5.
Seems reasonable.
So you want to do that?
Yeah. Check out the church. I don't know, we just gotta look everywhere. The church, why?
I see what you're thinking. Stella was confronted by evidence of the afterlife, so she might be trying to get all that religious stuff. It's worth checking out.
I think we're barking up the wrong tree, but I guess you're right. There's no point in not being thorough. Yeah, see, we're just gonna be thorough.
I wouldn't mind stocking up on some holy water while we're there, too. Seems like a good idea to cover all our bases at this point.
I don't think Baptists do the holy water thing, but I'm sure Pastor Daniel would pretend to bless some water if it means keeping us around a little longer.
That's good enough for me.
Let's not linger, though. I don't want him thinking we're possible converts. Kind of cute. Nico leads the way, taking you up the gradual slope towards the church. Towards.
You know, I've lived here for a few years now, and I've never actually been to the church.
That's probably for a good reason. Where is that weirdo? He just pops out behind you. Yep, there he is.
Oh, my. 4 visitors at once. On a Thursday? This is unprecedented.
But there are only 3 of us? Oh no, were we followed by a ditchling? We followed by Wayne,
Sup,
Zane?
people?
Zane. Oh, it's just Zane. What are you doing here?
All the glimpses of death I've had in the past 2 days have forced me into the midst of an existential crisis, my dudes. I wanted to see if faith held any answers for me. Alas, I have not yet found the solace that I seek. Give it time, Zane.
it sometimes takes a while for the Lord to work his way into your heart. But when he does, you won't regret letting him in. Be sure to look over those pamphlets I gave you. And of course, I'm always here if you need to talk. Sure thing, Pastor D. Peace, y'all. Walks away.
Anyway, we're looking for Stella. She wandered off last night and no one has seen her since. Starting to get pretty worried. We'd hope maybe you or Janie had seen her.
I can't speak for Janie, but I'm afraid I've seen neither hide nor hair of Stella. If you'd like to talk to my wife, she's just over by the alpacas. Though, Dawn, I was hoping I might be able to talk in private.
What do you have to say to her that you can't say in front of us?
Please, if you wouldn't mind, it's a personal matter. It's all right. We can get the juicy details later. I'd rather folks not pry on this. You know how rumors get started.
Yeah, I'm happy to talk to him. Yeah, what do you have to say that you can't say in front of Kanika and Avery? No way I'm not talking to you in private. Maybe it's be like, okay, I'll talk to you. Because I feel like if he has something to say, he will not. It seems like he will not say it in front of these two.
He's deeply embarrassed for a reason that makes more sense if we have different traits, but
yeah,
we can just do this.
Yeah. We got keen eye. Hopefully that'll help us. If you're sure. I guess we'll leave you to it while we check in with Janie. Be right over there by the fences. That's conveniently in your line of sight, okay?
See you in a minute.
Your friends head off towards Janie and the alpacas, leaving you alone with the nervous pastor. I looked at friends and my mind just went, fiends. Fiends. And I was like, God dang it.
Has gotten into your mind.
I'm so glad you
decided to come visit me. So many young people these days seem to think that they can solve all their problems on their own. Meanwhile, God is right there, ready to help them. If only they'd let him into their hearts.
The pastor's eyes dart back towards the alpacas.
Okay, good, they're gone. You're new in town. What kind of impression did I make on you? Am I creepy?
Oh, there's keen eye. I think your problem is that you keep telling people what to do instead of actually treating them like human beings.
Ha!
Woof! That is keen eye. You're extremely creepy. I don't think you're creepy at all. If anything, you've been extremely welcoming. Personally, I don't like the cut of your jib. I don't like the cut of your jib! You haven't been-
Like the cut of your jib,
you haven't really done anything wrong, but you have no chill. And that's pretty reasonable. Kanika said you smiled through her dad's funeral. Ooh. Not necessarily. I think this is part of the problem. If you have to pull strangers aside to ask them if you're creepy, you'll probably come off creepy. Heard him in silence. I mean, we gotta do keen eye, right?
Hey, you got it, right? Like, you got it.
Yeah. Like, have you tried inviting folks fishing or hiking? Have you tried throwing a party? Or do you just hand people pamphlets and tell them to think about the big man upstairs?
That would require people to want to do things like go fishing with me. I've put in the effort, you know. Janie is excellent at making friends, but they've all made it clear they're her friends. They try to avoid me whenever it's possible. I'm sure they've been suggesting she divorce me. I don't know why it's so hard. I don't know what's wrong with me. But no, I sound bitter. I'm sorry. It's never been like this for me before. I had plenty of friends all through school. It's like Scarlet Hollow itself just wants me gone.
He's interrupted by the sound of a snapping twig and a high-pitched giggle, partly muffled by the underbrush on the edge of the property. I don't know, this is a little suspicious.
Tulip! Come out of there. You know you're not supposed to play in the woods.
Tulip glances back into the woods, quiet as she hesitates. Oh dear, is it a child?
Tulip, are you going to be good? Or are we going to skip story time tonight?
I'll be good. You don't have to skip story time. I won't go into the woods, I promise.
That doesn't sound like Pearl, you fuck! You have one job.
It doesn't have to be the same child, okay? Pearl's Pearl. We have different. This is a different child.
This is horse shit. I know you won't, Tulip, because you know it's too dangerous for little girls in there. Why don't you go help Mama with the alpacas? It's just about time they got fed. You can give them hay. Yay!
Tulip smiles broadly, seemingly excited by the prospect, and hurries off. Tulip is a cute name.
Tulip is an adorable name. And look, Tulip's there now. Sorry I had to have a firm parent moment just then. She's been trying to run off into the woods a lot lately, and it's really dangerous, even for adults. There's this massive trash dump not too far past the trees, but it must be at least 50 years old. It's all grown over and looks like part of the landscape.
Oh, is that the thing that Stella brought up?
Tetanus Lake, yeah.
Yeah.
But if you accidentally walk on it, you might find yourself falling into a hip-deep mound of rusty cans and broken glass.
Why do I feel like that's something that's gonna happen now? God dang it.
Tulip made up some imaginary friends and keeps telling us that they want her to go out there.
No.
Like the word of some fictional creature she made up is going to convince us it's a good idea for her to play in somebody's old garbage.
No, they're probably not imaginary friends. That sucks.
But she's 7. Of course she would get some funny little ideas like that. I'd love to get the community to rally around a big cleanup. It's about time somebody got rid of all that junk.
Oh, look at that! Oh, Tetanus Lake. Still told me about that. How big is the trash dump are we talking? How would a weekend of hard work clear it out?
So this one's very interesting because this one was always here, and then in my Gentle Giant playthrough, it was explore this, but then powerful build. Like, is this something? How big are we talking? Would a weekend of hard work clear it out as you flex? Which is funny.
What's that you were saying?
You should finish off with this.
Yeah. None of their friends used to play. No, well, that's stupid. That's a stupid thing. Yeah. No, not that either. Okay, yeah, let's go back up and say Stella brought it up, and then we should say how big does it take? Yeah.
Tetanus Lake. That's an accurate name. I wonder if Tulip would stay away if I start calling it that, or if it would make it sound more alluring.
Yeah. Now that one. How big is it? Would it take a weekend?
Maybe if you had construction equipment and a team of professionals. It's a big area, and I have no idea how deep it goes.
Oh my god, when he says deep, that just makes me feel like there is a stone there, and that's where we're going.
In the meantime, I'm just making sure Tulip knows not to go near it.
Yeah, imaginary.
You know, there is something that I could have swore that I saw in one of my playthroughs that we have not seen in this playthrough at all, which was I could have swore that at some point you go and you visit the Duke's farm, at least like briefly, and yeah. I don't know, I have a vivid image in my mind of like this old shitty looking like ranch house that has been split down the middle, and like the left half of the farm is like all one type of crop, and the right half of the farm is all like another type of crop. And I just remember, like, I swear I remember seeing that, but I'm only just now realizing I didn't see it in this playthrough or in my Gentle Giant playthrough.
I will say, I'm thinking maybe perhaps this pastor has the unfortunate trait of smiling when he's like stressed.
I think that he is a very socially awkward man who cares a lot about other people's opinions. So like when he was like a young adult, he really ingratiated in his mind the idea of like, oh, normal people do this, normal people do that. And now he just kind of defaults to these things in situations that don't make any sense. Because you're right. He is literally, like, we're having a conversation about fucking whatever, and he still just has this same smile on his face. And it's like, this, to me, it explains why he was smiling all throughout Kanika's dad's funeral. Not because he was happy, but because he doesn't know what else to fucking do.
Yeah, that, or, like I said, stress-induced smiling. And he just, like, that's what he does. And I'm like, that's unfortunate for you. Yeah, imaginary friends.
Oh, she's just been talking to these friends of hers lately. Little stories about creatures that live in the church. I'm sure she saw some animal in there and decided it was her friend. It's nothing to be overly concerned about except the trash heap situation.
Oy, that's unfortunate. Okay.
Before we move on, because the scene is going to move on in a second, I want to say 2 things. One of which you're going to experience on your own, since your Luna Lovegood playthrough has talked to animals.
I could talk to alpacas?
Well, I don't know about that. Maybe in the next chapter. But I'm not going to give you too much because there's a lot of revelations that come from Talk to Animals that I think are really fun, and I want you to experience those yourself, obviously. But what I will say is that in this scenario, if you have Talk to Animals, it's not little creatures, it's rats, but the rats are way bigger and way meaner than normal, and no one has ever seen them except for Tulip, who says that she sees them all the time.
So concerning. Yeah.
So it's like, in my mind, I'm like, okay, so this is clearly setting up episode 5, and I think episode 5 is going to be the Rat King.
Rat King, trash pile, yeah.
Exactly, right? You're picking up on what I'm putting down. And then beyond that, I wanted to ask you, have you noticed anything else about this scene? Because you haven't mentioned it, and I don't know if you saw it or not.
Whatever that thing is right there at the right.
This thing?
That guy, yeah.
Saba, what do you mean that guy? Who do you think it is?
Wayne.
Obviously.
So clearly this is another point of interest that he's hoping we are not here for.
Correct. I think that is accurate.
Janie says she hasn't seen Stella either, so we better get going.
Thanks for suggesting we meet up here, Dawn. I got to feed the alpacas. They're so cute and soft. It was awesome. And Jamie says she'll come by the diner with cookies for the miners. And a few extra for me, of course.
Hope your talk with the pastor went well.
Yes, we had a great conversation. I appreciate you all stopping by, even if it wasn't under the best circumstances. I'll let you all be on your way. And I hope Stella turns up soon. I'll put in some good prayers with the big man for her.
All right, thanks. See ya.
It is really weird, though, because it's like, he is an awkward guy, obviously, and I think that there might be multiple reasons for that. But it is true that, like, he gives off a really creepy vibe, but he says, like, well, I had friends all throughout school. So it's like, well, did you? Or did you just think you had friends because you were forced to be together all the time? Right?
Hard to say. Yeah, maybe just seems like this could be an unfortunate case of he's just actually way more socially awkward than he thinks.
Right, and he's just never had to really experience it. But he's like an adult with a kid, right?
I don't know what's up. Got infected with ghosts.
So, what was that about? He seemed pretty insistent on talking to you alone.
Yeah, he didn't say anything weird, right?
All right, you can choose to if you want to say.
Nosy, everyone in town. Hold on, what was that about Tulip? Tulip apparently makes some weird imaginary. I want to check in on that. I think that's something. Yeah, I think that
agree.
Instead of revealing like he's like people find me creepy, I'd rather be like the important information.
Instead of revealing like he feels self-conscious.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie though. That is like it's very socially awkward to do so, but like it shows a lot of like I guess desperation on his part, where he's like, "Hey, here's this new person in town. I'm gonna ask them, hey, do I come off as creepy?"
Yeah.
Right. So, instead of asking like,
I honestly am wondering what Mystical would say. Or mythical, yeah, whatever, would say about what to him. Yeah.
I genuinely want to, just based on like the types of premonitions you're describing Mystical giving you, I desperately want to know what it is like for your character.
Well, I'll let you know when I get there, yeah. It's make up imaginary friends all the time. I'm like, nope. Let's not get just too distracted until we find Stella, though. Where to next?
So, you can go to the cops, or we can finish this off by finally going to get tea. This was the actual scene that I thought we were going to do that would take a while.
Yeah, I don't think there's any point to going to the cops. You just saw a couple of cops, too, so...
Correct. So the only one who would probably still be at the station is Franklin, the one who's serious.
Yeah, the serious truck. Yeah,
the one who's clearly like a plant from the FBI.
Supposed to get tea with your mom today. Maybe she'll... So this is the thing. I was like, I don't think we'll be able to avoid this, but I think we're still going to go alone to the place. Yeah. So we can humor her. She'll probably going to give you some rocks or bundles of herbs for protection or something. Herbs, which might actually work. Who knows? There's only one way to find out.
Let's do it.
The bells of the general store chime welcomingly as the three of you enter.
Anika, there you are. You were supposed to stay in bed today, remember?
And hello, you two. You both recovered from last night's fiasco. Sorry, Mom. It's just with Stella missing and I... Stella can take care of herself, unlike you. You need bed rest and lots of fluids. You don't need to go running around town spreading that cold of yours. We did also come across, like, so many people. If this is, like, a ghost virus, we did screw a lot of people over.
I would like to counter and say, we have spent how many scenes with Kanika so far? We have traveled, like, across town 2 or 3 times. She has never sniffled. She has never coughed. She has never acted tired. I don't think she's sick at all.
Ghost virus.
I'm not saying ghost virus.
Go on, get up to bed. I'll be up in a minute with more tea. So much tea.
That's what I'm saying. I think she's fucking controlling her kids.
I thought you had some kind of important talk. Dawn, yes, do. Really feeling okay. I want to hear what you wanted to say to her. I'll just be doing a tea reading. Haven't those always bored you to tears? Wow. Okay, you're right. I'm not feeling well. I should really lie down. She hates tea readings that much. Lie down.
Wait a minute.
What?
That's not correct, is it? Hold on. Fuck. Give me one quick second. I know I'm fucking with stuff for real quick, but Scarlet Hollow Kanika.
Maybe it's like a code word.
Yes. Oh my god. Okay, Saba. I'm gonna send you a picture, and I want you to look at Kanika's eyes. Like, zoom in and look at her eyes, and then look at her eyes in game.
Like they're kind of blankly staring ahead.
Her pupils are dilated to shit, Saba.
Yeah.
I think this is a get out situation. I think without us really even noticing what just happened, I think that Sybil has like a trigger phrase, like more tea or like go up to bed.
Was this?
Whatever.
I wonder if this was like that like 5 seconds ago.
That's my problem. I wish I knew. I mean, I guess I do have a recording.
Oh, we do have a VOD. That's true.
I can check real quick. Give me one quick second, because because this might just be an off-model like thing, but I genuinely do think that this is something.
Okay, well, yeah. Let's take a second to look.
All right. I'm skip. Okay, that's the end of the pastor's thing. I'm talking. I'm trying to cut to.
You should be the most recent, right?
Well, it's really close. Oh, I'm trying to see. I'm trying to see if there's like a thing where like her pupils suddenly change. I'm just watching. Talking.
So much talking.
Well, I mean, that's what the game is, right? So.
Indeed.
Come on, man. Me circling the phrase more tea.
But that's what you should be looking at, right? So.
Okay, her eyes get tiny, but I think that's just the incorrect model. Okay. Her eye, there is not a change in the model.
Okay.
So I'm gonna put a pin in that for right now. I do think that there is a get out situation going on, though. I think Sybil has both of her kids hypnotized, so that way she can control them for whatever reason.
Nika turns and heads towards the stairs without saying another word. Yeah, like that. That's like.
Because isn't it? Because is this not weird? Is this not weird that I'm here to tell you, by the way,
she just showed an interest in like really wanting to like be a part of it,
but it's not even the fact that it's not even the fact of oh, I don't like tea readings. It's also the fact that motherfucker, your best friend is still missing, and now you're suddenly tired. I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah.
Right.
Kenai, good thing Kanika has her mom looking out for her. She seemed tired today, and you probably be able to find Stella without. Okay, so this is giving us contrary.
Now,
to what we're thinking.
However, can I mention that you had this thought as soon as Sybil looked directly into your eyes?
Oh, interesting. Because we did have a sip of tea. I don't know how much tea it takes.
We had tea. We had tea in the thing. I think you had a sip and then you just never drank it again, right?
Yeah. We haven't had tea since then. I don't know how long, if it has effects, the effects are, but no. And I'm sorry to be a bad host, Avery, but I was hoping Dawn and I could do our reading in private. I'm sure Winnie needs help at the diner.
You're right. I've totally left her on her own today. Fine by me. I wouldn't want to mess with your tea vibes. I'm sure those leaves are very particular. Oh, but before I go, I want to ask. Are you a witch?
Up front. As flattered as I am, you think that I'm magical. I'm just an old lady who likes tea and has a few unusual hobbies.
Okay, I'm just saying, doing stuff like reading tea leaves is pretty witchy as far as I'm concerned, but I won't push it. So, just so you know, if you are a witch, you can totally tell us. We'd be cool about it. I'll leave y'all on your non-supernatural private tea leaf reading. We'll catch up tomorrow, Dawn.
But now I don't think I can escape drinking this tea, you know?
Correct.
They make their way out of the general store, disappearing down the street in the direction of the diner. Shall we? Sybil motions you towards the tea room. Now, I wonder whether or not Mystical would bring up something about the tea.
So the thing you were saying at the beginning of today's stream where you were talking about oh, it was I was getting all these vibes off Sybil. I am desperate to know what your character thinks about this entire fucking scene.
Okay, please have a seat. I'll bring the tea shortly. You take a seat at the small table at the edge of the room. It's dark here, only a sliver of sunlight able to filter through the heavy curtains, supplemented by the bright grow lights over the plant in the corner. Sybil joins you at the table and places a cup in front of you. It smells light and citrusy with an undercurrent of decaying earth. Word choice, okay. It's the tea you sampled with Avery at the diner on Tuesday. Same tea. Yeah. I'll be able to do a reading once you're done. Until then, how about we just chat? So
it's your choice what you want to do here. So sip your tea.
I want to see if we could actively avoid the tea, but I mean, obviously that's not going to be the case. But I wonder.
You literally cannot avoid because that's what the scene ends is her reading the tea leaves at the bottom of the cup. So if you just don't you have to drink the tea, sadly.
It has to be the explore versus that's what I'm saying. So I don't need to sip the tea right now. We can just ask her the questions and then do the stuff at the end.
Sure.
Okay, so let's do that. How did you wind up in Scarlet Hollow? Do you know my mom? Wait, you can be around. You have something to tell me? Just come out and say it. What was with all the mysteries and ritual? If you have something to tell me, you can just come out and say. Okay, I'd rather say. How did you end up in Scarlet Hollow? Did you know my mom? And then that last one.
What's the last one?
What's with all the mystery and the ritual?
Okay, so you want to do Scarlet Hollow, Mom, and then the last one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, my family's been in these hills for a long time. That's how I know so much of the local flora. Everything I learned was handed down from generation of hill folk. There hasn't always been a reliable doctor up here, especially not one most folks could afford. They have to figure out their own medicine. My mother?
But of course. In a town this size, you get to know everybody, no matter what the age differences might be.
That's why she's like, I'm hinting that I'm super old.
I'm about to say, Sybil is definitely like 400 to 500 years old, Zava. Like when she says my family has been in the hills for like centuries, I think she literally means her. Like herself.
Vivian was a little younger than me, which meant I always had a certain older sister instinct about her. Her family wasn't good to her. Her land was a lot like your great-grandmother, Edwardine. Just to say she was not a very kind woman. Similar to Tabitha, but with more social grace and considerably more hatred for her fellow man. But your mother wasn't a shrinking violet either. She was just as stubborn as any other Scarlet, so her family chose her as the heir, as their punching bag, and made her into quite the rebel. Wait, hold on, this is new. Whatever pulling my mom raised by Edwardine, what happened to their mother? What do you think about my grandma? I feel like I know a lot about the women in my family, but what about the men? Do they even exist? That's a reasonable thing to ask. What happened to my mom when she found... I kind of want to ask all of these. Okay, go up. This is fine, yeah.
Is there any... There's no... No, that's not true. You have Reese. Okay. Because I was going to say, like, I'm just thinking about it. No, never mind. There's a lot of men in town. They're mostly working in the mines, though. So they're not, like, main characters. Okay, never mind. So you want to do this?
Yeah. What happened to their mother? Their entry into this world was violent, I'm afraid. The mother was young, too young to be pregnant, especially with twins. Didn't survive the labor.
What do you know about my grandma?
I'm afraid there isn't much I can tell you. I think there were two in that generation. The eldest died when the girls were still children. But never spoke about them, nor did your mother.
Yes, where's the men? Except for being, like, rude guys that did bad stuff.
I suppose there just hasn't... They just haven't been very noteworthy since Edwardine took over the mines. Husband died a long time ago, and to be quite honest, I can't even recall his name. Might have been Stuart or something. Just as forgettable.
Sorry, Stuart. Stuarts in the world, the best your name's forgettable.
You know what? Sab was wrong. Fuck you, Stuarts. Get a real name. Johns and Adams. Fuck you. Get a real name, motherfucker.
From what Vivian said, her father was some teenage fling that ended once your grandmother found out she was pregnant.
So that's my theory, because I was thinking about this the other day. Remember how, like, in the puppet show, what's his face, Charles Shaw Jr. tried his best to pick people that were akin to the characters they were playing, which is why I think that Sybil was the witch, because he chose Kanika to portray the witch, right? Which was the closest to Sybil.
What if it's like a family thing that the women have to kill their husbands?
Well, so what I was thinking was that I told you don't have this information in this playthrough, but I told you that in my other playthrough, I was able to discover that Wayne and Tabitha used to date each other. Avery in the play was playing just some random prisoner, right? Like it was a person who was locked up and trapped in the Scarlet estate, period. I genuinely wonder if there's like a theme of like repeating events, right? And I wonder if like, not Edwardine, maybe even Vivian, maybe even Pearl Ann, like I don't know. But like somebody from that era, I guess it would have had to have been Edwardine maybe, but like had a fling with somebody, but then in an effort to keep that like suppressed, locked them away in the home. And that's why Avery was chosen, because it was just like a drifter, or not like homeless, but you know what I mean? Like somebody who just like wandered into town, fell in love, and then got kidnapped for good measure.
Yikes.
Fortunate timing. Fairly certainly was similar for Vivian, though she was much older, and I believe she was the one who ended it with skipping town and all. That's fine too. What's that? What happened to my mom when she found out I was pregnant? She came to me for advice. She was still distraught. It was like she'd been handed a death sentence. Maybe it was fear for what had happened to her own mother. Maybe it was something else. I think they know more. But she seemed convinced she was in danger. Tabitha had already been born by then, of course, but she was born in wedlock, so I assumed your mother's worries had something to do with religion. Though the Scarlets weren't particularly religious as far as I knew.
I'm assuming that this anxiety, assuming that she's not just toying with us, right? Which I definitely think Sybil is toying with us. I think that the quote, like, religion that she's concerned with is some sort of like family prophecy.
Ah, maybe.
I think that it's a generational, like, oh, you have to do these things in order to like keep the family like going or something.
By the way, Vivian was that night she came to me. It stuck in my mind. Oh, by the way, Vivian was that night. Okay. Just how I said it threw me off. It's always had me wondering what it was about your family that made her panic so much at the thought of having a baby.
Do you want to sip your tea or drink your tea?
Well, don't forget, it's like, what's with all the mystery and the ritual?
Oh, you did want to do this, sorry.
Yeah. What's with all the mystery and ritual? You have something to tell me, why not just come out and say it? I'll need your tea leaves first. I have a piece of the puzzle, but the tea leaves should help give me a full picture. Now we could just shoot it! You take the tea, sipping it delicately. The citrus smell is fleeting, quickly replaced by the earthiness at its core, like you've taken a mouthful of dirt. Just giving me corpse tea! That taste combines the two flavors into something soothing and medicinal, and you find yourself feeling more comfortable, like your muscle is relaxing for the first time in days. He's gone before you know it, and the small cup is empty, save for what's left of rehydrated leaves coating the bottom. Oh, good. Glad you found the tea palatable enough to drink. It should do you some good. It's one of my more medicinal blends. I'm sad. I like tea, so using it for nefarious purposes feels bad.
Tea is always evil.
No, tea.
Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, out
tea
there
is
in
fantastic.
TV land, tea is always evil. If you have a friend who likes tea, that's because they're a little binge and they don't know what's good.
I don't mind coffee,
soda,
by the way.
Water is poison, tea is evil.
Water is poison. Now on to business. Sybil takes the cup from you, staring thoughtfully down at the sludge. Oh dear, this doesn't bode well. You got just about every warning that can fit in the bottom of the cup. Frost, kettle, hourglass. All of these mean death, misery, difficulty, and the hourglass ties it all together with definitive urgency. I had to assume that this all has to do with whatever brought the ditchlings. Something is coming, and whether any of us can stop it, I'm not sure. We may at the very least be able to figure out what it is. There's a central figure here, a cat, an enemy lurking in plain sight. I was gonna be like, frou-frou?
Yes, the frou-frou. So, obviously, I think because remember, in chapter 3, there was that thing where... What the fuck?
That was my chair.
It does that sometimes.
Okay. Sorry. Anyway, you'll recall that in chapter 3, the game was savvy enough to just indicate to you, like, hey, have you ever heard about that thing, like Munchausen syndrome, right? Where it's like the mom is poisoning the son. Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Yeah. So I find this to be a little keen that it's like there's a central figure here, a cat, an enemy lurking in plain sight. And it just so happens that the screen currently has Sybil directly in the center in plain sight.
Yeah.
Now, is that just me feeding into my own like theory? Or is that what they're going for, right? Because the other thing, and I mentioned this earlier in the VOD, Avery, apropos of literally nothing, described the Stella Tabitha relationship as being very cat and dog. With Stella being the dog and Tabitha being the cat.
Yeah, so maybe it's like Tabitha definitely knows more than she's letting on, which could...
Right, but an enemy, right?
Yeah.
An enemy, like somebody who is actively seeking like misfortune or your downfall. Yeah. So, like, I don't know. Maybe.
It's like that's really ironic, especially after her saving us. Because clearly she cares, I think, about... Or maybe she doesn't care, but, like, an objective is to keep us safe.
Right. But is she keeping us safe because she cares about us, or is she keeping us safe because you need to have the sacrificial lamb at the altar? Right?
I don't know. Clearly, though, we have had, like, an effect on her, right?
I definitely think so, but that might just be because we're, like, a good person, and Tabitha is like, man, I wish you would just shut up and die, like, at the funeral.
Wow.
I don't know. My thing, because, like, there's, like, yeah, so...
Well, the cat's gotta be Pixel! Or maybe it's Frou-Frou. Those are the two cats I know. Whoa, the cat could be Tabitha, the cat could be Wayne, the cat could be Stella, the cat could be... So many! Oscar, Reese, Avery... Yeah, it could be the doctor. She's been nothing but hostile since I've met her. Pastor Daniel, how do I know you're not the cat? This is, like,
so
crazy.
You have to pick one of these.
Yeah.
Which is essentially just you kind of declaring who you think the cat might be. But, like, that's the idea, right? Is that someone here is the metaphorical black cat that is seeking your misfortune. And either they're the ones driving the misfortune that's, like, invading the town or otherwise. I personally believe that the only two options are Tabitha and Sybil. I think Sybil is the witch. I've said this multiple times. I think Sybil is actually, like, multiple hundreds of years old. I think she's been manipulating the Scarlet family for generations. And I think that whatever is going to be happening on Sunday with the funeral is the culmination of her plan. Whether or not that's, like, good or bad, I do not know. But I do think that Sybil is, like, the ringleader. On the flip side, it's entirely possible that Tabitha is just trying to, like, follow the wishes of her late mother, Pearl Ann. And Pearl Ann was actually, like, a piece of shit. And so, like, Pearl Ann is the, quote, cat in plain sight. Because you know what else cats are known for having, Saba?
What? 9 lives?
Correct.
Okay, that's what you were going for. All right, I'm glad I got that.
I'm glad you picked up on that. But yes, that was, like, a thing that, like, even way back when I played this the first time, like, over a year and a half ago or whatever, where it's just, like, I do remember that being something that I thought of, like, well, the person is being declared as a cat. Isn't that, like, a big thing of cats, is that they're known for surviving and, like, coming back constantly and whatnot? So what if the cat surviving in plain sight just literally isn't even an option on this list because we assume that she's dead?
Yeah, that'd be really interesting.
So what do you think?
I genuinely don't know, because we could say the first one as a way of kind of being like, oh, cats. These are the only cats we know.
These are the only cats I know.
Because I don't necessarily want to be, like, calling anyone odd. Yeah. So maybe I'll say the top.
Like, even if I do suspect that it's Sybil, if it is Sybil and she is the enemy, I don't want her to know that I'm onto her, right?
Yeah. So,
I mean, do you want to say this?
Yeah, because it could be like, because I was thinking, what if it is Frou-Frou?
Yeah, the cat isn't a literal cat. Like I said, it's a symbol for an enemy lurking in plain sight. Probably a human enemy, but almost certainly not a cat.
Well, I'm glad Frou-Frou isn't out to kill me.
You don't have to figure out an answer right away. It often takes time for the mind to connect the dots. Just be on guard and keep vigilant that someone close to you isn't to be trusted.
How do they do this?
See, and like she says this, we are literally sitting across from a small table.
True. If she did just drink us tea, if she just gave us tea, you know, that is true.
Like, I think that at some point, like when chapter 5, 6, and 7 come out, you know, over the course of the next couple of years or whatever, I firmly believe that there's going to be a thing where it's like fucking Stella or Tabitha is going to tell us to do one thing, but Sybil's going to be like, no, I think you should do this. And I swear to God, in my playthrough, I'm going to go with whatever Sybil doesn't say.
We know from the ditchlings that something terrible is coming your way, and it's likely that it's connected to some hidden enemy.
I mean, Tabitha makes sense because of, like, the Wayne connection, right?
Kinda,
Perhaps
yeah.
we could try to counteract whatever might be planned for you.
And maybe
thing, right?
Sybil
like,
is... Yeah, you go first, yeah.
Well, what does Wayne have on that he constantly wears? He's wearing a veil that shawls his face, right?
Yeah. Because what I was thinking to the what?
Well, what happened? Well, sorry, but what happened to Charles Shaw Jr.?
Oh, he was banged in the head. Maybe it's
who's to say that that's not like a reoccurring theme of like the women in the family are constantly murdering their lovers and damaging their fucking face.
Yeah, so it's like maybe, and who knows, maybe Sybil wants the ending of that, like the Scarlet thing, and maybe she's like, well, you're technically an outsider, so this isn't necessarily, and when she was down there with us for Tabitha to walk into the light, she was very much like, and I don't know if I remember this specifically, but she didn't mention really us, she was like, this is Tabitha's thing to take on.
Like Tabitha should do this, yes.
Yeah.
Which I hypothesized was because Tabitha was planning on sacrificing herself at the end of like the ritual. Like her thinking that, well, I'm not gonna live past Sunday anyway.
Yeah. Right? But I think as a somewhat tangent to that, like, yeah, maybe Sybil is very much like, I need whatever's happening to like the Scarlets to end as like a karma thing. But maybe because we're an outsider, she's like, maybe I don't want you're fine not dying because you weren't involved in this kind of thing.
In Dungeons and Dragons, they have witches, hags, like they're literally like their own creature. But I think hags are really fascinating. But the part that I find, I guess, like not upsetting per se, but just like disappointing in its own way, was that like in D&D, hags are these like super powerful like coven of witches kind of that are always evil. Like they're always like trying to eat your brain or kill your child or something like that, right? Whereas like I really like Baba Yaga as like a mythological version of like a witch, because Baba Yaga, super powerful, never cross her, right? But if you need help, she can help you. It's just gonna be really like expensive in a way that is not money. And so like I think of that a lot when I look at Sybil. I see Sybil as clearly being some sort of like witchy character who I don't think she's like overtly dangerous. Like I don't think she's gonna cast magic missile and punch a hole through your skull. But I do think she has like machinations that like span fucking generations, and that I do not think she has everyone's best interest at heart. I think she has her best interests at heart.
Well, hopefully we'll eventually see.
Well, because like the thing that I'm genuinely curious about, how did her husband die?
I don't think she even mentioned her husband.
Well, because Saba, I don't know if you paid attention to this, but like not only like how many dads without wives have we seen in this game? I think one. I think it's Oscar.
Oh, no. Maybe Oscar will actually be in trouble.
But that's what I'm saying, right? Where it's just like Sybil's husband dead, even Reese's mom's husband gone, dead presumably. I don't know. Your dad gone, maybe dead. Same thing, you know what I mean? Like I don't know. I think there's just like this big reoccurring theme of like stuff happening to husbands.
Judging about what you told me last night, those stones, carvings, seals, whatever you want to call them, I think it's likely they have something to do with this. Until the cat reveals itself, it seems like your best course of action is to seek these carvings out. Piece together what you can from your visions and arm yourself with information. Have you sensed any others in town? Do you think you might be able to find another? Your thoughts drift to the door yesterday, the one that seemed to draw you in, urging you deeper to the clinic. That's a child.
I love because it's just like drawings from Reese's like life, obviously,
and then, like,
right?
Childhood.
Yeah, like childhood, like adorable, whatever, like just like a family photo or something, and then it's like you start getting into like as he got depressed.
Gabagool, says John Smith. Thank you. This hair is for witch time. Spooky
John
season.
Smith.
Even just remembering it is enough to tug at you, compelling you to return and open it to see what's on the other side. You can find Stella later. Maybe you can even find her in there. Ooh. What's important now is finally seeing what's hidden in the clinic. think I felt another in the clinic, but bad stuff always happens around them. I shouldn't seek out more of them. Those stones need to be left undisturbed. Remain silent. I feel like our character would be compelled to say the first one.
Sure.
Oh. I think I felt another in the clinic.
I guess my question is, do you think that your character canonically is suspicious of Sybil? Because I know I've been fucking ranting and raving about how much I think Sybil...
I don't think so.
Like, because that's the thing. Is like, this is my fucking third playthrough of the game, and I'm only just now getting suspicious of Sybil because of Kanika playing the witch in the what you calls it, right?
Yes.
So.
Indeed. That's good. You can find your way inside and uncover another stone that could give you a leg up on your adversary. You'll just have to be careful to avoid the doctor. Something tells me she won't take too kindly to you sniffing around her clinic. If I recall correctly, there's a hill that'll take you up nearly all the way to the second story, and she never locks any of the doors up there. How do you know that? Just in case that's helpful information. I think that's all the help I can offer. I hope this conversation has been illuminating, even if it just brought up more questions than giving any clear answers. Up last night, why don't you come with... That's an interesting question. That's it? That wasn't helpful at all. All you do is look at some tea leaves and tell me to go put myself in danger. Thanks, I'll let you know if I find anything. The Explorer is interesting, and then we could just say thanks, because I don't think we're going to get anything out of her. I may have been able to see through the spirit's illusions, but I'm not some kind of all-powerful entity.
Lies! Bitch!
I'm an old woman. I have trouble with my knees and my eyesight. Isn't that what it used to be? My eyesight isn't what it used to be, sorry. In most situations, I'd be more of a liability than a helpful companion. Imagine if I'd been in those mines with you. Some use I'd be, struggling to climb over rocks and ladders, throwing my back out from all of the crouching. She probably wouldn't have been able to get far. Thanks, I'll let you know if I find it. Glad to hear it. I hope all goes well. I wish you luck. Hopefully you won't need it. Thank you again for humoring an old lady and stopping by for a chat. With a small grunt of effort, Sybil gets up from the table and you're escorted back to, I think, the front or where. Remember, be careful. Be careful who you put your trust in. According to your tea, the cat is getting ready to pounce, and merely being ready for it might not be enough. Getting ready to pounce? Sybil closes the door to the tea room. The bells of its door strangely flat in the stale air of the nearly empty general. Now let's talk to Miles. Ghosts are real. Just thought you should know. So Kanika has a cult, huh? You see any weird rocks around town? Ooh, nice. Let's say ghosts are real first.
Yeah, I know. I have YouTube.
Nice. You see any weird rocks around town?
Nah, I'm done hanging around rocks after that whole thing in the mine.
So Kanika has a cold. I feel like I could just talk to this guy. I feel like he'll just brush me off. It's fine.
Yeah, I guess so. Why? Do you like my sister or something?
I mean, I don't like her. What's below this? Just worried about her. No, she kind of... I could say I'm just worried about her.
You shouldn't be.
Is your mom a witch? I just find that's a kind of funny thing. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, she's way too obvious about it if you ask me. It's pretty cool, though.
Oh, we can still check in on Kanika. I guess, why not? You're not going anywhere. Before checking in on Kanika, you make your way upstairs. And we knock. Mom, I really don't think I need any more tea. I'm just gonna lie down for a while. I'm not your mom. Talk to you, it's important. Going to the clinic, I was hoping you could either hang out for a minute. I would knock and then say, I'm going to the clinic. Because we didn't really get anything. I don't know what it would be important to tell you.
So, I will tell you, this is like if you were going for a Kanika romance, this was your opportunity to do so. You can do a lot of flirting with Kanika before this, but this is the time where you essentially lock in, like, yes, I want to be doing a romance with Kanika. It depends on how much, like, her affection for you, because her room is very messy and she is constantly embarrassed about that fact, you know?
Nice.
So yeah. So I mean, if you want to just say I'm going to the clinic, that's totally fine.
Can we say I'm not your mom first? Okay. She's like, oh, Don, what's up? Yes. Going to the clinic, I was hoping you would join me. I was hoping to be able to check in with Reese sometime today. I want to ask if he knows anything about Stella and, you know, make sure he's okay after what happened at dinner. Ooh, yeah, screw this. Why did I even listen to my mom in the first place? I don't need to sit around in my room just because she said so.
You need to pay attention to this fucking scene, Saba, because I swear to God, she's bad. She's evil badness.
Do you want to come in for a sec while I get ready? I guess we're still gonna go in the room.
Oh, well, there you go.
Kanika's room is the sort of place that's stuck between the past and the present.
Yo, Parasite!
Faded stickers from her childhood line her bookshelf and boxes of packed belongings sit in the corner of the room.
Look it's all, it's Saba. With all the
oh, is it?
Everywhere.
Yeah. I think that maybe Inuyasha and Sailor Moon, yeah.
Sailor Moon,
That's also Sailor Moon.
Well, I was gonna say Hatsune Miku.
No, that's Sailor Moon.
Okay, I trust you.
Yeah.
And this is Inuyasha, he says?
I think it's Inuyasha.
You can see her head. You can see that's both of these are
Junji Ito. Nice.
Yeah. Trying to see is there actually hold on. Anything else besides just like garbage under her
there's
bed?
A box that says bats.
Where do you see that? Oh yeah, bats. I'm assuming this says books.
I think so.
She has all these like very fancy purses. Damn, lady, like, can you not like clean up your room?
Apparently, that's her thing. Not her
but I don't like. Obviously, this is like a character, but like, I find it so baffling. Like, I'm not like a neat freak, or at least I don't think I am. Like, I'm untidy. Like, I have just random crap all over like the surfaces of my like my shelves and my desks and stuff. But like, I absolutely don't have like just clothes piled everywhere and like trash on the floor, man. It takes like I don't know. I have procrastination problems, but how long would it take for you to actually pick this up? It would take like maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah. It doesn't usually take a lot of time, but if it's
hard.
Like
that. It's like that thing. I think I told this story before, and I know we're like running out of time, and I feel bad, but I told this story before on how like when I went to go visit my ex when her leg was broken. Had a great time. It was like fine, like visiting and whatnot. But I was absolutely baffled at how like they had this big house that she was staying in, and 3 separate fire alarms were on low battery, and they just got used to the beeping. And I'm like, why? Just replace the batteries. It's like 2 AA batteries per. You can you clearly have AA batteries in the thing. Why not just go replace them? And it was like driving me up a fucking wall. Ugh.
The terrarium on her desk catches your eye. To anyone else, it might seem empty, but you easily spot the creature lurking within. Apparently, we got crazy good eyesight. Yeah, as well. I don't usually have people over. Don't judge me too harshly for the state of the place. Hey. Oh, this is the romance. Dialogue option marked romance will start a romantic arc with the character you're talking to and will lock you out of romantic arcs. Packing with something. Jesus, confessional feeling. We still have to find Stella. I'm not going anywhere without you. Let's go to the clinic. What's the difference between the we still have to find Stella, I'm not going anywhere without you, and let's get to the clinic, because we're just...
Well, these are 2 different things. The clinic is not to find Stella. The clinic is to get the stone.
Oh, yeah, but we did say we're going to the clinic after this. I think that's what's going to happen anyway, right?
Yes. The next scene is the clinic, yes.
Yeah, so I guess we could say we still have to find Stella, right?
You want to say that?
Just to show that, like, this is still important to us, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Still have to find Stella. Let's get out of here and see what we can find at the clinic.
Oh! Stick bug! No!
You're too late, stick bug! Two of you make your way back out into the hallway. Woof. Before you make it to the stairs, a light turns on, startling you both.
Now, why is Miles there?
Dinner time?
What the fuck? What kind of leap in logic is...
I don't know. Time in here is weird, from what I've been told.
I guess so, but it's just like, I don't know. My point being that it's like, he like, you know, is no one manning the store, I guess? I don't know. But anyway. All right. Hold on. For posterity. We gotta do something. All right.
It's just
there you
the
go.
Scene.
I took a screenshot of her eyes.
Okay. I thought you were going to get some rest, Kanika. Well, that's a weird... You should really get back to bed or this cold of yours will only get worse. But I still have a lot of energy. I don't feel like sitting around. I don't think I need to. Of course you do. I know what's best. And you just haven't been yourself these past few days. All this running around has been a detriment to your health. Now she sounds like Reese's mom. Miles and I want to see you healthy. You hold this family together. A weird thing to say. You shouldn't get between a mother and her daughter. Sybil knows what's best here, and Kanika. Oh. Okay.
Once again, Saba, don't take this for face value. Where is Sybil looking?
I think at us, but one of her eyes is like slightly to the left.
I'm gonna say that's like art foible. She's looking at us.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think this is art. I think that if you get to chapter 4 in your Luna Lovegood playthrough, I think this whole fucking thing is gonna feel very different. I think you're gonna feel her like forcing memories into your head or whatever.
Like, you know, why are you making her confront her mother? You barely know Kanika, and yet you're trying to drive a wedge between. This is a really weird.
You see, this is what I'm saying. I think Sybil has like the ability to like plant memories into your mind. I think Sybil is going to be the villain of like chapter 6. Or maybe chapter 5.
I feel like she is probably... Her being integral to what's happening is probably a definite thing. I just don't know what her stance is.
I'm just saying, like when on Earth, why would like Keen Eye like here makes sense because it's more detail, but like Keen Eye has never said anything in this tone before prior to this time where Sybil is trying to get Kanika to stay home.
Yeah.
You know? Like straight up, I wonder if she's doing the same thing that Wayne's doing for you. But Wayne doesn't have the ability to like force you to do anything, whereas Sybil does.
Yeah.
To Kanika.
Wayne's silent. I'm glad I didn't say anything specific, I guess.
I'm sorry, Mom.
I'm sorry, Mom. I know I've been neglecting the general store, and I let Miles run off the other day. That was so irresponsible.
You see what I'm saying? Like, this does not sound like Kanika. Like, you know?
Well, I don't know how she kind of speaks to her mother, you know, but
you
reasonable.
Need to stop fucking. You are the type of person who would let the body snatchers take over the world because you're like, I don't know.
No.
And I would like to point out as well, by the way, that this whole like new dynamic or like dynamic that we're exposed to has only started after Kanika ran out like shouting about Miles. Remember that?
Yeah, her that was in
chapter 3.
Yeah,
that was early chapter 3. Yeah. I think that essentially, I think that's what's happening here. I think Sybil is like, oh, I'm losing control of my daughter. I'm gonna use fucking mind tricks.
Yeah, or she does care about Kanika, but like we know
she
knows
she
exactly
cares about Kanika, but I think she's doing. Once again, I don't know if you've seen Get Out, but like, it's what it is. It's what it feels like.
No, yeah. So it's like I feel like she clearly knows, like, no, maybe like multiple parts too. We don't have to like keep talking about it. It's fine.
Yeah.
Well, let's get you to bed. You just need another day to recover. Then you can get back to all this town mystery business. Dawn, you'll be fine without her until tomorrow. So that's interesting. So she's like, you can go out tomorrow. You just today. Your mom is
until episode 5 comes out, and then like, oh well, she's still not feeling good because whatever.
And maybe what if yeah, if she keeps saying that, that's fine. Okay, then that's like okay. But I'm wondering whether or not Sybil knows kind of what's gonna happen tonight, and maybe she's like, Kanika cannot be there to see this or whatever.
I fully believe that would be the case based on what I know happens in about 10 minutes.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, see you later. Okay. Breaking another word, Kanika returns to a room. Sybil's eyes carefully watch you as you leave and make your way back to me. Alone.
Tell me that this lady isn't fucking suspicious.
You did carefully watch us. Make your way up the familiar hill past the rows of jagged houses that make up Scarlet Hollow's residential area. Like, we've only been to this place once. Oh, there's a guy at the bottom right, too. That's a raccoon. More bottom right. Yeah, well, we gotta save... I mean, okay, what I was saying is it's kind of funny that, like, okay, we've technically met Stella a couple of times, and we've been over to technically Kanika's place a couple of times, too. But Reese's house, we've literally only been to once, and now we're going alone.
Correct.
So, even at the bottom of the hill, you can already feel the presence. Like a magnet has been fixed to your rib cage, gently tugging you forward, guiding you towards whatever emits this compulsive frequency. You can see the hill Sybil was talking about wrapped around the back. You mean where all of the ditchlings are? We should take you directly up the second floor and the unlocked doors of the terrace. What? Why is that hot?
Well, okay. Sadly, you have to pick that. I'm not going to allow you to do anything else.
Wait, what about...
I have no idea what hotness has to do with going up to the terrace.
Okay, wait, let's knock on Reese's basement window. Are we not going to, like...
Well, you would knock on the window to try to get his attention.
I mean, I guess you don't think it's gonna work. We should just go straight for the terrace.
I'm saying I'm not letting you because we have a hot option.
Fine. Like, I kind of wish we could, like, see if Reese was there, but, like, if this is the only time to get hot...
An explore option. So
yeah, if this is the only time to get hot, I don't want to waste the opportunity to apparently hotly get up to the terrace. I just don't even know what this means. I'm not gonna kid you.
I don't either. That's why we have to click it.
Yeah, okay. Let's hotly get up to the terrace. You scan the parts of the building around the terrace and zero in on a drain pipe. Bingo. It's been a while since you've done this, and you're a little rusty, but it doesn't take much effort before you're... What does it mean? What do you mean it's been a while since I've done this? What does it have to do with hot? You try the door, it's unlocked. This still doesn't mean anything to me.
Oh, okay. I have no idea if this is actually what they're going for. I think this might be because you have a lot of experience climbing in through people's houses to go sleep with people.
That would be a horrible, like, insinuation.
I think that might be the implication, is that you have a lot of practice, like, climbing up terraces and drain pipes and stuff to go sleep with people.
The thing is, wasn't there, like, an option for jobs to be, like, in the service industry or something like that? I don't understand, like...
Service industry means, like, waiter.
Service, okay, well, that's much nicer, I guess, to know. This is why words are so confusing sometimes. I still don't know, that's, okay, whatever. It's a horrible, weird, and kind of implication.
I genuinely do not know if that's like exactly it, but based on how like non-descriptive that was, I think that might...
unless someone was watching us and like we just so happened to apparently like beautifully get up to the terrace so that they're like in awe of us.
I don't think that that's the. I mean, straight up, I'm actually tempted to like shoot a tweet to Black Tabby Games to be like, hey, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Hey, maybe... when I was in chapter 4, when we were going up to the why did it say hot? Like, what was that about? Anyway.
The upstairs of the clinic feels like a decommissioned museum. Old furniture.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
Thank you. You're in the clinic. Feel free to explore as you please. Or rather, you're free to explore as you please. You feel the odd sensation again. The nagging, pulling at whatever it is you wanted to find. Whatever, yeah. You've been caught by its gravity. I guess we're not. We're just going. Guiding you around a corner and towards a dark doorway under stairs. It's been left ajar. I like that ajar is just a jar put together. As if inviting you to enter. Oh. Turn on the lights. The lights click on. You're in the morgue. Maybe Reese just comes here to hang out, which is kind of morbid, which apparently seems to be the case.
Dawn? What are you doing in the morgue?
That is pretty funny. I like just the hi! Vampire! I haven't seen Stella around. Have you? You've been missing since last night. Oh my god, you died and she Frankenstein you back to life. Am I interrupting something? Okay, I have to ask. Are you human? She killed you! She's clearly not dead. What are you doing in the morgue? I'm just gonna pretend I never saw this. Honestly, the flirt's pretty fun.
Well, once again, I think I don't know how, because once again, the best ending for this.
Okay, we gotta make sure he's alive. Let's flirt with the man.
Sorry, this must look kind of weird. I promise I'm not secretly dead already or something. Sometimes I just come down here to practice. Rehearse.
That's sad.
What the fuck? That's so morbid. Listen, I know you think you're terminally ill with like super cancer or something, but like Jesus Christ, man.
You are a living corpse. Okay, the second part's kind of like, let's calm down.
You gotta flirt though, Salva.
Not gonna lie, this is kind of weird, dude. I see being among. That's also not bad, right? But I'm not sure. Rehearse, you say.
But it's
rehearse? Rehearse, you say? I mean, I guess. Just flirt again. You are? Yeah.
That's good to know. I'm still not, but I'm glad I haven't managed to scare you off. It's not often I get to meet new people. Especially new people I, would like to get to know better.
His words seem distant to you. The tugging is strong down here. You can almost feel yourself slipping into a trance and your eyes wander to the back wall of the morgue. You need to see what's back there. Okay, zombie crawl. No, sorry, not crawl. Zombie walk your way over there. You touch the wall. It feels disappointingly solid under your palm.
Hey, are you okay?
You feel Reese's hand gently shake your shoulder, and for a moment the thing on the other side of the blank wall loosens its pull on you. Oh, that thing!
You looked, possessed for a second there. You good?
Make him understand.
Make him understand.
Why wall?
Wall need see thing but wall stand in way. Let me inside. Now keep in mind, this is all coming out of the mouth of like a hot lady. So, there's some kind of magic shit going on, man, but it's telling me I need to get behind that wall. I need to get behind that wall. There's a stone carving on the other side of the wall, and I need to see it.
Let's say there's magic stuff.
This one?
Yeah. Reese glances to the wall.
You're really serious, aren't you? This is probably a bad idea, but if you really need to get in there, I'm pretty sure there's an emergency axe somewhere upstairs. I just need to get the dock out of our hair. Should take 2 seconds.
I think I know what it means, get the dock out of her hair. Yes, please, axe now. Sounds great, lead the way. Yes, I will destroy the wall. I guess explore real fast?
Sure.
Yeah, if I say I'm sick and need something, she'll drop whatever she's doing and do it for me. Surefire way to get her out of the house. And most of the time, it's true anyway.
How'd you learn that little trick? Use what you got to get what you need. No shame in that. Doesn't that make her worry about you even more?
You should say that.
I think
Your character would definitely believe this to be true.
I feel like, yeah, wow, manipulating her her using your illness. Classy. Say nothing. Yeah, so the second one, yeah, I guess you gotta use what you got.
Exactly.
Sounds great. Lead the way. I don't know if we need to go or not.
Sweet. Be right back.
He strides past you, his long legs moving swiftly. He seems excited, his usual dour demeanor replaced with an uncharacteristic pep when faced with the prospect of sneaking around and tearing down walls. It's funny because it's like, this is not just like walking into the forest. This is like we're gonna break down a wall.
We are going to vandalize this home, yes. Well, this clinic, I guess.
You hear his soft voice filtering in through the open doorway at the top of the stairs, a hoarse and sickly edge added for effect as he speaks to his mother.
Hey, Mom.
Coughs gently. Reese, I didn't know you were awake.
I still feel like shit, but I think I can finally try to keep some juice down. It looks like we're all out, though.
Really? I thought I'd just pick some up. Got an errand to run on Main Street anyway. I'll go pick up some juice. Well, and some ginger ale. Orangey juicy.
That would be awesome. Sorry to ask. I know you're probably busy.
It's no problem. It doesn't take long. Don't do anything too strenuous while I'm gone, like breaking down a wall. Just lie in bed until I get back.
Thanks, Mom. I'll take it easy.
He's just like crossed his fingers behind him as he says that. Yeah. You hear her footsteps move down the hall, then the front door opening and closing. Then she'll be like, I forgot something! Conveniently.
It worked!
The theatric rasp has left his voice, excitement rising in its place.
Come on up. We don't have long until she's back.
As you step out of the morgue, you relax. Extra space between you and the carving has weakened its hold on you. You know that your desperation to claw your way through the wall and unveil it.
It's one of those emergency fire axes, so it should be pretty obvious where it is. Though I'm not sure where.
Well, the thing is, why don't we just go through the? So wait, we're past the doorway. We got through the doorway.
Yeah, that door opened into the morgue.
Okay. So it wasn't just like the doorway let us into directly.
Is further in past a solid wall, which is why we're getting an axe.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll show you around. Let's try the doc's office first.
You make your way to the doorway of her now vacant office.
I don't see an axe in here.
He's right. A cursory glance reveals nothing but stacks of paper and cabinets of medical supplies. But something on the desk catches your eye, some sort of records with your family's name on them.
So,
my family.
I want to point out, we can definitely check these out. I do think there is technically a time element here, but I think you're fine regardless. These records, I want to point out, were just on her desk. So, like, clearly she pulled them out for some reason.
Yeah. This is our family, technically, right? So
Correct.
Think we
Not
should...
even technically, literally.
Yeah, so I would say reading is not bad. Like, if it was, like, Reese's thing, I'd be like, frick no. Why would we read his thing? Rude. He stops in the doorway, turning to watch you leaf through the documents.
Find something interesting?
They're your family's death certificates.
All right. Pearlan, Edwardine, Enoch, and then others.
So we already know Pearl Ann, right? They say she died of suffocation, which maybe she didn't. Oh. But I want to hear...
It's almost like you should read the death certificate in case.
Sure, and you said we're fine, right, time-wise?
You should be fine. I do think that there is technically a time element here, but I think because you don't have book smarts, there's like this whole other half of this scene that we're just not going to get, sadly.
Okay, so I guess I want to see Edwardine's first.
Okay. Edwardine Scarlet, born April 9th, 1913, died February 12th, 2003. What? Oh, age 89. Okay, sorry. My brain auto-completed that to over 100 years old, which is not true. Cause of death, heart failure, signed by her granddaughter, Pearl Ann Scarlet.
Okay.
Pretty normal. Almost made it to 90. Died of a normal old person illness.
Okay, then let's do Pearl Ann's.
Cause of death, sleep apnea. Discovered by her daughter, Tabitha, chrysanthemum, Scarlet. No autopsy performed.
Chrysanthemum.
Tabitha's middle name is Chrysanthemum? Wonder who cursed her with that mouthful.
I mean, it is long, for sure. I feel like... Definitely... Scroll down. Oh, I think it's pretty. It doesn't say anything. I could say cut. I feel like that was forbidden knowledge, learning her middle name. So Enoch.
Enoch Scarlet, born September 9th, 1887, died August 20th, 1957, age 69. Cause of death, fall from cliff.
Interesting.
Do you know anywhere in town where there is a really prominent cliff that maybe the Scarlets were, like, at?
Oh, our house.
This one has a coroner's report attached. Organ sustained impact injuries, lacerations to the neck and body consistent with fall from great height. Whoa, an actual autopsy report. Looks ancient.
Yes, I don't know what others mean.
You quickly flip through other Scarlets whose names aren't quite as familiar. Theodore Scarlet, born May 24th, 1890, died 1918, age 28. Cause of death, crushed in mine collapse. Body not recovered. Signed by his body, Enoch Scarlet. So I want you to pay attention to that in particular. Joseph Scarlet, born 1914, died June 7th. Oh, he's just said born in 1914, not a day, just in April somewhere. Died June 7th,
so that's
1944.
30 years?
Correct. Yep.
Why is it 1944? Oh, 1944 twice. Yeah. That's
Lewis Scarlet, born
years.
1944. Both killed in Normandy in the line of duty. They must have been Edwardine's brothers. She did mention that, right? When it was the possession with the ghost, she said that her brothers were overseas. Certificate of fetal death, infant boy, Andrew Charles Scarlet, delivered April 3rd, 1945. Stillbirth, mother Edwardine Scarlet.
That was
I think that was the child between her and
Charles.
Charles Jr. Yeah. Now, question: do you think it's actually a stillbirth, or do you think that
I don't know,
or do you think that they killed the baby? Because it's like no.
No.
Cause of death: complications during birth.
No Dr. present home burial. So who knows whether or not he actually even died.
Alexandra Scarlet, born December 12th, 1947, died August 20th, 1957, age 9. Missing, presumed dead, signed by mother Edwardine Scarlet.
So someone who we don't even know if dead fully.
Correct. Mary Bell Scarlet, born September 3rd, 1946, died October 30th, 1963, age 17. Cause of death, complications during childbirth, signed by her mother, Edwardine Scarlet. This one was the one that I think this is the one who was the mother of Pearl Ann and Vivian, your mom and Tabitha's mom.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot of kids to outlive.
Oh, Reese's eyes flicker up to the doorway, and a second later you hear the sound of the front door handle being turned. His hand on your shoulder. Before you even register what's happening, you're pushed back and out of view of the front door.
Shit, I'm not supposed to be in here. We gotta hide.
He hurries to close the closet door, motioning you inside. You slip past him and squish yourself into what little space is available in the nearly full closet. Reese is close on your heel. Isn't he tall-ish, too?
He's very tall.
I mean, still let him in. There's not really anywhere else. I like that, but the idea of shoving, like, closing the door on him. I was like, Jesus Christ, that'd be so rude.
No, sorry, I'm just laughing because, like, I love the fucking added details that they give to his sprite here.
Because he's like, he is gaunt as hell.
Yeah.
Together, you listen as the doctor makes her way to some room deeper into the clinic. In the silence of the tiny closet, every breath seems too loud, as if you could expect Dr. Kelly to hear it from wherever she was across the house.
We better just wait, just in case.
Jesus Christ. Fine, you can flirt with him, Zack. I can tell what's on your mind.
But it's so funny because you're doing literally the perfect thing, right? Like, you're both in a tight, confined space. You could be like, so...
So, how are things going as we try to avoid your mom while we get an axe? And
yes, but Saba, I need you to understand. You have an otherworldly knack for avoiding content in whatever game we play. I know that you're not actually interested in flirting with Reese, but like that's the whole fucking point of you picking hot. Is so that way
you're like, this has to pay off in some way. I can feel. I understand.
Genuinely, it needs to. Either that, or they really need to rewrite how hot works.
Okay, fine. Let's flirt with this boy. You're momentarily distracted from the danger at hand by Reese's sudden closeness. It's almost strange to be here with him after the way he was hidden away from the first few days of your week in Scarlet Hollow. Yeah, true. Made him into a seemingly mythical figure. The tragic artist wasting away in a basement guarded by a tyrannical warden. I mean... Ooh, what? Now he's close enough that you can hear the beating of his heart against his delicate ribcage. See his chest rise and fall with shout. I wonder what this is that is not Kenai, but okay. It seems kind of... There's a small smile on his face, and his usually glazed eyes are practically glimmering with the thrill of being somewhere he's not supposed to. Wow, living on the edge, huh? You could reach out and touch him, and he would be solid under your fingertips. I could see how fast your heart is beating. There's no one I'd rather be stuck in an enclosed space with. I like you. You're interesting. You're scared you can hold my hand. Across the door frame, leaning dangerously close to him, lean in gently.
Oh, Saba, you gotta shove your tits in his face. Come on!
Yeah, but like, keen eye, right? Didn't we say we needed that?
There is a keen eye there.
Okay, I guess we'll have to do keen eye. Because I think the option of like gently touching his arm or whatever, but this is what we gotta do, I guess. We're not creepy. I can hear how fast your heart's beating. Reese's breath catches in his throat, and he starts shaking slightly in the gloom.
I'm just nervous.
Shumafindas plays a comforting hand on his. You don't have to be nervous around me. I think I would be so embarrassed if we said the first one just for her to catch us. I'm not gonna kid you. I think I'm gonna die internally.
But I love So Am I, and I think we're nervous for the same reason. And just be like, ooh.
It's weird.
I mean, obviously the middle one is like, that's like the normal thing to say, I guess, if you're just trying to be romantic and flirty. But like, I love the third one, dude. The third one's so funny.
Yeah, I like the first one and the third one.
All right, well, it's your playthrough.
I think by sheer embarrassment, I'm gonna say the third one, because the first one I'm not gonna live down if we get caught. So am I. I think we're nervous for the same reason. I didn't realize there was another.
You can hear something loudly in his chest. So why are you nervous? I'm stuck in the closet with my crush. Oh my god!
Oh yeah.
So Saba, you like straight up like I don't know. Maybe Reese is just picky. Yeah, that's probably genuinely the case. You literally do not get any of this unless you are hot.
That's really funny. Okay, I guess the first one, because we literally have just met. You're not gonna cut a lie, so
I'm about to say we met him yesterday. No, the day before. No. Actually, yes, it was yesterday.
Met him once.
The day before that, he didn't show up.
Yeah. So the first would make sense. Yeah. He stares
down at you in shock. You mean that?
No, I'm lying, clearly. Yeah, you see a blush rise in his cheeks and he tears himself away from your gaze, trying to hide his face under the guise of staring out into the office beyond.
I feel the same way. Wow, that's your blush?
He's pale, okay? I was also wondering it. Oh, for a second it almost looks like he's about to cry. But the moment is broken by the footsteps once again echoing down the hallway outside just beyond the open door. Footsteps return, they get louder, approaching the office door, and then they stop. Much to her relief, she opens another door, leaving the main clinic. Isn't she just gonna be like, Reese, where are you?
We're in the clear. We probably got a minute or two until she comes back. So let's make it count.
So, by the way, were we not gonna be able to... If we had not read anything and we were to just leave, she would not have arrived, or she would have still arrived?
You would be in this next room when she arrived.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's like...
Is there a closet in there too?
I think there is a cabinet, but I think it's it's like a different situation. I think you just hide in the corner of the room and hope that she like leaves. If any other room in the clinic is likely to have a fire axe, it's probably the room full of chemicals. This way.
He motions you down a hallway, slipping through the slightly ajar door of what you assume to be the supply room.
Yes, there it is.
What is that red fuzzy branch? It's oddly colorful in this, like...
We will talk about this in a moment. I don't know if you're... Because Keen Eye has been like a superpower so far. I want to see if Keen Eye gives you access to this scene despite not having book smarts.
Okay, well, you see. Keys.
Here we go.
He rushes over to the cabinet that contains a bright red axe, pulling the glass door open.
Your axe.
You've given me an axe. Okay. A splash of brown catches your eye. There's a small sprig of what almost looks like furry berries, with a wide 8-pronged leaf still attached to the base. The end of that sprig is leaking sap into the countertop. It's fresh.
Now we can...
Reese stops mid-sentence as he knows you staring at the plant.
Okay. You are about to get the scene I thought we were going to miss, so this is going to be even longer than I thought it was going to be.
Wow!
Saba, I don't know how the fuck you're doing this, alright? Like, 50% of your traits are fucking useless, and yet you are maximizing content despite not wanting to do anything.
Yeah. There we go, Zack. I get content, even if I run away. I try running away from it. Okay, he stoops to pick it up.
Does she make her own medicine?
He puts it down, but not before breaking off a berry and sliding into his pocket.
I don't think she's allowed to do that. She's not a pharmacist. This room is just for storing stuff she orders from patients from a pharmacist in Rivard. Why would she be making her own?
Before you can answer, the two of you hear something in the distance and turn to listen intently.
That was the door from the house. Come on, if we hurry, we can get you back downstairs. I'll run interference. Just go downstairs quick.
You can hear her approaching now, floorboards creaking in the hallway on the other side of the office. You follow Reese's instruction, once again staring down the basement stairs, letting the pull of the stone carving guide you back to the morgue. Dr. Kelly's voice filters down from above.
Okay, so you're not going to get the full scene because you don't have book smarts, so you weren't able to answer him when he said, "What is this?" We'll see if something happens. I won't tell you. If something doesn't happen, I will just tell you what the scene was. Not full detail, but just
sure. I'm wondering though, because he picked it up, whether or not
I'm wondering if he's
gonna
Google. I'm wondering if he's gonna Google it. Like, hey, what is this? And then he'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm. I was right. We did already have juice. It was just in the back of the fridge. But there's no harm in having extra. What are you doing in the clinic? I thought I told you to go rest.
Oh, I'm just gonna chill in the morgue. I got my speakers on, so if you hear some weird sounds, it's just my music.
I'll be sure to put in my earplugs to drown out all of the industrial clanging you listen to. Well, that's good, I guess. You know, I'm not the biggest fan of you spending time down there. It can't be good for your mental health to hang out in a refrigerator for corpses. You at least have a blanket this time?
Yeah, I'll be fine. It's just a change of scenery. My room feels too claustrophobic right now.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, like, this is like a closed off room too, but he is in the basement, so, you know, the tomato.
Well, claustrophobia is obviously about, like, enclosed spaces, but it's also about familiarity, too.
Yeah.
In a way.
Okay, I'll let you... By the way, do you hear, like, the breathing?
Mm-hmm.
It was like...
It's your breathing.
That was my breathing. You hear the door close and the sound of Reese descending the stairs to join you in the fluorescent lit room below.
Hey.
Wall now? Yes, wall. Let's do this. May I make the first blow? You listen to music that sounds like a wall being broken down? I should warn you, something spooky might happen when we break that wall. I do like both of these options, so...
We can do both.
Yeah, so let's do that.
Of course I do. I'm sad all the time. Glad my taste in music is finally coming in handy. It's exactly the cover we need.
Come back to the question.
Stop asking questions. No!
Oh, well, that's unfortunate.
It was an explore!
It was. Okay, we'll say...
Hey, at least you got to say something funny.
Yeah, let's do this. Yeah, I mean, I think he also like, gets that something spooky's about to have it, you know? You approach the far end of the morgue, act practically singing through the air as you strike the wall. First cut offers a surprisingly amount of resistance. Surprising. There is some structure behind it, some wooden frame holding it in place, trying to stand between you and what waits for you on the other side. You stagger back from the massive hole in the wall and admire your effort.
Holy shit.
Splintered edge frames a dark passage seemingly cut deep into the side of the cliff, cold seeping from a forgotten place into the already fringed morgue. Question. You being buff, does this look cleaner for you?
So, not really. It still looks like shit. The difference is that your character does this in, like, 2 swings, which is insane.
Okay, because I was going to say, this would be pretty difficult to do.
To get through. I'm about to say, like, you would definitely get, like, giant splinter through your neck.
Reese coughs as he takes a better look at what lies beyond the wound in the wall. Ah, wound in the wall.
There's a whole hallway back here.
Thick, stale air leaks from the hole, filling the morgue with an earthy mildew smell, like the room is slowly filling with dirt. Too much dirt today. And with the stink of the grave-like room beyond comes an even stronger compulsion. You step forward. Someone hold us back. We are diving into this hole.
This is wild. I had no idea any of this was here. An entire hospital wing, rotting away for decades behind some flimsy drywall.
His voice sounds distant. Your sole focus is finding it. Your feet move without prompting, and you stumble down the hallway towards the far wall, barely registering the antique clutter as you stagger past it.
Oh, are you okay?
I am currently possessed. You don't respond, and you don't bother to retrieve the axe. The wall is rotten, water damage having eaten away at the wood over the course of unknown years. The planks nearly reduced to sawdust. You tear into it. We are... Okay, so it was a guy with a snake, a lion...
It was a guy... Yeah, so the thing that I think that matters the most from that carving was that the guy... It was like a guy, a goat, an ox, and then like another guy.
Yeah.
Right, it was a bunch of animals, but they were like animal people, like whatever. But he was holding a caduceus, which is obviously the symbol for like medicine and doctors and stuff.
I never knew it was called a caduceus. I'm not gonna lie, it's a very funny
You never knew
word.
that?
No. I just knew about the staff and stuff.
After, yeah, it was just named after like this Greek guy, essentially.
Cool.
You can be Injured Man, I will be Enoch.
Enoch, I thought you weren't going to come. I was worried you'd leave me here forever. They said there's nothing they can do.
I'll never use my legs again. Enoch, what am I going to do? Is he gonna kill us?
Calm down, Teddy. These doctors don't know what they're talking about. I've been doing my own research and I found us an alternative. We won't have to worry about anything from here on out, I promise.
I found black magic.
I went to talk to the witch.
Magic. I don't know if I wouldn't say black magic, but magic, yeah. Oh, witch? But that's nonsense.
It's all right. It's all sorted out. We're taking you home today and everything will be resolved by this time next week. So, the guy's name is what?
Teddy.
You mean Theodore? Theodore Scarlet, the one who allegedly died in the mine and was never reported found?
Ah.
So, clearly something happened. If anything, this guy might be the guy who's locked away. Don't know, but I'm just saying. Because that's the whole vision. Now, keep in mind, the other two visions, one of them was the tragedy of the mine collapse, and then the second one was the tragedy of Edward
we saw death.
Charles
yeah, we
Shaw.
saw two deaths. So this isn't death. I didn't see a death.
Well, is it though? Is it not his death? Is that or is this the moment where his brother Enoch essentially signed him to death?
That I could be reasonable.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we didn't technically see anyone die.
It's definitely a lot less audacious than the other two visions, but it is very interesting that we just learned that Teddy Scarlet even existed, period. And now it's like, oh, well, the one thing we knew about Teddy Scarlet is already a lie.
Hopefully we can bring that up because we saw the autopsy. Your vision swims back into focus and it takes a solid second or two to reorient yourself. You're in an unfamiliar bed. Reese leans against the far wall. He managed to get us out of there and into his room? Eyeing you with concern and curiosity. Yeah.
I'm gonna take over if that's okay.
That's fine. Okay.
Hey, I was worried you slipped into a coma or something. You tore down a wall like an animal, found some weird carving and collapsed. I think you might have had some kind of seizure. Are you okay?
By the way, is there anything else from this perspective that we can see about his room?
The thing. This is the thing from The Thing. This is the head crawler. You got more paintings that you couldn't see before.
Is that supposed to be like a Chucky type doll? Not Chucky type doll. Maybe Chucky type doll?
Maybe Chucky type doll. I don't quite know. Because I mean, this is obviously the poster to Hellraiser, right? So that's that. I don't recognize this. It almost looks
this
like
one from
Beatles
this
album.
Yeah, this one from this angle looks weird. I thought in the other angle it was better, but
the other thing is that you can see that he has like a portrait descending his stairs of like horribly maimed people descending into hell.
My God.
So yeah, I don't know.
That's about it,
Reese
but that's pretty cool.
Reese isn't doing super hot.
Wait, nothing spooky happened? The mountain didn't collapse on us. No ghosts? How'd I get here? Does Dr. Kelly know I'm here? Why didn't you call an ambulance when I started seizing us, stupid? I had a vision. I should probably get going. Stella's still missing the stone here, finally. Stop yelling at me. So what now? Dr. Kelly should look me over. The seizures can't be good for me. Remain silent. Okay, so I like... Wait, nothing happened, and then I saw something.
So you want to do this first, and then I had a vision?
No, let's say I had a vision, and then we'll be like, wait, every single time this happened, something bad happened. Are we dead? What's happened? So, yeah. I had a vision.
Like a hallucination? I have those sometimes, too. Used to have them a lot as a teen.
Okay, dude.
Always just weird little things, like my hands would look wrong, or my neck would seem too long, or the room would feel smaller.
Now I'm starting to think that the sap she's feeding you is a hallucinogenic, but, I think the carvings are trying to warn me about something. My family has dark secrets. I think these visions are things that actually happen. What are these visions? Are they making me suspicious of my family? These carvings are clearly drilled into some big gas pockets. Oh my God, Zach, not the gas. Leave it at that.
The gas pocket that would have
hallucinogenic gas
fucking all over town.
My family had the top
one, I don't even know if it's a warning per se, but they're definitely telling us something. So, the top one, I would say.
An old family like yours? I believe it. Hopefully it's all ancient history, though. I wouldn't want something to happen to you. I like to get to know you a little better before either of us dies.
Yeah, wait. Something spooky happened? The mountain didn't collapse? No ghosts?
No, nothing. You just fell down, twitched a little, and when you seemed stable, I carried you back here. That was a few hours ago.
I was out for hours? Wish I'd been awake while you carried me. You have a delicate constitution. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Phew, that's great. Maybe these carvings aren't that bad. Maybe there's something spooky going on right now. We haven't realized it. Oh, that's so freaking good. But Zack's demanding I flirt with him, so...
Say, this is not explore. Yeah, it's just flirting.
Too bad. I was hoping for some excitement. Okay.
Well, I mean, like, you know... I mean, genuinely, it's like maybe there's something spooky going on right now. Like, that is true. Like, maybe. You don't know.
Yeah, but we've committed. We're flirting with him, so let's go. Let's do it.
I could always put on a repeat performance.
He's blushing a little in this picture. That's really funny. You can't really tell, but that's good. Does Dr. Kelly know I'm here? You didn't call an ambulance. I think let's do the first one.
This guy?
Yeah.
No, I snuck you back into the house while she was busy in the medical storage room. I figured you wouldn't want to come to in the morgue.
Go down. I like this so what now, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
We might be stuck down here for a little bit. The doc is on a warpath up there. I refuse to take my medicine, so she's not happy about it.
Oh, he's like
but
apprehensive
after I looked this up.
Oh, he did look it up. Okay.
So I'm going to tell you right now what the scene would have been if you had book smarts, because he's about to tell you all this stuff anyway. It's exactly what I kind of insinuated in episode 3 at the dinner scene or whatever. When I gave you here are his weird symptoms, and then here's his his other symptoms.
Oh, is it? What is it? Nightshade or hemlock or whatever?
I think it's something along those lines. Like I think it's definitely one of those like witchy type like poisons things or whatever. Essentially what happens is when you're in the medical storage room, you notice it, or sorry, if you don't notice it, he does. He picks it up and he's like, "What's this?" And then you have the book smarts thing to say like, "Oh, that's Nightshade," and then you like talk
so
about
he
it
will
for a
always
bit.
he will always like pick it up. We will always take
So
it.
in my Gentle Giant playthrough, we didn't talk about that at all. Like we didn't look at the Nightshade at all. We just immediately went downstairs. Once again, I don't know if it's actually Nightshade, but whatever.
Yeah.
We just immediately went downstairs and I took a whack at the wall. Apparently, while you're out, even if you don't mention it or bring his attention to it while you were conscious in the medical storage room, during the hours that you are unconscious on his bed, he will just naturally be curious about like, what was that? And he just goes back.
Okay, that's good. Because I feel like this seems like an important plot
So he will
point.
always come to this revelation, even if you're not the one to do it. But the scene is extremely intense because essentially in real time you work out, because like he exactly what he said is true. Like his mom is not a pharmacist. She's not supposed to be making medicine. She's not supposed to be making drugs at all. She's just supposed to store them for patients. And so he starts doing all this stuff and he's like, wait a minute. And he looks up, like he pulls out his phone and he looks up like the symptoms for like milk, fucking nightshade poisoning or whatever. And it's exactly what I told you before.
What is berry brown fuzzy? And what did do?
Well, no, he looks up, he knows what it is, but he looks up like what are the symptoms of this type of poisoning. And it's like, like gastric problems, pale skin, low energy, like yada yada, like all this stuff. And he's like, this is me. My mom's been poisoning me for 10 years. And he starts getting really, really mad. To the point where, if I remember correctly, in my first playthrough, I'm pretty sure Reese is the one who takes the axe to the wall and not me.
Wow. Oh, because you learned about it sooner. Okay.
He learned about it sooner and he was way madder at the time. And I would like to reiterate, just in case you're like not super conscious of this, he always carries you back to his room, including if I have powerful build.
Yeah, he's like unnaturally, like, remember we said the nightshade, whatever it is one half of like this other, like there's another half to it.
Something is happening to Reese and his mom has been poisoning him for some reason. But yeah, let's keep going. There's no way I was going to take anything she gave me. She's been poisoning me for years.
I mean, wouldn't it have been kind of crazy?
I went ahead and blocked my door so she can't get down here. Now we just have to wait her out.
What if, like, poisoning him was the only way to stop what was trying to take him over? That'd be crazy.
That would be crazy. All right, let's keep going.
But why would your mom poison you? I don't want to be down here. I want to leave. Block the door. I'm leaving. Let's find a distraction until it's safe to leave. We're supposed to pass the time until it's safe to leave. Okay, so many should leave. Okay, but why would your mom poison you?
I don't know. But the internet says...
castor bean.
This is castor bean. There you go. It's used to make ricin, a super deadly poison that causes some of my exact symptoms. And death, usually. So by the way, I do know this. Ricin is more toxic and harmful to the human body than fucking cyanide.
Wow. And he's been fine this time.
He's been getting tablets of this shit for years. And sure, he looks fucked up, but he sure as hell is alive.
Yeah.
Anyway, the thing I can't figure out is whether she's been trying to kill me slowly or if she just likes keeping me sick enough to be dependent on her. Either way, I don't think I've had an illness. I think the illness was me growing up and becoming less easy to control. So she found a cure for that.
Ricin
is really bad. Are you not dead?
No matter what, we should get out of this basement soon. We need to get you out of here. Who knows what she'll do when she finds out what you know. With your evidence, you should be able to go to the cops. Maybe not the local cops, but cops.
Actually, you know what? That's really interesting. That's like the first Explorer I have ever seen that wasn't at the top.
Yeah, I don't know why. I feel like I do want to say the first Explorer, even though it sounds kind of bad, but like maybe there's something up. Why, like you said, it's so bad. Why like this, and how is this not been as bad as it should have been?
I don't know. Maybe it's low enough doses, or maybe I've developed a tolerance. I don't think the fact that I feel more and more alive by the minute is enough proof that she was keeping me sick. I don't even need solid evidence. Well, I mean, might as well. It's an Explorer, right?
I think he would be fine doing this. So we can, say.
I do have the castor bean from the pharmacy, but I still have to prove where I got it from, and that she used it to poison me. It's possible the cops might just think I snapped, and it could turn out even worse for me. I don't think the doc would hesitate to put me, or to have me committed if it meant she could keep her hold on me.
I don't know, we should get her out of this basement soon. We need to get you out of here. Who knows what she'll do when she finds out what you know. I think the second one's reasonable.
Where would we go? The only person I know who has a car is Kanika, and she's not answering her phone. I don't know anyone else. I don't have any other family to go to. I've never even finished high school.
Oh, I'm so sorry, dude. But, like, so her being incapacitated forces us to be here for longer, right? Is that...
You talking about Kanika?
Yeah.
More or less. But you're always going to be here for this, because you'll notice that the spooky shit hasn't happened yet.
Yeah.
When I get out of the house, I don't know how I can make sure I won't wind up right back here.
Stay with me if you want, or at least you get on your feet. You can stay with me. We can figure it out together. One step at a time. Let's start by waiting out your mom and getting... We live alone, if I remember, in the thing. So we could say you could stay with me, which is the second one.
Just this one?
We're flirting, right? So why would we want him to leave eventually? Right? Isn't that the goal?
Well, you know. Sure, you want to say that?
Yeah. Yeah, there we go. It's just a rundown studio apartment, but there's a roof over your head and a warm place to sleep when the heat works.
And nobody trying to poison me. Sounds like a pretty big upgrade. Plus, I'd have the company of someone like you. Blushing! Blushing! He smiles, his eyes distant as he imagines the possibility of such a life, undoubtedly for the first time. Thanks, Dunn. You have no idea how much this offer means to me. But I guess we still have to pass some time before we can get out of here. A distraction seems like a good idea. As you could probably tell, I'm getting a little jittery.
I wonder if, like, poisons... What type of... Are there withdrawal symptoms to poisons? I don't think they're, like, addictive, but...
They're not addictive, so it's not a withdrawal in that same sort of way. There is... Like, sometimes recovering from a toxin is just as bad as the toxin itself. It's just the idea that the recovery is limited, right? Like, there's only a certain amount of time until you're done with that.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, him getting jittery, I would say, in this case, is probably more of an indication of him finally getting, like, a return of whatever vitality or energy that has been sapped from him for years, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I had
you need to
out.
read. No, but you didn't read this, so.
Maybe it's the lack of poison in my system for the first time in years, or the fact that my whole perception of reality has been turned on its head. Probably a combo. But doesn't feel awful, to be honest.
What if your mom doesn't fall asleep? You could always. Let me see the rest of it. Let me owe me a showing of Shino-Chi death. Well, that's pretty nice. Whatever it is you do to kill time, preferably something that'll help me ignore my mounting anxiety. I'm chill with whatever. That's gonna make me do the flirt. Okay, go ahead. Whatever.
Listen, Saba, he's going through a like earth-shattering like change and revolution.
And we're gonna Titanic it. Is that what you're telling me?
Boy is freaking out and having a panic attack. Show him your tits. It'll be fine. All right?
Also, look, it doesn't even say hot for this.
Yeah, it's just flirt.
God dang it. Fine, you can do it.
I think this one was because of the previous dialogue option that you chose when you first visited him that said that you might, like, you flirted saying, what if you drew me?
That wasn't a hot option? I don't remember.
I believe it was hot. So this is just, like, I don't think that this would show up if you hadn't have picked that, which did require you to be hot. So.
Okay, so. Hey, just do it, I guess.
Yes! If you're sure you're okay with sitting for a portrait, I'd love to draw you. There's a quality to drawing that's almost like catching memories, just sappy as that probably sounds. But this can be sort of a snapshot of the night my life turned around. It's definitely a memory worth holding on to. I'll get you a chair. Unique sprite I've never seen.
Yeah, you've never seen this because you didn't have hot. Okay.
He excitedly hurries across the room, pulling up a couple chairs. You can see the difference in his energy now that he hasn't had his daily dose of poison. He's more talkative, less slouched. His long limbs no longer perpetually tucked in at his sides.
I mean, it's cool to see him doing his art.
May I touch your face?
Sure, blush.
Sure, blush.
There's also the second one.
Please do waggle your eyebrows.
You don't even have to ask permission. Wait, take his hand? You don't need to, I know my best angle. I guess the first one? By the way, is the wait and taking his hand, are you like forcefully like putting his hand on your face?
I have no idea. I've never done this scene.
His hand on your, okay. Well, let's just do the first one. Sure.
I just love how fucking this guy looks like death. He places a gentle hand on your jaw, tilting your head slightly to the side. Fingerprint.
Man, cops are gonna know it was us. We have fingerprints directly on us.
His fingertips are warm on your cheek, the sensation of their light touch lingering on your skin as he pulls away. Perfect. He pauses for a moment, his eyes locking with yours.
It's too tense for me, man.
Filling the room. I'm just saying. It is entirely your choice, Summer.
But Zack, if we don't let him draw us, we won't know what it looks like.
I do desperately want to know what our character looks like.
I do want to see that. We have time, okay?
Hold on. We'll save just in case it's not worth it. So you want to do the explore?
Yeah. I believe you and me are like giggling like school children right now over this.
What do you mean? I just love fucking. It's just like he. I don't know, man. It's just like, is this what it feels like in real life to just be hot? To know that like the other person is so into you and you can just like toy with them a little bit.
I have no clue, dude. Okay.
Oh God. Thanks for doing this. You have no idea how long it's been since I was able to have somebody sit for me. I think it's been since high school, probably. He starts sketching. The scraping of the graphite is quick and controlled, long lines sweeping across the paper. He pauses for a brief moment, glancing away in thought. I wanted to draw you since we met yesterday. You have such a striking bone structure. It makes for a truly unique face. I hope I can capture it.
Oh, nice.
He glances up at you every couple of seconds, the pencil still moving as he focuses intense gaze on you. This is so much easier than usual. Sometimes getting the basic forms down can feel like pushing through mud, but this is like breathing.
Apparently being hot makes the artist's job easier. Good to know.
It's true. It is true. He continues his sketching out of your portrait. The sound of pencil on paper... the sound of pencil on paper louder and bolder as his strokes gain confidence. Why does he look like that? I just can't believe I let this go on for so long.
His mom, yeah, he's
that I never questioned her. That I so readily accepted the lines she gave me about my years being numbered and my illness being some bizarre mystery genetic thing that no other doctors could solve.
See, like, I'm wondering whether or not she knows about what is actually happening, and that's what that meant. She was saying that.
I know it's hard to see when you're in the thick of it, but I was just so naive. And who knows what lasting damage she's done to me. You realize it isn't confidence that's deepening the lines on the paper. It's anger, frustration.
You don't have to focus on what you could have been. You have a new future ahead of you. Yes! Get angry! You have every right to feel that anger. Hey, dial it back, buddy. Let's get you out of this basement. I think it's stressing you out. It's okay. We'll figure this out. We'll get you a real doctor soon. This was a bad idea. Hey, focus on the moment. The future is the future. Past the patches exist with beat. I guess.
I mean, that's a little romantic.
Yeah, so just go with that.
You want to do this?
Yeah.
I don't think I can. Not while I'm still down here. I think it might be a mistake to wait her out. She could be up there right now, planning something. I don't know. The pencil snaps. Oh no, I'm sorry. I must be acting strange. I feel strange. Do my nails look longer to you? There's a knock on the window. Okay, so hold up. Okay.
So we don't get to see it? We don't get to see the thing?
For a second. We're going back. We're going to take his hand.
Okay. Wait, but what if we stare meaningfully into his eyes?
I want to kiss him.
No, wait, but let us stare and then maybe we can kiss him afterwards, okay?
You're going to miss the opportunity.
Zack, we can literally load save. Okay, it was 2 seconds ago.
Reese's stands stock still, a slight nervous tremor in his shoulders as his icy blue eyes lock onto yours. They
into yours would be crazy.
The two of you spend a tense, silent moment staring at each other, but Reese finally breaks his frozen stance, reaching back up to you, his fingertips resting lightly on your cheek. They tremble on your skin. He leans forward. There's a knock at the door.
I can't believe it!
We're going back! We're gonna kiss him! We're going to kiss! Give me a kiss! No!
Okay.
Okay. You see disbelief in his eyes, the anticipation. He reaches back up to you, forgets the leans forward. The back of the window.
See? We get blocked either way! God dang it! Okay. Okay, what do you want to do? Because I would prefer to do the staring at each other, because we still get blocked either way, dude.
Okay, so instead of him going back to drawing and getting angry, you want to do the eyes?
Well, it meant if we were to choose this option. But, like, what are your thoughts? I don't, wait, can you look
My
up?
thoughts are that I am horny!
I totally understand that, dude, no.
I want is to kiss the boy.
Can you look up to see if there is an actual, like, picture?
No.
Can we get something?
No,
we don't.
That is
because I'm wondering if we would to get like we would
that's
get
a like update for next Sunday sort of thing. Like that would be the sort of thing that I would look up after stream and then tell you about on next Sunday.
Just so, because I'm like, what if we do get a picture? That'd be still really
Then
dope.
That's too bad. I'm sorry. It's your choice. Do you want him to continue drawing us, or do you want to stare into his eyes before Wayne shows up? Pick quickly. This is it, by the way. We're at 4 hours.
No, I know. By the way, is this close to the end of like wherever?
The spooky shit hasn't even started yet.
Oh Jesus. Okay, let him draw us. I want to know if we get a picture eventually, and we'll smooch him at a different point in time. Okay.
No!
Zack, you got denied anyway. There's no point.
You're bullshit. Do you still want to do this?
Yeah, we could say the same thing. Yeah.
Dawn, don't get any closer to that thing. It's time to go home. That voice. I know that voice. Is that who's been following you around?
No,
Without another word, Wayne starts pounding on the window. Good luck, freak. That glass is shatterproof.
No, he's gonna break it. It'll be crazy.
Enemies upstairs, enemies outside. We're surrounded. Even if I get out of this house, I won't be safe. You won't be safe.
What do you mean Wayne isn't gonna hurt you? He hasn't hurt anyone. Why did he call you that thing? Being weird, man. I don't need you to protect me. I think you might be overreacting. I think we say, why did he call you that thing? We're not looking at him, so clearly something's about to happen.
I don't know what you're talking about, Sal. Nothing's weird is happening, all right? So shut up. Because he's some kind of monster. He wants me dead. Can't you feel that? The murderous intent is practically oozing out of him. But I'm not weak anymore. I can fight back. I don't have to cower in fear from the people who want to hurt me. I can protect us. I can protect both of us, Dawn. The window shatters. You can see his foot.
Oh.
Right there.
See, yeah, he got through.
As Reese tears at his clothing, paint bubbles out from the canvases. His ghoulish figures peeling themselves out of their two-dimensional worlds, invading yours, crawling up the walls. Grab my hand. I'll pull you out.
I think...
Leave us alone.
This is kind of crazy. That's freaky.
Don't you love your dream boy?
Zack, let me just remind you that you were the one who got real horny, okay?
I just wanted to give him a kiss. Not anymore, though. I don't think you can.
Not right now.
Not really. In a surge of violence, the change that has been brewing inside Reese finally comes. As it manifests, the broken basement window is sealed off,
and wane along with it. You can see the paint.
Oh, so he's covered. Oh, okay. So.
Do you run for the stairs or do you stay where you are? So.
It's better not to run, I would say.
Okay.
Right now, at least.
We're safe, but I feel strong now. I think I can save us. Stay here. I'll be right back. I just have to deal with the dog. Reese storms up the stairs, leaving you with his smears. All right. I'm going to tell you that, sadly for you, I know the answer, and you can, like, if you want, I can cheat a little bit and tell you, but there are a couple options that if you do not pick them, it will result in the bad ending for this.
So I don't want that to happen. I'm assuming the bad ending is that Dr. Kelly dies. And
I would
say
that
Reese.
That is correct.
And maybe Reese not changing back, but I'm hoping that that's, like, not a thing.
Yeah.
I don't know what calling Tabitha for help would do. Try and warn Dr. Kelly.
This is here because she said if something weird happens, call her, but, you know.
I don't think we have time for that.
Do.
Yeah. Try and warn Dr. Kelly. You're not sure who to help. Best to follow Reese and see how things play out. Try and leave. Wait for... We need to leave? Does the one you're currently on, does that sound fine? Because this is still us leaving. Reese. Yeah.
Well, leave... Okay, you need to use your words better. When you say leave, you mean leave the basement?
Yeah, the basement.
Okay,
following him.
Then yeah. I would say that this is fine.
Okay, I just realized also I don't know if try to leave the bottom one means actually just leave without trying to help.
I think try to leave means leave the clinic entirely.
Yeah, that's not what I want to do. Okay, so...
Okay, great.
Best to follow Reese, yeah.
You make your way to the door that beckoned you yesterday. All intrigue now washed away. You know where it leads, and you know what secrets the stone that lurked in the forgotten basement of the clinic had to share with you. Now the clinic holds new.
Oh, is this kind of what happened to Teddy?
I don't. Maybe that's actually a good like question, I guess. In my mind, I wasn't drawing any sort of conclusions because you're going to learn some more stuff in just a couple minutes here. But, like, once again, I will reiterate that the weird shit of this chapter only happened after you saw the carving. Right?
Yeah, and he stopped taking his medicine.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, there's some weird thing about fate or something like that, right? Like, like, once again, going back to chapter 2, the Tommy knockers or whatever, they could have caused that cave in at any time, but they chose to do it after you did the thing. So I almost wonder if the stone carvings, and this is what I wanted to say earlier, I almost wonder if the stone carvings are about, like, reaffirming fate or something like that. Like, hey, this is an event I want to have occur, so do it, right?
Yeah.
Because you'll see in a moment, if you were worried about your brother Teddy dying or not being able to use his legs anymore, maybe giving him the ability to be a crazy, awesome monster thing is a better alternative to him dying.
I will say, maybe... I'm not sure if Enoch knew he would turn into a monster, but I think he would say, like, this would restore vitality and make you stronger than,
exactly. Like, imagine the witch says, like, yes, this will make him more alive than he's ever been. And he's like, okay, let's do it. And then his brother turns into a fucking monster.
Yeah, it was kind of stuck.
All right. Somewhere beyond the narrow hallway leading from the house proper into the doctor's office, there is a monster preparing to do something unthinkable. Open the door.
Okay, well, I'm glad they only give me one option.
You grasp the handle and turn.
Duck?
All right.
What? Where? Don't shoot. Don't tell me what to do. I'm assuming I should duck or I'm gonna get shot.
What do you think, Saba?
Okay. That's my initial instinct. My other brain that, like, overthinks everything is like, he's probably somewhere behind me and he's like, yes, just...
I'm gonna click duck.
That's good.
You do as she says, ducking out of the way. She shoots. The gun isn't very loud. There's only a pop as the projectile leaves the barrel, whizzing through the air. There you go.
So he was behind us.
You turn to see the dart embedded in Reese's chest. He pulls the tranquilizer dart out from between his ribs, heaving heavy breaths as the drug courses through his system.
Weird and interesting design. Because he's got, like, the demon kind of mouth, like the Japanese yokai. But he's got, like, bat-ish ears.
So, I want to tell... So every chapter has had, like, a monster or, like, a creature or cryptid that is, like, kind of familiar, right? Like, obviously, last chapter was a ghost, but it was, like, a different kind of ghost. And then there was the Tommyknockers and the Ditchlings. Like, these are all things that already existed. Technically, Reese is supposed to be a vampire.
Oh, cool. Because I was also thinking about, like,
That's
the
why
animals
they made so many jokes about vampire, yeah.
Oh, the animals I saw on the page, and I'm like, on the stone or whatever, because I'm like snake, lion, and then maybe something else, because I'm like, you could maybe say he's like an amalgamation of, like, parts of those animals as well.
You'll see as we go further, I don't think he's supposed to be a specific creature. I think he's just supposed to be kind of what you're saying. I think he's just a nightmare amalgam. But
Yeah.
but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You're going to have to try harder than that, you... No. How did you... He's reacting to Wayne. As if you could hope to stop me, you pathetic waste of flesh. Before Wayne takes another step down the stairs, paint flows out from between the cracks in the wood. Reese's panic pulling in a mob of furious smears to hold his enemies in place.
Hold on, pause 5 seconds. Those two lamps look like eyes, top left.
Correct. Very correct.
Okay.
The artist darts away, but the smears continue their work in his absence. Dr. Kelly makes her escape down the hallway, and Wayne is overcome, glued in place at the top of the stairs by stiffening globs of paint. All right, what do you want to do? You want to run after Dr. Kelly, or you want to run to a nearby room just to get away from here?
Oh, okay. I'm glad because I thought the option would be Dr. Kelly or Reese, and if we can't run after Reese, then we should run after Dr. Kelly. If she knows, if she has information,
clearly knows something.
Yeah, then I want to know.
She had a fucking tranquilizer gun ready, so she knows that she knew that this was going to happen one day.
Okay.
You run forward, braving the onslaught of the smears, dodging them as best as you can as you try to see where Dr. Kelly went. Wonderful. The door in front of you is smothered in paint.
Hey.
Dr. Kelly's voice crackles out from some unseen speaker.
You, Dawn. I'm stuck in the safe room. I can't help you from here, but you can help the both of us. You survive what's going on. What the hell is your son, ma'am? I'm sure Wayne can handle this. I'm not helping you. We're poisoning and you deserve to pay the price. Like, I want to ask... Okay, yeah. Because I was going to be like, what the hell are you hiding? And that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Okay, great. But once again, you keep saying this, and then it's like, it's a visual novel. We don't have that option.
Yeah, I know. So...
Saba wishes that she could choose the dialogue option that was like, do the hokey pokey and wait for the game to just give you the answer, but sadly it's not there.
True. Okay, let's just, we can ask what's happening.
Hell, your son, ma'am.
Wish I knew. He was fine until he hit puberty. Everyone said raising a teen was gonna be a nightmare, but they didn't know the half of it. I need you to get to the medical storage room. I'll give you further instructions when you're there. Okay. So she doesn't know? Eh?
Well, we'll get there.
He's a liar? Here. Great, now listen to me. I need you to use the black taped key to get into the cabinet and bring me the elephant tranquilizers. It's a bottle labeled carfentanil.
Carfentanil, yeah.
Yeah, bear tranquilizers clearly aren't going to cut it anymore.
So that's what she just shot Reese with, was a
bear tranquilizer, and he did not give a shit.
And he doesn't remember. So this has happened before?
We'll get there, but you'll recall that Reese said he had nightmares when he was like in his late teens, where he would remember like his fingers looking weird, or his neck being too long, or the room looking smaller, and he thought that those were just like dreams and nightmares.
Oh, but it was. I think
it was episodes of this happening. Yes.
Oh, I see.
An intercom system, huh, Doc? Good. You should hear this. Dawn, you don't have to do anything she says. I'm not going to hurt anybody else. Just her. I'm gonna save, by the way, because... Well, we might have to go all the way back to him touching your face, but we'll see.
Okay.
If you don't...
If I don't.
Or if I don't, you and I both know she's just going to shoot me full of elephant tranquilizers. Did I hear that right? And shove me back down into that basement, or maybe someplace.
He is getting worse. Okay.
And keep killing me every day for the rest of my miserable existence. I feel amazing right now, better than I've felt in my entire life. I'm not dangerous. She's just scared because she knows she has to finally pay for what she's taken from me.
He has a point, Doc. I'm not gonna let you kill someone, Reese. Can't you two just get along? I don't feel like I should get in the middle, so I just want to go home. I'm gonna Reese's side, Dr. Kelly. Wait, help me! I kind of like the idea of, like, I'm not gonna let you kill someone. I'm not gonna let you kill someone?
Yeah. I think that's fair.
Because it's also for him. Like, I don't want this to be on your conscience.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not gonna let you do that.
Why not? She wasn't afraid I might die. Does she know those tranquilizers aren't going to kill me? Does she care?
Trust me, Reese, I've always been careful with your medication. I want you to live. I love you.
Tell yourself whatever lies you want to, Mom. If you wanted a good relationship, you had your chance, and you decided to convince me I was dying instead of letting me exist. Don't try to spin it like some kind of crime of passion now that the consequences are staring you in the face.
Wayne's gonna do something. Oh, dear.
So, this is very keen. This is the first time we have ever seen Wayne touch somebody. I want you to look very carefully. I don't know if it's going to get bit crushed in the Discord stream. Do you see what is now emanating from Reese's shoulder where Wayne is touching him?
There's, like, veins of darkness.
Correct. I'm just going to, for posterity, I'm just going to copy and save it. There you go. Just giving you a little ditty. Like, that apparently is what happens when Wayne touches you.
And you can romance this man.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Enough. Reese cries out in pain. Ah, what the hell did you do to my shoulder?
Kenai, you see ooh.
Whoa, for the brief instant, there's something coming out of Wayne's sleeve.
Like
he's like a fungus.
Ah, of course. The undead fungus monster guy.
The undead fungus man. Yeah, because look, then it goes right back in. Wow, that's really interesting. Just a flash of pale yellow, then it's gone, slithering back into Wayne's clothes. I'll handle it. Try to get somewhere safe until then. I mean, it is kind of crazy that, like, I do think that Tabitha did some sort of ritual to, like, kill Wayne and turn him into this, like, undead guardian thing or whatever. But, like, the fact that Wayne is able to at least temporarily go toe-to-toe with Reese is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
The two stagger off down the hallway. Quick, grab the tranquilizers and head to the safe room.
I guess grab them, right? Technically, tranks are not supposed to kill people, so...
Yeah, it's an elephant tranquilizer though. Like if you did that to a human, it would absolutely shut down your brain.
It is true, but then I turn and glance at what Reese looks like. I don't know what to call that anymore though, Zack.
You do as she says. The tranquilizers are easy to find, marked with a small square of black tape to match the key. She's certainly an organized woman. Head to the safe room. You make your way out of the medical storage room and back to the hallway where Dr. Kelly disappeared. As you approach, Dr. Kelly heaves open the door, slowly breaking apart the mass of paint, sealing it shut.
I will say, it's cool that this paint has apparently, because vampires, I don't think I've ever heard, have power over paint. But it's cool.
We'll talk about it in a second, because once again, he's like kind of a vampire, but I think he's specifically what your nightmare of a vampire would be, and we'll get into that in a moment. But here's your line.
And this is nightmares coming back to life. Yeah. Okay. Hurry! I don't think I can keep it open for long.
You slip past her into the safe room. She shuts the door quickly. The thought, though, one of the little smears managed to slip past her. She stomps on it. Painted viscera splatters across the cement floor.
It sounds like Reese and your friend are still fighting. Probably have a few minutes before he gets here.
All right, here's another conversation.
What is this room? I don't need to, I think I already know. Let's talk Reese. What's the game plan, both short and long term? While we're at any other secrets you're keeping? Okay, flirt, hot. So now that I'm in on all your secrets, I guess we're kind of a team, huh?
Do you want to date Reese and his mom at the same time?
Right. So I'm thinking while we're at it, any other secrets? I feel like that's what we want to, like, demand out of her, you know?
Right now.
Besides that, what's the game plan, both short and long term?
You should talk about Reese, Saba.
Okay.
Okay,
I thought that.
Are you really not going to ask his mom about Reese, the fucking horrible nightmare creature?
No, I assume that the other options included Reese inherently, but
sure, and that's why they made its own dialogue option, because it's redundant, right?
True. Okay, fine. Let's talk Reese immediately.
Well, no, we can do these. I'm just saying, like, you didn't mention this at all.
Oh, I was totally ignoring the fact that those said explore. I don't know why I blocked the explore out, but yeah, let's.
I think I hate you.
True. So yeah, okay. Let's first do Reese, and then what's the game? Yeah, I think those in order are fine.
Okay, so 1, 2, 3,
yeah,
and then flirt.
No flirting. Okay.
Why?
Calm down. You are too horny right now, sir. Gotta calm down.
This is literally the hot chapter. This is where hotness is supposed to matter the most.
Can't believe it.
God damn it.
Okay, let's talk Reese. Yeah, I bet you have some questions. Go ahead, I have nothing left to hide. Why did you start poisoning him? I think I'll start with that. Is he... That's also pretty good. Was his dad slimmer? That's also really good. That's reasonable. How do you know he's dangerous? Okay, so let's start with... What is he? First I thought he was some kind of werewolf. But if he is, he doesn't follow any kind of full moon rules or anything. Silver doesn't do jack to him, and you've seen what he looks like. It's just weird. I almost wish I could examine him while he's fully transformed. It'd be fascinating to know what happens to him, or how his body does it. He seems pretty hell-bent on ripping my throat out, so I guess that'll just have to remain a mystery. See, then poison. Because she said when about the time you started puberty, right?
Correct. So she did say that earlier.
So why did you start poisoning him? Yeah. We stopped calling it poison. Lady, the internet said it's poison. I don't know what you want from us. It is poison. Yes, it's poison. But the act of me giving him poison was not me poisoning him. It was medicating his illness. It started when he was around 15. I've been giving him increasingly high doses of Klonopin. But his body kept adapting and his symptom would come back, especially if he ever fought. I will say, I need to remind myself. There are some cases of poisons, depending on the dosage and the amount, that could potentially have beneficial things, but that's like very specific to like certain things.
Yeah, like it's not exactly the same, but like chemotherapy is literally you poisoning your body and hoping that the cancer dies before you do.
Yeah, so
right, like that's what that is.
So okay, I couldn't keep ordering all those drugs. It was already suspicious, and I could risk losing my license, especially if anyone ever found out what I was using them for. Someone approached me with a solution, I took it. Which?
You mean somebody who has access to like various plants and herbs and knowledge of poisons and whatnot? Somebody who approached you and was like, hey, I heard you have a problem with your nightmare, son. You know, I have this like rare plant that I can give you every couple of months. That way you can keep that under control. By the way, my name is Sybil. It's nice to meet you.
Yes. And I've been dealing with the emotional and mental consequences of that decision ever since. I don't know, you could just... Did he not know what he was? Who approached you and what did they... Ooh?
Ooh!
Yeah. Who approached you and what did they say? Dr. Kelly gives you a long, hard look. Don't want to talk about that woman.
I know exactly. I am onto you, Sybil. You cannot hide.
Oh, but screw it, I might die tonight, so I'll tell you. And that's all I have to say about that. We got... Oh, do you...
I think
it's like the tea?
Sorry?
You think it's like the tea that like...
I was just about to say, I think that was her using her magic through the tea for like wiping our memory.
Dang. All I have to say about that. Did he not... I do like that one. Was his dad similar? Can you... Okay, that's fine. I do not know who he was. I've been medicating him since he was 12. We only had 3 incidents like this before, maybe 4, depending on what counts. This is the worst one by far. He doesn't seem to understand at first that he looks different, and I just make sure to stay on top of his dosages so he rarely ever does. I think you need to tell people. I mean, him. But I've been preparing for this inevitability. He's an adult now. There's only so much I could do to control him. I like, was his dad similar? Was his dad similar? A strange little smile creeps onto Dr. Kelly's face. I wish I knew. Reese just kind of happened. I wasn't seeing anyone, and I just woke up pregnant one day? I know how possible that sounds. I'm a doctor, for Christ's sake. Okay.
Have you ever heard... So obviously, I'm assuming that you're familiar with the idea of immaculate conception, right?
Yeah.
There is actually, canonically, in the Bible, there is a reverse form of this called Cambrian conception, which is you get, impregnated through just, divine intervention, but it's a demon instead of an angel.
Okay.
So...
Seems pretty good.
My thing, and I'll say this now just because it's like it's a half decent time to bring it up.
I think that Reese is a nightmare vampire. I think because of how he looks and stuff, like, I think he was always going to turn into some sort of, like, nightmare creature, right? Because think of, like, all the art that he draws. Because you recall that he said, like, oh, I don't really, like, have to think about my drawings or my paintings or anything like that. They kind of just come to me because I'm always having, like visions and nightmares and stuff. I think that he is literally a creature of, like, demonic nightmares who his mom has been poisoning consistently in order to suppress that portion of him. Okay. So we take this, we go a couple steps further. So I think that he is what you would think of when you think of, like, okay, this is what... How do I phrase this? This is what, like, a vampire kind of looks like, right? With, like, the fangs and the pointed ears and the pale skin and all that stuff. But, and I don't know how familiar you are with cryptids, but I'm going to send you a picture of a cryptid, and I want you to kind of tell me if this rings any bells.
Okay. This is one of the most famous cryptids of all time. Okay, here you go. Does this ring a bell?
Oh, the Jersey Devil? Yeah.
So, if he is a, like, nightmare Cambrian conception, you'll see in a moment his face is extremely elongated. He has, like, skin that is, like, connecting his elbow to, like, the bottom of his rib cage, so it kind of looks like he has wings. I think that he is literally a, quote, Jersey Devil, because he's like a horse bat demon thing. I think that's what they were going for.
Keep having these weird dreams, almost like sleep paralysis episodes. Romantic sleep paralysis episodes. They were actually kind of sweet, but they were just dreams. Okay. Yeah, and nightmares make sense. But then all of a sudden my period stopped and I was pregnant. Reese! Okay. I like the relationship between you seems so difficult. I want to see the idea of, like, yeah. You could say that. He was such a cute kid when I found out I was pregnant. I was terrified. I didn't know if I'd be ready, but he made me love being a mom. It's not like I was going to be sunshine and roses forever. No matter what, kids grow up and they change, sometimes for the worst. Part of being a mom, too, doing what you can to make sure the child you brought into the world isn't going to go around eating people. Let's leave it at that. Game plan. Yeah, what's the game plan? Well, I pump him full of elephant tranquilizers, then I lock him in here. Then I somehow convince him to see things through my perspective. I don't think that'll work. Then we will all live happily ever after.
Now, it's difficult, right? Because what would you do in this scenario? If you had a kid who clearly has some sort of, like, supernatural origins, right? Whether it be immaculate conception, whatever. And the kid, like, once again, he was 15 and he started transforming into some creature. And so his mom was like, okay, well, we got to figure this out, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's hard because it's like, if I had a kid and my kid started turning into a fucking werewolf, that's really hard to just be like, okay, well, let's just live with it, right? Because it's like, if your kid is born and develops, like, Down syndrome or whatever, or is born with Down syndrome, that doesn't mean that they're going to start eating people, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's different. It kind of ties back into that stuff I said before about, like, BNA, that, like, Netflix animated show about, like, the animal people or whatever, it's like, yeah, that show was supposed to be an allegory about, like, racism and stuff like that. But the difference is that black people can't summon swords out of their wrists to kill people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, that's not how that works.
Actually,
so, like, this is kind of similar, where, like, this is supposed to be, like, a little bit of an allegory about, like, raising a difficult child or whatever. But, like, Reese isn't a school shooter. He's a demon monster that can very easily rip through a building, you know? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. It's hard.
So, and if you can't, has that worked before? So you're just going to lock him again? There has to be some other way. It's just going to make him feel trapped. I'm sorry, I see no flaws with this plan. I like the... There has to be some other way. It's just going to make him feel trapped. So, and the one above it too, but I think I like that there has to be another way. It sure is, especially since I'll have to isolate him even more now that he knows what's going on. He is going to hate me. But you gotta work with what you've been given, and what I've been given is an ethical dilemma where I either let my son kill me, bring him to go out and kill others, or imprison him for the rest of his life and force feed him poison to keep him controllable. Or the third option, which is kill him. Let's not do that. I've decided which outcome I can live with. Scroll down. That was the hot, right?
You want to fly?
I guess if we can ask about... I think she said, is there any other secrets? We already kind of know. I guess ask it. Why not? Okay, you have it all.
have no idea how relieved I am to finally say all of this stuff out loud. No, we are not going to flirt.
Why?
We're already chosen someone to flirt with, okay? We're not switching up for his mom.
Why?
Sit and wait.
Dude, like imagine, you know. All right, you want to sit in silence and wait for Reese?
Yeah, there's not really much else to say.
I'm going to give you another save slot here, just in case. So I'm going to let you know, if what my understanding of Chapter 4 is true, what should now happen is one of the, like, most fucked up scenes in all of Scarlet Hollow so far. By far the most violent if we choose the wrong option. But there should be a third option, which is non-violent.
Okay.
Okay? So,
nice.
Hypothetically, since I made that save, I do think you should at least see the worst ending, because it's crazy.
Okay, you want me to witness how bad it is.
I don't even know if you want it to be on stream, though. Like just to be frank with you, it's pretty bad.
Give me 5 seconds. You can let me know when it starts, and then I could.
Okay, I'll let you know. I'll let you know the scene that I'm gonna try to get you first before we reload the save. It's going to be back to this perspective, and Reese is gonna come through the door. The second that you see him start coming through the door, if you're gonna put up an overlay, that's when you put up the overlay.
Okay, when he is coming through the door. Okay.
When he's coming through this door.
And is this what I should be expecting now or after?
It's gonna be in like a minute.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
You and Dr. Kelly sit in silence.
The sound of distant breaking glass cuts through the silence of the clinic outside the safe room. Dr. Kelly opens the door. The two of you stare out into the hallway.
Okay, so we're still. Ooh. That's scary.
You see what I mean? He's kind of a horse, right?
Yeah, kind of.
Is this what you were so afraid of?
Hint over the tranquilizers. This is our shot.
All right. All right.
Tame the beast platonically. Give her the.
Okay, guess what? I think we did it. We'll see. I'm gonna save. Oh fuck, I don't know. Save here, I guess. No, maybe here since we're not going back.
Yeah, what was that for?
Wait, do we have another page? We do have another page. Okay, I'm gonna just save here. All right. So, okay. Wow, look at his shoulder. His shoulder is all fucked up now.
Infected.
Yeah, he's been infected by some fungus. Okay, so giving her the tranquilizers is like the normal ending, quote unquote. This is the only one you can, or this is the best ending, quote unquote, if you don't have hot. So obviously we're gonna do, well, it's your choice, I guess.
No, we've been flirting with him. We have to now go. You have made it clear how horny you are, Zach. So I have to just give what the people want. You know.
I just want to kiss the boy, but without his jaws sticking 6 inches out of his mouth.
Yeah.
All right,
so the bad thing is to don't.
The bad thing is to not give her the tranquilizer. So we're gonna do that first and then reload.
Okay. So I can just shift this off right now. So that's what
yes,
I'll
you
do.
Should do the overlay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh dear.
I am going to show this on my stream because I don't give a shit, but like it's gonna get real messy in a second. All right.
Oh, I'm gonna be so sad.
You take a cautious step back from the doorway. I mean, it doesn't matter, right?
I just want to see this.
What goes around comes around.
Jesus, wait, go and say the one where it's I'm sorry one. Yeah.
Stop his around him now. Reese pushes his now massive form into the safe room, staring down at his mother.
Reese, I'm so sorry. Oh, wow, that's horrifying. I'm assuming you want to keep watching for content for you, at least. Not for me. Ew. Ah, no. Oh.
Oh dear. Sorry you had to see. So, for context from my end, she was just eaten very, viscerally.
He eats her torso, then rips her legs in half and eats both of them separately.
Yeah, it's scary, okay?
So, it's tough, because I needed you to see that, because it's like, her fears weren't unfounded, right?
But it's like, he's turning back now. So,
right,
like...
because his rage is subsiding.
So as long as he doesn't get angry.
Well, but that's the thing. That's an extremely natural human emotion. So it's like, it's hard.
Okay, we're gonna go back. Reload. We're back in, ladies and gentlemen.
Romance. All right. By the way, there is apparently a chance that this might not work, depending on whether or not you did all the romance options. Let's go.
My God.
You step forward. Oh, by the way, is your overlay gone?
Yeah, we're back to game.
Okay, great. You step forward. Place a calming hand on his face. She's only doing this to protect herself. Show her you're not a monster. Back down. Someone has to stop this cycle of violence. Let it be you. She loves you, Reese. Leave now before you do something you regret. Revenge only feels good in the moment. Don't become a murderer. I mean, that's literally true, but...
Yeah, so I know I'm not going to say the one right above this. Someone has to stop this cycle of violence. Let it be you. She's only doing this to protect herself. Show her... no, I don't think I like that either.
So, because the thing is that she still doesn't have the tranquilizer darts, right? Like, you still have them. So, hypothetically, even if you pick something, she won't be able to do it.
I like the bottom one, I think, yeah.
There, you want to do this one?
Yeah. Yeah.
Reese stares down at you, a pained sadness creeping onto his unnaturally stretched face. I'm not a monster. He takes a step back, and then he's gone. You can hear, congratulations, Saba. Start Reese's romance.
Wow.
Monster Lover 2. Oh,
we've done it. Good job, ladies and gentlemen.
You can hear his thudding footsteps receding down the hall and then the sound of the front door. All right, so I'm gonna let you know that if you let him eat his mom, that's what happens anyway. He fully comes to realize, like, what have I done? Right? Yeah. And then he runs off into the forest.
Okay.
If you choose, like in my Gentle Giant playthrough, I'm not gonna let him fucking eat his mom, right? So all I can really hope is that in Chapter 5, when that comes out next year, that I'm able to, like, convince him, like, hey, I'm sorry, buddy, but, like, that was really fucked up.
Or, like, make him realize it's like, hey, this actually, because I don't know if he was still in a state of, like,
if you give her the elephant tranquilizers, she shoots him twice in the chest and he shrinks back down to just being Reese, and then she drags him into the safe room and locks it from the outside. It's exactly what she said. And it's like, because, like, she can't keep him in the basement anymore, because if he gets, like, it's difficult, because, like, even what she said there, she's gonna have to, like, lace all of his food with poison now. With rice.
Now wait, so for the romance option, like if you managed to wanted to romance him, does the option of taming still happen, or is this only like a hot option?
So if you were flirty with him, and this is the part that, like, really pisses me off, right? Because I did do in my first playthrough, I was trying to be flirty with Reese. If you're flirty with him, but you're not hot, he's like, get out of the way, and then goes to eat his mother.
Oh, okay. So it's not
really
enough.
Like, it actually kind of shows that I guess both him and his mom are kind of shallow, because you have to be, like, really physically attractive for them to not be stubborn.
Man, that is kind of depressing. Yeah. Like, you being hot is not, like, there's not enough of a connection without being physically attractive to, like, make him reconsider.
Right? So, like, yeah. I don't know what well, once again, because it's like, I think that because remember, there's 3 chapters left, and then 3, and so now you know, right? So that was the 4 chapters that are out. It's physical specimen or whatever to get the good ending for chapter 1. Then it's keen eye, book smart, and now hot, right? So, which leaves mystic, talk to animals, and street smart remaining, right? As the 3 for the 3 remaining days. I fully believe that Mystic is probably going to be the one for day 7 because you're probably going to have to know something about like some weird ass prophecy in order to get the good ending for whatever the funeral is. I think that chapter 5 is going to be the one with the Rat King at the church. So you're probably going to need what you called it? Talk to animals for that, so that way you can actually talk to the creature. And then whatever chapter 6 is probably going to be street smarts, right? So it's just weird that it's like because once again, if you didn't romance, if you weren't flirty enough, which obviously it's like funny, haha, I want to kiss the boy or whatever, right? But like if you weren't flirty enough with Reese, that wouldn't work. He would also just reject you.
At what point? What are we talking about?
At the point where you tame the beast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he would just push you to the side, be like, get out of my way.
So there needed to have been enough affection there for that to work, romance-wise?
Correct. You need to have enough of a connection that it overwrites his rage.
Okay.
So
that's good to know. Good to know.
Anywho.
What the hell did you manage that? That's just my animal magnetism at work. People are nice to me. That's depressing. We have a bond. I don't know. You just needed a third party to mediate. I didn't really care if he ate me. I think that just threw him off. Oh, he's gonna be carried out there. I like we have a bond because we did start romancing the man. Okay, we gotta go in full force now.
You met him yesterday.
Clearly that wasn't enough. Imagine that. Dr. Kelly's been with him for this long, and it took literally us a day to, like, stop this. But I can't deny what just happened.
Like there was a dialogue option that you didn't really get, in which you straight up just call out same thing that you did at dinner, or that you had the option to do at dinner, because it was true, right? Like it was exactly what was happening. She was poisoning her son, but it wasn't just because she wanted to control him. It was because if she didn't control him, she thought that he was going to turn into like some giant demon thing, which is true. But at the same point, it is a little bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy, because the only reason he turned into the giant demon thing was because he was so unfathomably mad that he had years of his life stolen away because of his mom, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how you would break it to your son where it's like, hey, I need you to know you're actually like a demon spawn, and I have been poisoning you for years, which is why you feel like dog shit all the time. But otherwise, I'm afraid you would turn into a giant creature that could pick up a minivan and throw it across town. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy. So,
it's true. Still, I doubt the rest of the town is going to be able to do the same. Dr. Kelly carefully makes her way to the entrance of the clinic, checking around corners, and you follow close behind. I wonder if Wayne's here or not.
Look at all the smears, like, dying.
He's long gone. The door to the clinic hangs open, the night beyond seemingly empty. I should go after him. He's all keyed up. If I don't do something, he might go after somebody else.
That's my boyfriend, don't you dare!
Did we make that official? Wow, that's very forward of us. I think
that's exactly what we just did.
I don't think he'll give you a second chance. You don't have to worry about him. Let him leave the nest. It's about time he figured out his way in the world. That's not all weird. Let it go, Doc. Give him. I do think it's not a
boyfriend.
Okay, so I think either let it go, Doc, give him a chance to be free, or I don't think he'll give you a second chance.
I mean, it's your playthrough.
I know. I guess give him a chance to be free. I don't want to necessarily squander the idea that she may never be, like, redeemed by him. Shudder to think what that means for someone like him. She sighs. But it's dark. He has better night vision than me. Going after him now would probably just end poorly. Hope you knew what you were doing. And being honest with myself, it's been a long time coming. I couldn't keep this up forever. Something was bound to break eventually, and I suppose I should be grateful it didn't end with any of us dead. Yet. Dr. Kelly glances around the clinic, streaked with paint from Reese's minions. He could have made a lot less of a mess, though. Gotta get to cleaning. I'd appreciate it if you get the hell out of my house. Thanks.
So, if you're flirty with her, she is like, oh, aren't you cheeky? However, if you are hot and you sacrificed years of your life, you are in the age range where she's interested and you are physically attractive enough that she is willing to like give you a chance. And that moment after either you trap the son or you get the son to leave, because you can do it platonically, right?
Yeah.
You can date his mom while also platonically convincing him to leave. If you do it that way, she doesn't kick you out. She's like, do you want to go upstairs?
Wow.
And it's like, okay.
The night is oddly warm compared to the chill of the day. Crickets singing quietly in the sleepy little neighborhood. Everything that happened in the clinic feels almost like a dream, and now that it's over, you realize how little it meshes with your understanding of the world. Go home. It's time to go home. You don't get far before you're interrupted by the jingling of dog tags. Gretchen! Gretchen appears at the edge of the road, running as fast as her geriatric pug legs can carry her. Gretchen seems distressed. She whines as she stares up from you, their eyes desperate, anxiously jumping back and forth and darting away when you try to lean down to her. Gretchen, we're still, that's... Matter where, what's that girl? Gretchen, Stella's stuck in the well, follow her. What? Sorry, Gretchen, I'm really tired. Continue going home. Where is Stella? Gretchen whimpers and starts dragging you towards the woods. Gotta go. We gotta go. You follow Gretchen. She nervously runs ahead of you the whole time, constantly looking back to make sure you're still there as she leads you into the dark woods. Well, I'm glad she's okay. But before long, the trees thin and you find yourself on the steep hill by a 2-lane road, lined on the one side by sheer rock. And they're sitting on the log staring mournfully out at the asphalt is Stella. I wonder if this is where her parents died or something. Gretchen runs up to her and sits in Stella's lap.
Gretchen, you're back. Don't scare me like that again.
You sit on the log beside her.
Dawn, how did you... Wait, did Gretchen come get you? Wow, she must think I'm dying or something.
What are you doing out here? Yeah, Gretchen found me. She's a good girl. She could have gotten grabbed by ditchling Stella. What were you thinking? Why haven't you been answering your phone? I'm just so happy you're okay. I can't believe you've just been okay all day. Everyone's been looking for you. Things happened! Remain silent.
That's true.
I'm just gonna say, Gretchen's a good girl. She found me.
She really is.
Please talk to me. I'm begging you. What is this place? Why are you here? You should probably know about what happened today. Remain silent, hoping Stella opens up. I think now I would kind of like beg, because this has been happening, right? Like, she's had like a few moments like this, but this is the first time like she's run away to the point where we're like really concerned.
She obviously has a knack for suppressing her emotions and just like, you know, appearing giddy and bubbly as often as possible, like trying to keep it positive. But clearly something about the end of chapter 3 fucked her up so much that she has been here. Because keep in mind, it is night again. She has been missing for 24 hours, essentially.
Yeah, so I think I would say, please just talk to me. I'm begging you. Like, we're past, like, the point of, like, waiting for her. Yeah, trying to open up, like, please. Yeah. Stella faces you for a moment, desperate eyes trying to force out words. A part of her thought she would never have to say out loud. And then she turns back to the road.
This is where the accident happened. My parents died on this bend on the road. They were taking me to college. I was lying in the back seat. It had just rained and the sun was finally coming out.
Oh, cutscene.
This is the CG for this chapter.
Oh, this is the thing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I guess.
Man, I'm gonna be.
Not Truck-kun! God
Saba,
dang
I
it.
don't think you want to be making jokes.
Oh, it's always a truck. It's always a truck. These gosh darn truck drivers. Lying down to them.
I don't think you quite understand, Saba. They didn't get headlong. They got headless.
Oh my god, how did that happen?
So the truck swerved so that way the truck bed underneath, they went underneath it and it sheared off the top of the car. The only reason
and
Stella
because she
survived
lied
at all
down.
was because she was lying down.
Oh my god, that's way more brutal than because it's one thing, I was thinking that like the front of the car would just be gone.
I know you thought that it was going to be a regular car crash. No, they got fucking decapitated because this truck was driving too quickly around a bend in the road.
My god. Truck drivers, stop. Truck drivers, please. Anyone in a car.
I mean, he wasn't drunk. He was just irresponsible.
Yeah, don't be irresponsible.
That's why she said that it had just rained.
Oh, because of like the skid. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was awful. Really messed me up for a while. I think I'm still messed up. There's whole years of my life after the accident that I feel like they just never happened. Like every time I try to remember them, it's blank. I have all these videos sitting on my channel that I don't even remember filming. It's scary. At least it hasn't been like that for a while, thank God.
Aw.
I've never talked about this before with anyone.
Not even Tabitha. Stella, I'm sorry, I don't know. Thanks for letting me in. I would say thanks for letting me in.
Thanks for being patient with me.
The two of you stare out at the road.
I think the accident is probably why I got into ghost hunting. I think I just wanted to see them again. I wanted to know I wanted to know whether I even could. I never found anything, so I eventually gave up. Then last night happened. So
Ghosts.
That's why she was fucked up by the chapter 3. Was that she had spent years ghost hunting with like this in the back of her mind idea of like, if I can figure out how to communicate with ghosts, I can talk to my parents again.
Yeah.
And obviously she never found anything. So now that you're here and all this weird shit is happening in Scarlet Hollow and, you know, what's his face, the actual ghost shows up, she's like, holy fuck, are they actually still out there?
In a weird way, like kind of morbid, but like
Yes.
What? I was
I'm gonna let you finish.
Yeah. The ghost of Charles Shaw appeared with the injury. Like I don't know how that would work.
I think even if they were available, I think they would be decapitated and
I
that would
don't
obviously be really fucked up.
Yeah, I don't know if
I also would like to posit that I don't think that ghosts are a naturally occurring phenomenon in the Scarlet Hollow universe. Because both examples of ghosts that we have seen, from the Tommyknockers to the actual Resonant from chapter 3, were in the vicinity of a stone carving.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think it's has to do maybe the specific black magic or whatever it is that's been happening.
Exactly. I don't think just anybody gets a ghost. I think it's only people that die in specific circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
I ran out here to see if maybe it would happen with them too. Even if it meant seeing the crash again or seeing them all messed up and dead. I just wanted to see them. It's been a whole day. I don't think they're coming.
Always wait a little longer. Just because they weren't there, it doesn't mean they don't love you wherever they are. They're probably somewhere better than whatever hell Charlie got trapped in. It's good they're not coming. You don't want ghosts. They died with your future on their mind. It's time for you to start living it. Oh, pretty nice. Say goodbye. I still don't believe in ghosts. Charlie was probably just swamp gas. Wow. That came out of left field. Only explore. I'm thinking of that, which is the second one, I think. Explore. Yeah. Think that they don't love you wherever they are.
That's a nice thought. I've thought a lot about what might come after, whether they're somewhere else or if they just stopped existing. I guess man, I don't think I can actually read this.
Okay, I can do it. It's okay.
No, like I don't even think I want to hear it. If that's okay.
Sure, you guys can read it. It's there.
About to say, I'll get. You tell me when you're done reading it, and I'll click.
Okay.
I'm gonna look at your little cat over here on the OBS.
I'll mute myself. It'll be fine. Okay.
Okay, great.
I guess we've seen at least some evidence.
Wait, if you're muted, how am I supposed to know when to click?
I will come back and tell you.
Okay, lovely.
At least some evidence of the afterlife. I hope that means that there's a good version too, where they're still on that long car ride listening to Dad's tapes, with a place in the back seat for me where I eventually catch up to them. Okay. And then it won't matter that I never got to say goodbye. Okay. You have a long life ahead of you before that. You could always say goodbye now. They died with your future on their mind. It's time for you to start living it. Remain silent. Because your future's on their mind. Because I like that it's time for you to start living it. Hopefully me saying they've died again isn't going to be bad. But, yeah.
You want to say this?
Yeah. You and Stella sit in a thoughtful silence for a long moment, as if both of you still expect something to happen.
You're right.
There's a new conviction in her voice.
What the hell am I doing? Sitting out here waiting to see if some awful memory, or waiting to see some awful memory of them. They wouldn't want me to do that. I don't think I realized how much I let this weigh me down. They were expecting to bring me someplace new, but I've spent the last however many years just standing in place like I was waiting for them to come back home. They would be crushed if they knew how I was going to spend the rest of my life. So I'm not going to let that happen.
You both stare out at the quiet mountain road.
Thank you, Dawn. I feel lighter.
She straightens up, stretching her neck. Gretchen hops down from her lap, tags jingling in the quiet night air.
We should probably head back, right? I haven't slept in a day.
Yeah, we should tell. I think she still has a right to know about what happened.
Absolutely. 1,000,000%.
Wait, before you go, I should tell you what happened. Relay the events of the evening as best as you can. Saying it out loud somehow makes it feel less real, like you're sharing the plot of a horror movie, not something that actually happened to you.
Oh my god. So he's just out there somewhere, all monstery? This is a lot to take in. I've known the guy for pretty much my whole life, and I have no idea. I hope he's okay. And you two are dating?
We haven't said anything specifically, technically speaking, but apparently...
You saw, but you chose the romance option.
No, I did, but that it didn't act like in the world nothing happened. Like, we, from the player's perspective, chose that. I understand. But, like, we never said, yes, we are now dating.
You know, I think processing just one traumatic event is enough for the day.
this new one's going right into the void.
I'd be like, that's fine. Reasonable.
At least until we get to the end of the week. Let's just get out of here. I can walk you through the woods so you don't get lost. Then I guess we should probably get back to Tabitha before you give her an aneurysm. And this is me. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. So, if you were going after a Stella romance, this is where she would invite you in.
Okay. Wish we could hug her before she left, but okay.
Definitely. She's doing very bad.
She gives you a tired wave before retreating into her house.
There he is. Time for you to get home too.
He appears as if out of nowhere, clothes streaked with what at first looks like blood and gore, but you quickly realize it's paint. Evidence of his altercation with Reese.
I'll walk you.
Thank God your okay was weird. Reese might have gotten you. Thanks, I appreciate the company. I may just be like, let him walk you home. I don't know if I would want to just be like, no to this guy.
Shall we?
Wayne walks ahead of you in near complete silence. I guess if we can ask him, did you know Reese was like that? I thought you wanted me to stay at the estate. Aren't you going to lecture me? Why are you following me around? Why not Stella or Kanika, Sybil? Why not Tabitha? That's an interesting question. Thanks for looking out for me tonight. I don't need you looking out for me at all. Glad you're okay. I was worried Reese might have... I think Reese gave you a run for your money. I thought you might have done something bad to Stella.
Yes, Saba, what?
Oh my god! I would say, why are you following me? Question mark? Specifically?
This one?
Yeah.
Because you're special.
But why? Why am I so special?
You simply are. Do you not feel the ties that bind us? They are unbreakable.
I don't even know. Did you know Reese was like that? I think he already knows. I thought you wanted to lecture me to stay at the estate. I don't necessarily want to ask that. I guess. Keep going. Just keep going. I think I'm gonna continue in silence. Because I guess the only guess to see
you
like...
really don't want to ask this motherfucker any questions?
Okay,
no,
go.
I mean, Saba, it's fine. It's your playthrough. We can have... In fact, I'm going to click on continue in silence. But it's just like, I am constantly floored at your, like, absolute revulsion of talking to the characters.
No, you know what? I guess I'm just afraid of things happening, but maybe it's like an unfounded fear.
He's clearly established that while he might be a scary motherfucker, he clearly doesn't want to kill you.
No, that's reasonable.
But I'm just saying, like, you have literally never had the opportunity to properly talk to this motherfucker, because he always shows up, gives you some, like eerie-ass warning, and then leaves. But no, I'm clicking on continue in silence, because that's what you wanted.
Can you scroll? Okay, fine. You wanna...
That's what you said. That's what you wanted to do.
That's fine.
I'm sure we'll see each other tomorrow. You should try to spend some time in that old building before you head to town. Tabitha won't be around. Too busy at the mines. Forbidden places won't be forbidden without her there to stop you. You might be surprised at what you find. So clearly, Chapter 5, we're going to be able to explore the Forbidden Wing, which is exciting.
Okay. Because I did see it in the other, and you told me it was locked. So it's like...
if you go on the first day, like after Tabitha leaves, you get the opportunity to like kind of wander around for a bit, and it's just this big ornate door with like a giant lock on it that you can't get through.
Mm-hmm. He disappears into the underbrush.
Oh, we're almost there, Saba.
This is, I think, actually almost getting to the same time as yesterday.
Well, okay, first off,
which is amazing in my eyes.
You would find all this extra shit.
The estate feels empty when howling through its abandoned halls, the very foundation creaking beneath you. Your cousins must have already gone to bed.
Is that interesting at all?
Goat? Scary? Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying goat scary. I'm saying on the stone carvings, that's the third time we've seen a goat.
Yes. There's a... Or ram? No, it could be just goat.
Well, goat, ram, whatever.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Your cousin must have already gone to bed. I think if we had called Tabitha, maybe she would have still been awake. Waiting for
maybe? I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I genuinely don't, because, so I'll let you know two things. I think you get one option before you have to leave the basement, or else Reese kills Dr. Kelly. Like, like she's just already dead by the time you get upstairs. Or when you're walking up with Wayne, he only lets you ask like 4 questions.
Okay.
And then he says like, you don't need to fill the silence. It's okay. And then you just, fast travel.
Exhausted beyond belief, you stumble into bed. The damp smell of the mattress is starting to become almost welcoming, a sign that the now daily horrors of Scarlet Hollow are finally behind you, at least until the sun inevitably rises once again. Close your eyes, your exhausted body succumbing to sleep almost immediately. As you drift off, you think of Reese out in the woods somewhere, truly free for the first time in his life. Then you think of nothing.
Huzzah! So many achievements from this one episode, dude. All right, well, we are... Man, that's so different than my Gentle Giant playthrough, because in my Gentle Giant playthrough, it's like, I had to let the mom, shoot him with elephant tranquilizer. And so obviously he's like mad, like he's gonna be real mad in chapter 5, but like it's really interesting that in your chapter 5, when we come back to this someday, it's gonna be really different. So holy cow, sorry that was yet another 5-hour stream. Not even remotely straight up, you found an extra, well, we were voice acting and there was a lot of like discussion in there, so I guess shave off like maybe an extra 30 to 40 minutes, but like you found straight up like an hour and 30 minutes of extra stuff I had literally never seen before.
No, Mike, we're literally finishing, Mike. What interesting timing, ironically.
Well,
yeah.
That's how that works.
That's how that works. But it was good.
So, well, that was all of Scarlet Hollow that exists for right now. Obviously, you liked the game enough to get it independently.
Yeah, and so far it's been pretty interesting, yeah.
I look forward to hearing more about like how different your playthrough is with the Mystic stuff going on. Once again, I'll reiterate that like it does kind of suck because both of the traits that you chose, you won't get direct benefits for at the moment, right? Because you now know what 4. Yeah, you now know what 4 traits are the ones that give you the get out of jail free like card for each chapter. I do recommend at some point doing a build, like if you get to chapter 4 and you still are hungry for like more stuff, I would very much recommend doing powerful build plus either street smart or book smart, because the game is very different with powerful build as like your base, and then street smart and book smart allow you to do a lot of interesting stuff. Like in my first playthrough when I was doing the smarty pants playthrough,
I'll address you in a second.
The number of times that your character will just internally, like mentally be like, this motherfucker's lying, is very interesting. Because then you have the option of either calling them out or choosing to not. And just that inherently is deeply, deeply fascinating to me.
Yeah.
So, I'll say, incredible game. And this is what I wanted to show you in general, because I mean, I don't know, I'm assuming you're still like passively working on As the Wind Blows in its own way, but like this was made in Ren'Py, and I know it might not necessarily have been exactly what you were thinking of, but like this game and Slay the Princess, by the way, were both essentially made by 2 people, not the music.
Oh wow.
not the music. The music they had to commission, and then there was obviously like a billion trillion play testers for both games. But it's essentially a writer and an artist, because Ren'Py has enough of a simple scripting. Exactly, right? Like the entire, like, the two people who work at Black Tabby Games, like, I believe they're a couple. I don't know, maybe they're just business partners, but the two of them are clearly just like masters at what they do specifically. Because it's like, if you like, even if the incredible writing doesn't hook you in, you know what does? The incredible art.
Yeah, the art's very good. Yeah.
So yeah.
Good. Overall, solid. Wish it would come out sooner, but you know, it takes time.
It takes time. It clearly takes a long time to do these things, right? So I don't know. I guess we'll be back next Halloween for chapter 5, hypothetically, right? And then the next Halloween after that, we will skip because there won't be another Scarlet Hollow. Like, it's weird to think, because it's like the pandemic has really like fucked with my perception of time. Because literally what I just talked about is 2 years away, and I paused for a second. I was like, I'll be 30.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be 30 when I'll be 31 when chapter 6 comes out, which isn't even the last chapter. Like, that's crazy to think about. But anywho, let's wrap this up. Next week, we'll be back on Saturday with more Chrono Trigger, because holy crap, that game is so good. I'm so excited. And then I think Thursday, if you're willing, like I said, I have the day off. I took it off specifically. I am very willing to do, like, you know, a 3-hour, maybe even a 4-hour, like, little just spooky stream, doing either mouth washing or Spooky's House of Jump Scares. Or sorry, Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion. Sorry.
Close enough.
Well, there was a legal thing. It was originally called Spooky's House of Jump Scares, and then the publisher tried to fuck them over, so they changed the name of the game in order to keep the rights to it. But anywho, and then that Sunday we'll play whatever we didn't play on Halloween, is the idea.
Yeah. Sounds
all right. Good. All right, cool. Well, thank you so much, Saba. Good game. Excellent. Good game. Excellently done. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye. Okay. So, what is time? Yeah, there was a really good game. Scarlet Hollow is a really engaging horror game, and by the same, as you heard, by the same team that made Slay the Princess. So I definitely think they got something special going on. I never know what day it is. I start work on one day, and then I know, man. I think that's the only thing. I have to be aware of the days in order to know what days I work and what days I don't work. But anywho, sorry that you came like right at the end, but I'm glad to spend a little bit of time with our digest. I mean, technically, I don't know how much of it you saw, but if you end up getting the game, I don't know if you're interested. At least this one won't be spoiled for you. This chapter. But it's still really good, so I endorse it. Anywho, I will be heading off. I got places to be, things to see, time to forget, you know. But yeah, until next time. I was here for almost the whole time. Yeah, that's why I was like, you just missed. Unless you were like, missed any of like the other episodes. 5 hours is crazy. I know, it was way extra. But luckily, like I said, even if you get the game, my playthrough will be different than your playthrough and yada yada. So that's pretty cool. Yeah. So potential Halloween stream. And yeah, if not, we'll be back on our regular schedule. And all right, sounds good. Thank you, Mike, for hanging out. Until next time, see you later. Bye bye.